Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the first of 3 rounds of the 2023-2024 Hankook Middle East Trophy. A 3-round championship that begins here today with the Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait. A Kuwait Motor Town goes through into 2024 with the Dubai 24 Hours and rounds off with a 6-hour contest at Yas Marina, Abu Dhabi on the penultimate weekend of January, with 3 races in the region and a separate trophy up for grabs. 24 Hours of Dubai, of course, starting off the 2024 champion of the Championship of the Continents for the Creventic Hankook 24-hour series. But this little mini championship really already beginning to pick up, just in its 2nd year, but beginning to pick up plenty of momentum with over 50 cars we hear for Abu Dhabi. We have a small but perfectly formed field for your delectation today. And we'll talk about that in a moment. That 2024 calendar released quite some time ago now, so the teams have been preparing for the European season, which starts off at Mugello in Italy in March, and the 22nd to 24th. Then a month later, we're off to the mighty Spa-Francorchamps in the Ardennes, 19th and 21st of April, our visit to Belgium. Then to Portugal, and one of our very favourites, Portimao, the Circuit do Algarve, 10th to the 12th of May, and that is a full straight-through 24-hour race. Then a brand new circuit, we believe the 27th different circuit that we visited in the Hankook 24-hour series. On the 5th to the 7th of July, we're off to Italy and Misano, which is very exciting. Our European series, as tradition dictates, finishing up with the ever-popular 24 Hours of Barcelona, the Circuit de Catalunya. Formula One might be leaving there, but we are staying, and we'll be having a full twice round-the-clock race there on the 13th to the 15th of September. And that, as ever, will be the curtain on the major part of the series. Well, perfect weather for those of you in Europe where it's still just 6:30 in the morning. I'm sorry to have to tell you that we have a temperate 21 Celsius with full sunshine. A little bit of cloud today, actually, just keeping that temperature down. A high today of the mid-20s and a 0% chance of any precipitation. Our friends at Hankook have brought some wet weather tyres. I suspect they will take exactly the same amount of tyres back as they bought in terms of the grooved tyres. Perfect weather conditions. The pit straight in a little bit of shade at the moment because it is a north-south orientated pit lane. So Nick Damon, for once, and I can't believe I'm saying this, is actually in the shade. Why is there no light shining on you, Mr. Damon?
Well, it's where you are, because don't forget, you can bring me sunshine in your smile. There we are. See, this is the marvellous sun of Kuwait. It's the 12 hours. It's going to be a fantastic race, the first of 42 hours in the Middle East in this 3-row champion. And first of all, before we look at the cars, I want you to show a quick look at the true heroes of the Creventic series. They're all here, all lined up, all smiling. The people who've organised it, the marvellous Helen, who looks after us so well. Helen, what's it like working with us over so many years?
I'm so happy with all of you. Thank you so much.
Enjoy
your day.
Thank you very much. And of course, let's have a quick word with the man in charge. It's the man himself. It's Gary Williams. Now, Gary, is this the end of 23 or the start of 24?
This is the start of 24, of course. We are ahead of everybody. So this is the start of 24 with our Middle East Trophy Championship.
And 42 hours in the Middle East, three races. I mean, it's a very, very popular series. And certainly things like Abu Dhabi massively, almost oversubscribed now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's correct. The Emirates Trophy getting much more. Of course, everybody knows Dubai, and now Abu Dhabi is getting out. We are really satisfied. We'll have a good grids in both races.
Now, just a quick thing. Obviously, John went through the calendar, but there's also another race.
Yes, that's correct. When you were in the briefing and you listened properly, 1 week before 24-hour race Barcelona, there will be another 12-hour race. And let's see, it will be in Spa. What kind of race we will announce 14th of December with a press release.
It's very exciting. If you're John, it's so exciting you can't sit down. Thank you, Gary. Right, let's get on with the team, the drivers. And first of all, the guys on pole are the people who won it last year. It's the marvellous, it's the wonderful, it's CP Racing, and the man whose name is on the car and above the door, Charlie Putnam. The chance for you retaining your trophy is looking rather good, isn't it?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over the band.
The band is playing too much.
Yeah, they are a lot.
The chance of you retaining your trophy, looking good.
Well, I think we're looking okay here. You were asking me why I had those three guys qualifying. I think that pretty much proved the point. So they did a great job, very consistent.
Now, I have to ask you this, Charlie, because we've heard you may be coming towards the end of your racing career. Is that correct? This is coming up to your last season?
Well, how did anybody get a nasty rumor like that started?
It wasn't really started.
It's a possibility. We're looking at the possibilities for 2024.
But you know we love you. You are to me, because we've all been doing so many years, you really are the spirit of the Creventic series. What you guys have done, winning races as a pure AM team has been amazing.
Yeah, we've really enjoyed it. I mean, this is a perfect place for us. It's been a great fit for at least, how's it been, 8-9 years that we've been doing this with Creventic. And so, yeah, we love it. I don't really want to quit it, but, it may be time to hang up the guns. I don't know. So we're kind of evaluating it.
Great stuff. Don't stop. Never stop. Never stop. Okay, we'll go across the other side and get the second starter. Just before we have a quick chat with the second place qualifier, and it's Lewis Plato. And is there any colour you've not used on this car?
We've used a fair few, but it looks brilliant, doesn't it?
It does seem like being an explosion of fluorescent paint factory.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it matches Cole's helmet design, really, so we've actually kept that design through British GT. This year, rather than having the white backing, we've obviously left the carbon exposed, which looks really cool, and I think at night time it really does sort of shine even more.
Didn't pick up pole. Was that in any way important to you?
Well, of course, pole's nice to have, but we're learning this car. So I think we made a setup change which helped quite a lot in the night practice session, which would have made us more competitive. But we're obviously yet to see.
The M4 GT3, is it a well-suited, a well-rounded GT3 car around here at the KUWAIT Motor Town?
Absolutely. I mean, the BMW is fantastic to drive. Very, very balanced, medium to high speed. And just, it's a pleasure to drive. All of the controls within the vehicle are very easy to use, good for pit lane, good for driver changes, seats all fixed, so it's a great car for an endurance event.
Great stuff. That's Lewis Plato from our second start. And now it's time for the national anthem from the Kuwait Army Band. Thank you to the Kuwait Army Band. I think they are... And that, of course, is our third place qualifier and our third GT3 car, which is the now renamed Manamori energy by EV Motors machine. And the car resplendent in its multiple colours. And a quick word with Sergei Nikolai. Sergei, this move up to GT3 from 992, a big jump?
Yes, it's a big jump, but I really love the car. I love the aerodynamic of the car, and I adapt with the car very, very fast.
What's the major difference between the two types of car?
It's the braking and the speed in the middle of the corner. It's amazing with the GT3. It's really amazing because we didn't have time to make an insert. It's really hurting me at the corners when it's fast corners.
I'll just look with your teammate, it's Simone Di Castro. Simone, I was just talking to Sergei there. It's a step up for the team, but you seem to have really got to grips with the car very quickly.
Yes, it's a fantastic car. I don't make a lot of laps. It's a very strange car. It's like aereo. It's very difficult because very, very fast in the corner. And first time, I'm shocking. Shocking very, but I restart and I work. And yesterday night, no bad. Now try is difficult. It's the first race, but it's the training. And we hope to make a good race. I hope.
Sabino, thank you very much. I just want to see if I can find the... here we are. Here. Hang on a second. I need to do a quick word with Fabrizio. Fabrizio, come here. Come here, Fabrizio. Come here. Now, Fabrizio, this is Seb. He's our cameraman. Now, Seb said to me, do you remember you got married, obviously, in Mugello earlier this year, and you had on the car Just Married.
Yes.
And you said, whenever Just Married goes off the car, that's a sign the marriage is in trouble. And you haven't got Just Married on the car.
Well, we change car.
Well, you can't change Married.
Well, it's actually... Honey, are we in trouble or not yet? That's okay. No, it's okay. Everything is going well. It has been an amazing year. We managed to win the European Championship, last year the Middle East with the Cup, and we have been lucky right now to step up with the big boys. As we were talking about it yesterday, it's only 2 days in the car that we had. So for us, expectation is a race where we will train a lot, and only if they will give us the opportunity, we will have a chance to pass them and be in front of them, because otherwise we're not ready right now to fight for the win. But
and you've done a couple of sessions. How's your back?
Not that good. Actually, we will lose a lot of time with me getting in and out. I can't bend. I don't have the mobility yet to enter and exit fast. Plus, it still hurts a bit in the corners. I will need to train. This is going to be a training for me. Like they have an handicap. That is me.
And this KUWAIT Motor Town circuit, it's impressive. It's changed from last year. How do you feel this new layout is?
Well, I like the other layout because it was very quick, and I thought it was going to be easier with the GT3. But the new one with the banking that resemble a bit Hockenheim, it's actually nice and interesting because you can brake in very, very late, and it's fun.
Great stuff. So, John, Fabrizio likes the new layout. Can you perhaps talk us around it by any chance?
Well, if I must, Nick, thank you very much indeed. First time we came here was last year, the premier international event for KUWAIT Motor Town, and the track, as Nick has mentioned, changed ever so slightly. The changes are in the third of the three sectors. We've actually got either 18 or 19 corners now, depending on how you look at it. Turn 20, the final corner, hasn't changed. We're still calling it turn 20. Across the start-finish line and through the fast turn 1 kink, which, when full and on colder Hankook tyres, is not flat in the GT3 car. Past the pit lane entry, over the top of the rise, heading up towards 160, 170 miles an hour before you drop over the top into turn 2, down into second or third gear, and then you're rising through turn 3, blind, straight across turn 4. Ooh, watch your track limits there. Balance the car for turn 5, and you're into a huge, long, left-handed run, which tightens into turn 6. So you've got to pull the car to the left-hand side before you set it up for the 180-degree hairpin at 7. 8 and 9, 10 and 11, nicely flowing. The faster you go, the more aero you've got, the quicker you feel you can go. Then the change section. 12, 13, 14, exactly as they were last year, but instead of tightening to 15 and going to 16, you open out the steering and get on the throttle hard to go into 16A, a 7/8 copy of the Caracciola Carousel on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, then through the kink onto the back straight at 17 effectively, and then down a little bit slower into the final corner, turn 20. Round about 230, 235 k's through the final corner or into the pits, and that will determine whether you go in for service or across the line to start another 5.163 meters or about 3 miles of racetrack.
Talk to the team with a new car. Now we've got a team, there's a completely new car to everybody, not just a new car to them. It's the brand new Vortex 2.0. An upgrade in every way on the old Vortex. It's all carbon. It's incredibly quick. It's a fantastic job. See if we can find a quick word with Philippe. Quick word? Yeah. So the new car, it's very, very impressive.
Yes, thanks for your commentary. Yes, we're very proud to be there.
I mean, is it... What are, I mean, the car has a kind of the same silhouette, doesn't it? But what are the major changes as you for a driver and overall?
The major changes is that the car is completely in carbon. Chassis and bodywork is completely in carbon. The engine is still the same. It's a Chevrolet V8 6.2 liter, but all the body and all the chassis is now in carbon.
And is the aero very different, or is the aerodynamics very similar to the previous model?
It looks completely different. It looks completely different.
And does it feel completely different?
Yeah. So as you can see, the time between last year and this year, the time is completely different. So the engine is still the same. So we think that the aero is completely different.
And of course, this is the first time you've run it competitively. How is the reliability of the new car so far?
Sorry, I don't understand.
How is the reliability? How stop the tyres. How reliable has this car been so far? It's its first time out.
Sorry, I don't understand.
How reliable? Any problems with it, or is it working perfectly?
It looks we don't have any problem for the moment. Our goal is to finish this race, but we don't have any problem for the moment, for the weekend. So we are very proud of it.
We just have one car here.
Yeah.
Obviously, Vortex have run multiple cars, and I understand the idea also is to sell this car to customers.
Exactly. We have 2 cars actually in production in Pézenas, in south of France, and we're scheduled to sell 5 cars at the first semester of 24.
Fantastic, thank you. Best of luck for the car. The car looks fabulous. Real congratulations to the team, because it's another team that's absolute stalwarts of this Creventic Championship, with like EB Motors and, of course, like CP Racing. Now, we've managed, despite the fact it's a very short grid, to have a very in-depth conversation with a lot of people. So some of the cars are already suited and booted and packing up. We've got the leader in the 992 class, which is Red Campbell's Jordan. Despite them normally wanting to get their physics on camera, they've all disappeared there. Next to them, we have the G56S. This is the prototype, or the revised version, GTX version of the Ginetta, the car that will probably be in their own Ginetta Cup. Down now for the 971. I think I might be able to grab a driver there from the 971. I think that's Saif Aymeri. Let's have a quick word with Saif. Sort of halfway in the field of GT3 Cup. Saif, how do you feel about it?
Very exciting, and I cannot wait. I cannot wait for the 12 hours to be done.
And I mean, do you think that obviously qualifying for the Rabdan team, not massively important, but do you feel you're getting the most out of it as a team? Do you feel you're moving forward with the car overall?
Yes, because yesterday we didn't prepare for the qualifying. The setup wasn't that good. At night we managed to fix the setup, the car very well, and they were lucky in P1 because we didn't put the right setup in the beginning.
And are you getting in? Obviously, you're not starting because you're about to walk off. So are you in next?
Yes.
Fantastic. Good luck for the racing. Good luck 12 hours. We've got this is the the More Than Racing, the KTM. Again, they've all packed up. The key thing about this is, if sort of from here backwards, is completely new from earlier in the week because they had a bit of a shunt, unfortunately. But luckily, being a kind of a composite proper race car, they just took all the bits off, found some new bits and stuck them back on again. Now, another small story here is the 2K Kramer cars. And I say 2K Kramer cars because actually there's only one on the grid, the 936 and 937. They only initially entered the 936, this one here. But what happened was they decided, oh, hey, we've got another car, we've got a lot of drivers. What we'll do is we'll enter this one here, the 937. However, it's not on the grid, but it is at the fuel station. So I assume it's going to join the race as they go past on the green flag. So both those cars are going to take part, but they're not both on the grid. Now we have a brace of BMW GT4 M4s, Simpson Motorsport and Century Motorsport. Again, we are knowing about, they are very close. And then come to the teams who are obviously the leading teams in the TCE class. We have, of course, CWS Racing, which of course is Colin White, who is the CW in CWS, returning to racing. He's not starting the car, returning to racing after, in international racing, after a very, very serious accident about 18 months ago. I think Colin particularly is enjoying the warm weather, as it means he's feeling a little bit happier on some of the injuries. And nothing like a bit of warm weather to warm the cockles of your legs. And then we come to the final car, which is the one TCR car. This is the K, Kuma, Neil and Lemmer, though actually Ricky Kuma unfortunately has picked up a bit of a virus and won't be taking part in the race. John, everyone's packed up and got in the cars a bit sharpish, so I think what I'll do is I'll hand it back to you to talk us through, 12 hours and 6 minutes.
Nick Damon, as ever, his usual effervescent self on the grid. So here's how they will line up. The three-part qualifying on Friday had the number 85 defending winners of this race from last year, of course, the CP Racing GT3 AM class GT3 Evo from AMG, Charles Putman, Charles Espinlab, Joe Foster and Shane Lewis. Had a long chat with Joe Foster earlier in the week, who is very much looking forward to getting back out on the circuit. Alongside them, it'll be Lewis Plato, Jack Barlow and Carl Cavers in the 22 Century Motorsport Pro-Am GT3 from BMW. Then behind them, the Manamari Energy by Ebby Motors GT3 R992 Porsche, Fabrizio Broggi, Sabino De Castro, Sergei Nicolai and Cosmo Papi. Vortex V8 GTX, Vortex 2.0. What a machine that is. It's in carbon fibre at the moment, so some of the more extreme aerodynamic details are actually quite difficult to pick out. Never mind having a zebra or some kind of broken up camouflage livery for that car. It's superb. Unveiled at Barcelona earlier on this year. It's Arnaud and Olivier Gomez. Olivier starting with Lionel Amarouche and Philippe Bonnel in that car on the outside of row number 4, which of course is our first GTX car. First of the 992s, Red Camel Jordan. That is the pole sitter in the GT3 Cup, the 909. Hello to Paul Truswell, who is remotely controlling the strategy from the Isle of Wight data centre. They've got Toro Verde in GTX with Lawrence Tomlinson back in driving modes. He's handed over the running of Janetta to his daughter. He's got his son driving with him alongside Michael Simpson. And that means that Lawrence can, do a bit more development work. And that car, the G56 Cup, is a development car. We'll talk about that later. Very interesting design details on that one as well on the outside of row 3. Rabdan by Fulgenzi is next up. That's another one of the GT3 Cup 992 cars. And it is Enrico Fernando Fulgenzi driving, along with Christopher Zirkling and Saif Almeri, local driver. They'll be getting in later on in the race. Sharing row 4 is the Razzoon More Than Racing Crossbow, the rebuilt car. We send our best to Dominic Albert, who had that huge incident, and Daniel Drexel, Arthur Kvist and Hatham Quadjaruri will be driving that car, and Hatham is driving it. 2 Kia Kramer Racing 992s, one in the 992 category. That's the one in the number 936 on the inside of row 5. 937 is the 992 AM car. That's an additional car from them. They had 2 cars, one was a spare, and they've decided to split their drivers between them and give them a little more track time to get ready for Dubai. That's a car that we'll see again in the trophy, the Middle East Trophy. And then the last 2 rows of the grid are all Union flagged entry. Century Motorsport with their pole-sitting M4 GT4 started by Nathan Freak. GMC Racing by Simpson Motorsport with their M4 G82. That'll be started by Vasily Vladikin. CWS Engineering are the pole-sitting TCE car. That's the black number 278. That's the older G55 shape Ginetta. In TCE TCX, and in TCE TCR is James Kerr and his happy band. It will be Vasily Vladikin who starts that. Oh, he can't be starting 2 cars, so I'm not sure who's starting that car, but he's got 2 second or third generation drivers in there with Jack Lemmer and Henry Neal in that car. That's how they line up. We've got 12 hours for you. We'll go from the heat of the day in about 2 hours to 3 hours time. That'll be the peak temperature, and then into the fairly temperate evening. And when the sun drops here, it is like flicking a light switch. We'll be having probably 4.5, 5 hours of full dark running in the end of the race. The cars come onto the start-finish straight now. Beautiful lineup, little bit of gap between the first 4 rows and everyone else in the field, under the control of the pole sitter, who was a little bit behind there as the red light goes out. 12 hours on the clock, and the Hankook 12 hours at Kuwait, the first round of the Middle East Trophy for 2023 and 24 is underway. And immediately the outside pole sitter jumps across into the lead and will take them down towards turn number 2. Century Motorsport and Lewis Plato leads out in the multicoloured BMW coming through. Here's the Vortex up into third, and the pole sitter has already dropped down into second. So it's Century from CP Racing, then the Vortex, Olivier Gomez in that Vortex 2.0, over the top at 4, into 5. Now the long turn 6 before they switch back into turn 7. We lose them for a moment from our commentary position high on the grandstand as they're in the dip, and now they explode back into view as they come out towards the 2 left, right left S's. And this has been a very good opening for Lewis Plato. Statement of intent here from the BMW team of Century Motorsport. Got the slight feeling that they were rather stung when Nick was talking to them on the pit lane, on the grid rather earlier on, that they didn't take pole position. Well, they've put that right into the new section for the first time. The hairpin at 16A, negotiated. And heading out onto the back straight, and it's a good 3, 4, 5 second lead maybe now as the leader comes round the final left-hander and onto the start-finish straight. At the end of the first lap, it will be scored as a leading lap for Lewis Plato as he goes underneath us. The rest of the cars coming to the line now and going across it. And Phil Anson alongside me, John Hindorf, Joe Bradley to join Nick Damon in the pit lane later on. I said statement of intent there. Lewis Plato, well, I don't know what time he got up this morning and how much coffee he had, but he must have had 3 Weetabix because he's gone off like a greyhound after a rabbit.
3.9 seconds in 5.16 kilometres is pretty impressive, John, off the start, but you don't win it on lap 1, and everybody getting the tyres in now, getting them up to temperature, is 21 degrees air temperature, probably up in the 30s on track temperature on some of the higher cars, GT3s, GTXs and 992s running on the new compound this weekend, the C54H, and we'll find out a bit more about that later on. But yeah, Lewis Plato really, I think Charles was just sleeping a bit there, and now Oliver Gomez in the Vortex coming under pressure from Sabina De Castro in the Manamari by Energy by Ebby Motors Porsche, running in the different classes. Of course, the Vortex running in the GTX class, and the Porsche 11 GT3 R992 is running in the GT3 category. That's a full GT3 entry. The other two entries are GT3 Pro-Am of the Century Motorsport current race leader, and the AM entry of the 85 CP Racing Mercedes AMG. And here goes the Porsche now up the inside, making the run down to the final corner, and he's going to get that move done in the braking zone. And very early on, lap 2 of quite a few laps, I believe we're going to have around here, John.
Well, if we stay anywhere near the same sort of pace that we've seen in qualifying in practice, it is as much. It's a slightly shorter lap, but a much quicker lap. So fastest lap of the race set by Lewis Plato, a 44.4, and the fastest lap of the race last year. Phil, you did your...
Yeah, it was a 52.
Yeah, so straight away. And they qualified...
44.1 was the qualifying time.
On an average.
On an average, of course, yeah. So, yeah, that's still a very, very impressive time this early on in this session. Full tanks, by the way. Temperatures coming up into the tyres now, and the battles continue on at the 714, having a great battle there with the 917, Rabdan by Fulgenzi Porsche.
7th and 8th, that is.
Yeah, and as Nick said on the grid, that car totally rebuilt from basically the back of the cockpit to the rear, and it is a road car, but it's built like a race car.
And that is a change of position then, as Haytham Kwarajuli has gone past Enrico Fulgenzi. The red, white and black Milwaukee Tool's sponsored car. Very low slung KTM crossbow, Austrian manufacturer. KTM, better known for its motorcycles, and has bought up a number of motorcycle brands down through the recent past, competing in Moto 3, Moto 2, and of course Moto GP. That's a product of the Special Projects division, effectively. They build ruled cards as well in crossbow. They have their own race series, and we've seen that actually supporting Hankook Creventic 24-hour events. We had them at Mugello in Italy a couple of years ago. Various versions of the crossbow, the open-topped original cars with the Audi 1.8 engine and the bigger Audi engine used in the closed top. There's a GT4 version of this KTM as well. This is the GTX car, and I think there's a GT2 version now that they were playing with. They went to the 5-cylinder engine because trying to get 500 or 600 horsepower out of the 4-cylinder Audi engine was proving possible, but not for long.
Yes, basically started up, wait 2 minutes and replace.
It was like pulling the pin and counting to 10,
exactly.
Apparently, yes.
Yeah.
So they went to the 5-cylinder engine for that, but KTM, with those very distinctive looking cars, that crossbow, doing a nice job at the moment, and as we said, moved up to the 7th position. So Lewis Plato by nearly 7 seconds at the moment, battling down at the GT4 area. Two similar cars, the newest version of BMW's M4 GT4 contender, AGMC Racing by Simpson, Vasily Vadikin with the 2nd position there, 12th overall. Ahead of him, Nathan Freak in the mostly white car, as they are on the far side of the circuit to us at the moment, just heading back through into turn 12 and 13, that middle testy section. And now coming through, and already the car's starting to move around, Phil, through turn 15.
I saw a lot of cars during the free practice sessions and that we had leading up to this race, private test sessions, that we had a lot of cars running off there at 15. Remember, they used to have to keep that lock on to go through 16.
Correct.
And there's very little runoff there, and they start to pull stones on as you're coming down to the carousel. And we've had a code 60 because of the carousel getting covered in stones due to the cars running off at turn 15. So that is that's something we've got to keep an eye on as people just push the limits there this early on in the race with very full fuel tanks. It's going to be difficult. Let's have a look at the race start again.
So coming to the line, it looked, it's very tight as they crossed the control line. And in fact, the lights didn't go out until they were much further down. And I just wonder if Lewis Plato was already slightly ahead. The stewards will be looking at that up in race control. But it was nice and tidy. That first kink is absolutely awesome. Side-by-side action with the Crossbow and the G56 development car. Lawrence Tomlinson in the white and black Ginetta, giving that red, white and black Crossbow plenty of room down towards the first heavy braking area at turn 1. But it has resulted that phenomenal start. I didn't see the steam catapult that Lewis Plato hooked the Century Motorsport car onto.
It was hydraulic, John, no steam coming
out. Right, okay, is that what it was?
Yes, indeed.
Some kind of inductive linear motor underneath the track for the BMW, because it steamed away from that start.
I think the beaver teeth on that grill dug into the road and just gave them that extra 10 kilometres an hour that the 22 needed off there. And lead now up to 8.2 seconds. And we're only on lap 5.
Now, if you're the team manager down at Century, you're saying to Lewis, right, get yourself into a rhythm. He's doing early 44s, the best lap of the race 2 laps ago, 44.2, and he did a 44.2 as well, 44.223, which is a new lap record, of course, because this is a new circuit configuration. 44.247 last time around, 44.5 for CP Racing and Charles Esplanade. Certainly no slouch there. That's his fastest lap of the race as the racing fuel is burning off and the Hankook tyres are coming up to temperature and pressure. They did sit for quite a long time on the grid. They were out there about half an hour before they rolled, maybe even a little bit more than that, actually. What we don't know, Phil, because we don't get this information, we've never had to have this information before, is that the GT3s and the classes who have got this new G56H tyre, we don't know if they're using it. They could still be using the old tyre.
The Creventic has left it open that they can choose either. Now, that may change later on in the season, but you had a close look at it when we were walking up the back of the pits just to see who was running it, and we did find it out at the back of a couple of garages. And we'll probably get Joe or Nick later on to have a chat with the teams if they can see if they're running them, to find out what the difference is. Because last year we were using the C52 here, now with the C54H. It's a development, you know, it's Hankook doing
now, Nick Damon has got an early pit caller, and this is not good news. Or maybe it is. You know, you take your car out to develop it, you want it to break, you want to find out what it is, and you want to fix it. Nick Damon, excuse me, down in the pit lane.
So that's okay.
Get closer.
The Vortex, it's the Vortex that's come in. Obviously, we spoke to Philip Bonnell, and they've had a good run so far this race meeting. Unfortunately, a few laps into the actual race itself, the car is up on the jacks. It's actually wheeled back into the garage. So that is a problem. The driver's got out, which I think was Arnaud Gomez. So we will keep an eye on this and see what the problem it may be. It doesn't have any, it's certainly not damaged, put it that way. So whatever's happened is something internal, be it electrical areas, and as it rolls now back into its pit box, let's hope this is a very short check. But as you say, this is what this race is all about. This race is all about getting to the bottom of any potential problems, and hopefully, you know, this will be the last one. It looks like there's going to be a computer connector. That's never a good sign.
They have learned something there, that they need to be very careful when they open the gull wing door when it's on the trolleys, because that was very close indeed to clattering on the top of the roller door for the entrance into the garage itself. That Vortex with the 6.2 litre V8 General Motors lump in the middle of the car. That will be a car that we'll see at the Repco Bathurst 12 Hours for 2024. Delighted to say that RSL again involved in providing the international part of the commentary team for Australia's international endurance race, and we'll be teaming up with the not inconsiderable talent of the local broadcasters there on national television in Australia. and also the international, the world feed, if you will, around the world. And once again, we will have our exclusive early session coverage on audio as well for everybody. That's coming up in a little bit later in February, and we'll have more news of our full 2023 coverage. But Repco Bathurst 12 hours, pencil that one in, and also the full IMSA season as well, with all its supports, including that new Ford Mustang GT Challenge with that Coyote engine. And that is, I'm already excited by that. That starts at Mid-Ohio.
I'm just going to clean the desk up here at the moment.
Yes.
I'm drooling.
Yes. There's a cold towel for Mr. Anson, please, as we get ready for that. And here we are, just around about a quarter of an hour into this 12-hour contest, with Century Motorsport leading by the sharp end of 9 seconds over CP. But we still have close run things in the middle of the field, with the Crossbow now sitting right in the wheel tracks of the number 936 Tobias Muller driven K Kramer Racing 992, second in its class. Just ahead of that is the leader in class, which is Rick Breukers for Red Camel, and Nick Damon has some Vortex news.
Yeah, it's obviously not very good news for the team. In fact, hopefully you can see now that there is a auxiliary drive belt sitting on that rear tyre, and actually you can look into the if you look into where the alternator is, which is actually just in front of the first cylinder there, I can see that that belt is cracked and frayed. So they've got an issue there with the alternator drive belt. So yeah, that's a kind of a basic issue that's happened. They're looking to replace the belts, but obviously it must have just started running out of battery power. And if you look on the dashboard, it does say that the battery is very low. So it's been a charging issue. They're replacing the belt. I mean, the belt didn't look broken, but it may well be that it's got loose or it's just frayed. But
how
yes, that's what it is.
frustrating, Nick, that they've had hours and hours of running this week without any issues, and within
5 laps,
3, 4, 5 laps, it's thrown that belt. Now, I'm not sure which version of the LS motor that is in the back, and maybe we can find that out. But I have a vague memory of Corvettes throwing alternator belts back in the dim, distant past of American Series racing, and whether that was IMSA WeatherTech United Sports Car Championship, or even as far back as the LMS, I'd have to peel through my mind. But bizarrely, the alternator from the Corvettes were driven off the rear axle, off the rear diff casing. Little bit of an issue a moment or two ago for Colin White. Trying to do the right thing, no good turn goes unstoned from the 278 Black Ginetta, as Colin's tried to stay out the way, got onto the unused part, the uphill part of turn 16A. That hasn't got a lot of rubber on it at all. It doesn't get used a lot, and that outside line certainly doesn't. Well, we know how good the Hankook tyres are, but when there's a layer of fine sand, it's very fine here as well. It's more like a talcum powder when it gets blown around. You can barely see it, but you will feel it under the tyres. It's almost getting like an aquaplane effect, Phil. And you see that here when the wind gets up, even on the public roads. It is, sometimes you can't see it, but it's just putting a layer between the tread of the tyre, the face of the tyre, and the sticky black stuff.
I describe it as similar to a damp track.
Yeah.
Very similar to a damp track. When we've got people coming out to drive at my home track at the Autodrome, is if the wind's blowing, and we do have a bit of a breeze blowing here today, which is, we're in the middle of a desert, so it is blowing sand onto the track, which is catching a few drivers unaware. But what happens is that when you go offline, like the Giannetta did, as Colin did, as soon as he went offline, there was just enough sand there to break. Oh, big moment there, but for the Porsche losing the back end through 15. And Haitham Karajuli's just looking at in there. You can see that KTM is so so good under brakes coming down to this final corner, but he's just backed off a little bit because I think he's just seen that car is just pushing the limits of grip coming through that corner. Tobias Mueller at the wheel of the K Kramer Racing 936, a big moment for him, and he's just dropped back a little bit behind Rick Breukers, who is currently leading the class, 4th overall in the 909. But yeah, we're seeing tyres now well up to temperature, and everybody pushing a little bit harder to see where the limits are, and they did that. We've got a yellow flag at turn 12 at the moment, and we've got the spinner again down there, and just looking at the 937.
Yeah, that's the Kramer car.
Yeah, Carsten Kramer at the wheel of that one. And we've also seen a lot of that, and he's staying way off the track at the moment. Does he have a deflating tyre? No, it's just come back on at around turn 15, heading into the carousel now. So we're starting to see a few mistakes creep into it now. A hectic race start. The lap times dropping very quickly. Our leader, Lewis Plato, last lap 144.3, a best of 144.1. So just coming off, and the 9-3, he comes into the pit lane. So I think he's flat spotted those tyres and in for a fresh set of Hankooks.
There's no tyre regulations in terms of how many tyres you can take in a race. Remember though, you will not see fueling in the pit lane. So if you're wondering why team members aren't wearing fireproofs, and indeed our pit report is not wearing fireproofs, that is because there's no fueling at all in the pit lane. That is done in a dedicated fueling area, which for this particular circuit layout is just beyond where that K Kramer car has pulled out into. It's a hard right turn into the back of the paddock, and Nick Damon, of course, is already by that ailing K Kramer Porsche.
Yeah, it rolled into the pits. It wasn't like the first thing they've ever thought about, and it rolled into the pits. Yeah, they've kind of looked at it. They're waggling all the wheels, making sure they haven't got a loose wheel bearing or a loose tie rod or upper suspension arm. They've checked all the tyre pressures. So I can only assume that Carsten said that shouldn't have let go, and it did. There's no sign of tyres being offered. They're having a look at the rear left, but it's I think they're trying to work out if there was a problem or whether it's just one of those things. And perhaps they need to still talk to Phil about the effects of dust, effectively. But they are now dropping down. Yeah, no, absolutely. There's a kind of a look around. Car coming off the jacks, going down the way, and not fired up yet. It's got a bit of scuffage actually on the rear left. I'm not sure whether that might have been from earlier in the weekend, but they've got a little bit of scuffage there. I'm not sure whether they've had a bit of a coming together with someone likely there at some point. Oh yeah, they have, because they've got a tyre mark as well. So there has been some bashing and boring at some point, and perhaps he there felt that bashing and boring had affected something in the setup, which is why he spun. The team has gone, nah, it's all right, Carl.
Did he go for fuel, Nick?
No, he hasn't. He's gone part of he's skipped fuel. Fuel is at the. I think we should point out that fuel is at pit out. It's in a direct line with the pit lanes. And now this snaking round you see at some of the tracks, it's just a straight line out, and they have 8 pumps for 14 cars. So it's very unlikely we'll get those huge queues we've seen at some of the other tracks.
The reason I asked Nick there, Phil, if he went for fuel, and I was slightly surprised when they didn't, is because there's new regulations for fuel under Full Course Purple, Code 60 here. Get to that in a moment as the Milwaukee Tools sponsored KTM Crossbow takes another position, moves up another spot. That has been the car on the move with Haitham Karajouli behind the wheel, and the Razun Mordan car now up into 5th position and has finally passed the two 992s. Tobias Müller and Rick Breukers is just still ahead of that car. Was that who he went past there?
He went past, I think, Tobias Mueller in the K Kramer car.
Yes, I agree. I was second guessing myself there. I shouldn't. Just to go back to my slight incredulity that the other K Kramer car didn't come into the fueling area. There is quite a substantial change. We saw a little bit of tinkering last year which meant that as soon as the Code 60 was called, even if you were already committed and in the pit lane, you could only take the Code 60 amount of fuel, which last year was 50% of your standard fuel allowance. There's been further change this year, and it is significant.
It is indeed. 25% is the maximum you can take of your allocation, or allowed allocation, this year under Code 60. If the Code 60 falls while you're already refueling, if you have activated the pump, and we have pump observers down there to say that, you can only fuel to that 25%. If you've already gone past the 25%, you would have to stop. So that's going to be something for the teams to be aware of, because last year, if we had barrier repairs or long Code 60s and stuff like that, we saw guys coming in twice to refuel and getting the tanks to their actual capacity, which is over their allocation, which means they can run much longer, and without tyres being the limitation on that thing. The other area under Code 60, no penalties are allowed to be served under Code 60 anymore, and that's going to have a huge impact, because that's where, remember, you had to double the time to be under there, and some of the team strategists were brilliant at working that out. Paul Trustwell being one of them, could work that out, that they could actually gain time by losing time, if you want to point it that way. So that little hole in the regulations has been undone, and that battle continually going on between the Porsche. The Porsche quicker in the straight line, the KTM quicker through the corners, and this is turning into a little bit of a titanic battle between these two cars, the 936 and the 714. We expect the GT3 cars to come in around about the first hour mark. We're at 11:35 to go at the moment for their first refueling stops.
So this is the battle for fourth position overall. The mostly orange but stripy orange, almost sort of a Paul Smith tailoring stripe on that car, the 909. That's the leader in the 992 Cup class, and behind the leader in the GTX class. Onto the start-finish line now. Underneath us, side by side, underneath the gantry, and it will be the KTM that has the inside to the left-handed kink at turn 1. I didn't see much of a lift from either of those two cars, that, if anything at all. I think they're flat through there now.
Yep.
Over the slight brow, that's the pit entrance on the right-hand side. It's now dropping down into turn number 2, and you're braking just over the top of a rise, and there's one or two little undulations there. It's actually quite a tricky braking area into turn 2. Over the hill at 3 and 4, easy to get that one wrong and run off the track to driver's right in the middle of that chicane. Then rising at the start of turn 6, come from the middle of the road, because you want to be all the way to the left-hand side at the end of that red and white curve before you chop across a very early apex into turn 7. You don't really think it's going to be, but that corner, really you're giving that up to get out of it and through 8 and 9 and 10 and 11, which are beautiful, flowing S-bends, setting the car up on the left-hand side of the road for the first of 3 right-handers. Set the car and leave the steering. Pretty much exactly what Rick Breukers is doing. There's a little correction as he comes into 14, and then 15 is now a straight line.
Yeah,
it's not even a corner anymore.
No, they've learned how to get that one right, and you could see that the KTM just pulled ground in those corners. What do you reckon the weight difference is between those two cars, John?
That's a good question. It's about, I think it's about 1,200 kilos for a Cup car, maybe a little bit less.
Yeah.
So I'll have to look up the KTM. I don't think it's that, bizarrely, I don't think it's that different. So, incident a moment or two ago for the Simpson BMW, an off-track moment for the number 138. And just going off the track. No, that was indeed, that was the Porsche a moment or two ago. But it was James Kay in the Audi, the 138 Audi that was off the track. That car has moved up past K Kramer Racing's Porsche number 937. That car's already been in the pits for flat spotted tyres. And the Vortex is still in the pit lane, as well as James Kay was almost had to show his pass to get back on. And Nick Damon, and we have had a spin this time. That's turn 16A for CP Racing. And
that's the second. They had a spin there yesterday.
They did,
as well.
exactly the same place.
Yes.
Exactly the same place. And it was coming up on James Kay. And again, offline at turn 16. And as soon as you go to the throttle, Phil, that was a spin to the inside. That could have been much, much worse.
Yeah.
Particularly as we had the Ebby Motors car coming through. Now, I was factually correct in what I said, that the Vortex is still in the pit lane. However, Nick Damon, it had sashayed out for a moment.
It came out. They took it. They'd had a slave battery. Obviously, the main one had got a bit flat due to the lack of an alternator. It was all looking good. They dropped it off the jacks, had to look around, and then they went, oh. And they put it back on the jacks, back on the dolly wheels, and back in the garage. And now they're staring at the back of the car again. So, not sure what the secondary problem is. The engine cover's going back on again. Now, whether they've not quite got the alternator tension right, which, you know, I've had that issue on my Triumph TR4A, actually, the alternator just going loose by itself. Admittedly, it wasn't quite so serious, just meant my lights are a bit dim. Yeah, so it's now back in again, having a bit of a stare.
Anything about a bit dim in you and your cars.
Yeah.
Sorry, too easy.
Well, you know, what can you do? But yeah, so the Vortex, the new Vortex 2.0 is back in the pits. I don't think it'd be a long stop. I think this is just, as you pointed out earlier, John, massively frustrating because it went so well and no problems all during practice.
The worry for me, Nick, and maybe you can have a word with Philippe Bonnell or one of the team down there. The first question is, did you change anything in terms of what is happening in the engine bay between all that running you did earlier in the week and this morning? And the second thing is, has it thrown another belt? Because if it's going to keep throwing the belt, it's going to keep throwing the belt. So whatever has happened, whether it's been a curb strike, whether it's been something that they've changed, there's clearly an alignment problem with the belt if it's going to keep throwing the belt. And I'm slightly worried by that. We'll leave Nick to peer. And there's now, what, half a dozen people in that engine bay behind the driver of that Vortex. Again, I will say, do not judge that car right here, right now. That is literally the first car that they have built to this new specification, the 2.0 specification, and they are here to find these things out. Yep. The second chassis was laid down in October, so it's finished. The plan for next season is to run 2 2.0s and 2 1.0 cars, and then to get 5 customer cars ready throughout 2024. Coming in, not a completely nailed down price right now because they're finalising the specification as they're developing the car, but to come in at a price that is less expensive than a GT3 car, which I mean, a GT3 car is a lot of race car for the money, given that it's a major manufacturer designed, built, and supported car. So it's going to come in somewhere between a GT4 and a GT3 car. That's a very interesting proposition there.
I actually know why it's in trouble.
Why?
Nick mentioned the reliability word on the grid.
He did.
He did.
Hashtag blame Nick at RSL_studio.
Sorry, Nick. We've had our first time penalty for the day. The 971 wins the award for the first time penalty. It's 6th offence at track limit infringement, 10-second time penalty. However, there is also a new penalty for track limits, which is a drive-through, part of the new 2024 regulations, which have been implemented for this first round of the Middle East Trophy.
Now, Paul Truswell, hello, good morning to you. Hope you've had your cup of coffee there, Paul, on the Isle of Wight, where it's just 7:30 in the morning. He's tweeted to us, posted to us on RSL_studio. I was pretty spot on with the Porsche, 1,310 kilos for the 919 Cup car, which is quite interesting because that's only just over 100 kilos lighter than my 992 GTS road car.
Oh, wow.
with my 18-way seats and all the comfy bits.
Yes.
The KTM Crossbow is 1,100 kilos. So there is a
200 odd kilos.
yeah,
in there.
190 and a 210 kilos difference, which before. Well, that's probably me and you, in fairness, Phil.
And probably Joe's leg. But yeah, I was just watching.
I was 108 kilos before I came away. However, the food here at Kuwait Motor Town, once again, the caterers have been fantastic, and Khaled and the team have made us so very, very welcome. So I may be going back slightly heavier than I came out. Good news for the Vortex is the V8 has sonorously fired up, and it takes up. Love the new treatment on the side there. I just wonder how easy or difficult it is to get in, because you won't want to put your foot on that no side pod side of the car.
It's quite difficult. 14 laps they spent in the pits, and back out to see.
That looks like. That looks like it should be mounted underneath the hard point of a B-52, doesn't it?
Exactly.
It does look weaponised.
Yes, the old NASA Dryden B-52 that used to launch the X-15.
Exactly so.
Yes.
It was where I was going, Phil. Phil, formerly of the Australian Air Force, of course, in his earlier years.
When I had hair and a waist.
And went everywhere on a motorcycle, you mad fool. Considerable distances in Australia as well.
Yeah, everywhere's next door in Australia. 19 laps have been completed by Lewis Plato in the Century Motorsports BMW M4 GT3. A dual attack this weekend, GT3 and GT4. Remember, they won the GT4 category last year. They were in the Aston Martin GT4 Vantage, and a double BMW Assault this weekend. That GT3 is BMW, John, is proving to be a prolific weapon in the GT3 fight in the various categories around the planet. And it does look a third larger than every other car out there, unfortunately. It just does. And especially in the colour scheme that it's in at the moment. The 22 makes its way through.
Between that and the Ebby Motors Porsche, we've got every single Pantone possible used.
I'm going towards the 12 million colours of LED. It's possibly even more now as we move into digital. But yeah, and as we saw last night, it does look brilliant under lights here. 5/12 of this race will be under lights, 7/12 in daylight. And as we saw yesterday, when that sun drops, it's like a lava lamp.
Yeah, it's exactly what it looked like. It looked like it looked like a big glob of it dropping back down. It was fantastic.
Yeah, the lead at the moment that Lewis Plato has over Sabino de Castro in the Manamuri Energy by Ebby Motors Porsche is around about 13 seconds. It's just been creeping out slowly. It didn't have that I'm going to do 3 seconds on the first lap type thing. I think that was a statement of intent to just go, okay, we're out there. And just so they're running in the Pro-Am category, the Sabino de Castro and the Manamuri Energy by Ebby Motors is running in the GT3 category, and CP Racing are running in the AM category. So lots of changes also with how they determine driver time this year. It's been changed quite a bit. We'll see that a lot more at the 24-hour in Dubai on the updated regulations on the times that the AMs, the pros and the Pro-Ams can run in their various categories. It's mainly in GT3 and in the 992 categories that we have the breakups. The other thing that's different this year is that there is no separation in divisions. So we used to have the two divisions, TCE and GT. That has now been removed. The field is only divided into classes. So we don't have the confusion there of having two separate winners and everything. It's all going to be class winners and overall.
Right.
That sort of takes it away. But there's a heap of new TCE classes. There's a TCCR class, which is the Touring Car Creventic Racing class. So the TCE now will have TCR, TCCR, TCX and TC. We're all part of the overall class. So that's a change for this race and the remaining races in the Middle East Trophy and the European legs of that as well. We do have AM Advantage, which is so the AM Advantage, the balance of performance have changed, and we're having a look at Rick Broikers at the moment. We're taking a full lap around the 5.16 kilometres here at Kuwait Motortown.
Just passing the pit lane exit now as he heads down towards the first heavy braking area on this 3-mile circuit. Wait. Wow, he's right down to the last board before he turns in left-handed over the top of the rise. You cannot see turn 4 at all there. You've got to trust that it hasn't moved from the last time around, and spookily enough it hasn't. Now into the long turn 6, balancing the car on throttle. Rick likes the car on the nose, and that is great for him. He's a former works driver for Lamborghini, let's not forget. Has 2 Rolex Cosmograph Daytonas from winning his class at the Rolex 24. And therefore he's just juggling, just balancing hand and foot movements now into turn 12, or just coming rather through turn 11, and now setting the car up for turn number 12. He gets in, sets the steering wheel, just holds onto it through 13, a slight adjustment into 14, and now 15. Opens the wheel up straight away, gets straight back on the throttle, then across the right-hand side, down through the gearbox, took in to the red and white curb on the bottom of the hill, all the way out to the green of the runoff. If he'd been in MotoGP, he'd have been off the track there. Now down towards the final corner as he brakes, looks across to his left-hand side, rather like the final corner at Kota, actually. It's very similar there.
Yep.
As you're coming downhill to it, there was a slight adjustment. He's got turn-in oversteer on that car already as the fuel is burning off. The fuel tank at the front of the Porsche, of course, and as that's, you would expect that as that burns off, it would make the car a little more pushy because it's not got the weight over the front. But quite clearly at the moment, he is balancing that car with a rear that wants to overtake the front end of the machine, as Nick Damon has the number 937 K Kramer car with Karsten Kramer at the wheel. And Kramer, actually, we should probably say it. What's the problem, Nick?
It's back in again with this. It doesn't feel right problem. They're having another look at both of the hubs, tyres and everything else on the left-hand side. They've waggled them, they've looked at them, they've sorted it out, they've had another look at them. They've thought about changing the tyres, they've checked the tyre pressure. It's obvious that Karsten's very unhappy with how the car's feeling on that left-hand side. And as we said before, there was some scuffage before as well. So it probably did have a come in together in the first couple of laps. The team's doing this thing where they go, look, there's nothing wrong with it. Now, this goes one of 2 ways, John. Either it is all in the driver's head, or in about 6 laps, something's going to go like a tyre or something, and it'll sit there going, I told you so, told you. So we'll find out in a few laps' time.
The problem is, if it's manifesting itself at speed, then sometimes you can't feel it when the car's standing still. You know, you're wiggling the front wheel there. Phil, if it's an aerodynamic imbalance rather than a mechanical vibration, Porsches are very sensitive, even the Cup cars, very sensitive to ride height at the front. You get that oscillation if they aren't happy, and you never want to see a 911 sort of just slightly oscillating on the front end.
I'm wondering, John, did they make a rear wing adjustment last night after qualifying?
Oh, somebody did. You're right now.
Yeah, we saw that in the pits.
That's a very good remembrance.
And you were talking about the way that those
swan neck, yeah,
the swan necks. Did they make an adjustment last night that upset the rear end of that car, because that's what broke away for that first first spin that it had? So maybe something there that they did to get some more straight line speed in the car, but it's now affecting it through the 18 or 19 corners, depending whether it's potato or potato.
So we are coming round to, in fact, just over 40 minutes, coming around to 45 minutes of the race completed so far. And Lewis Plato leads by an impressive 14.5 seconds for Century Motorsport and the BMW number 22, ahead of Manamari Energy, the Porsche. Sabina De Castro behind the wheel of the number 95 car. They've got 16.5 seconds on CP Racing. Charles Espinado, who made a decent enough start, but had a wee spin when he was trying to lap some traffic in turn 16A, the new part of the track. Leading GTX, Razun Mordan Racing, Haytham Karajuli in the KTM Crossbow is the biggest mover so far, the 714 Crossbow up to 4th position and has all of the 3/4 of the 992 field between him and 2nd place in that class. 8th position, Lawrence Tomlinson, the Toro Verde G56 Cup Ginetta, that's the development car, the all-white number 795. And the Vortex in 3rd, back out on the track, but already laps down after an alternator belt problem has delayed the 701 Vortex 2.0. In 992, it's Red Camel Jordan.nl. Rick Breukers starting the car and holding now a 3.3 second lead over Tobias Müller for K. Kramer Racing. So 909 from 936, and in 3rd, Rabdan by Fulgenzi. And it is Enrico Fulgenzi behind the wheel. He's another 5.5 seconds further back in 3rd position in the 971. The other K. Kramer Racing car with flat spot had a spin, came straight in. Now, was that spin now, we think, was that cause or effect for him coming into the pit lane, and was that the start of the problems for that car? But Karsten sent back out again, but is already a couple of laps, 3 laps down on his class leader. In GTX, we've done that, leader with Ethan Karajuli. 2nd is Lawrence Tomlinson for Toro Verde, as we mentioned. Then it's the GT4 car. Century Motorsport Nathan Freak leads the old BMW GT4 battle. 4:29 now, 8 seconds ahead of AGMC Racing, teamed by Simpson, Vasily Vladikin behind the wheel of the 438. And in TCE, CWS, Colin White by 35 seconds over James Kay in the Audi RS3. That's how they stand, with still 11 hours and 15 minutes to go. The leader, having completed 25 laps, Lewis Plato, who made a bold move at the start and continues to lead by 16 seconds at the front of the field for Century Motorsport.
They've been just looking at the body language of that car, it seems to be a lot more stable in its current configuration than the Porsche behind it. And also, we know how stable the CP Racing Mercedes AMG GT3 is, but that BMW seems to have really gelled with this track. I haven't seen the back end of that car come out once. I've seen all of the others slide around. So they're obviously choosing a very, very tight line, staying right with where the rubber is down, staying away from the sand and dirt on the edges of the track. And now we're starting to get some marbles on there as well, John. So it's starting to, the track's starting to rubber in, but now it's more difficult to overtake. Now, in multi-class racing, we usually get 2 lanes in braking zones where most of the overtakes are done. And we've got Lewis Plato now. He will be coming up very shortly on the back. He's just got past the 278, actually. So he's overtaken everybody up until 11th position at this time. So the car is just on rails at the moment, and we're very early on in the piece. But they seem to have got to grips with this track better than anybody else, and that statement of intent on lap 1, I think, said everything about their intent to go away and by standing on the top step of the podium at the end of this around about 10 o'clock this evening.
Phil Hansen and John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre, overlooking the start-finish line, overlooking the majority of the circuit here, actually. We've got a phenomenal view. It's Nick Damon and Joe Bradley in the pits for us. Thanks to Tim Gray up in London. And 0221, our broadcast partners here at the track and also in their main control room in Cologne, in Germany. Good morning to Natasha and the rest of the crew who have been keeping us informed and running all the clever bits that make sure that you can see what we're seeing here in the booth. Don't ask me about the technology. It just happens as far as I'm concerned. It's black magic. But they are pushing buttons, twiddling various dials. I see it as some kind of like, I haven't seen the new control room yet for OTT1. I see it as some kind of Bond villain lair with a big world map with little dots on it that light up depending where they are in the world, and Natasha is basically just controlling everything from a big seat.
It's Dr. Evil in Austin Powers.
Possibly. And Natasha is in my headset amazing. Thank you very much. I can almost see you with a big white fluffy cat there, Natasha, just gently stroking the car while making your plans for world domination.
Yes.
Thanks for all of our technical support across the year, particularly our camera operators at the various circuits. It's been a long, hard season for everybody. I think this is something like RSL's 76th live event for 2023, and 0221 have been with us for all of the Creventic Hankook series, and we're already looking forward to next year. Not really a mid-season break here, an end-of-season break. We've got, what, 3 weeks before we're back again. James Kay battling side by side with Lawrence Tomlinson. These two know each other very well indeed. Been involved in British motorsport for a long time. James Kay, touring car supremo, and has seen an awful lot of change. And these TCR cars, in some ways, the ultimate iteration of factory touring car racing, although you could argue that Super Touring back in the early 2000s, I mean, those cars were almost prototypes, just happened to look something similar. Oh, James out on the dusty bit, but that was clever by James.
Drive, yeah.
What he did there was let Lawrence through on the entrance to the ball at 16A, but immediately dropped straight in behind the white Ginetta development car, the G56 Cup car, so that he wasn't losing grip at the back end of those two Hankook tyres.
And the benefit of being a front-wheel drive car, as soon as you get off the throttle, you get more steerage. And I know that from my Renault Clio Cup days. So he balanced that car so well through there. The back end didn't step out at all. But that was not an overtake forward position. That was the 138 being lapped. But it was just that car is quite different to any Giannetta I've seen previously, especially in sound. They're quite unique, and we've got the G56 Cup and the G55 running out there at the moment, both in different classes. The G56 are running in the GTX, and the G55 running in TCE. It's those cars, iconic in British motorsport, and they have their own championships right back from the G20 days, I believe, and great training ground for young drivers to get into endurance motorsport and to get into the Porsches or the BMWs or the Mercedes. But from sprint racing to endurance racing. But those cars, lightweight, 4-cylinder in the junior categories, and great. You learn your craft. Great battling. I just like the way it's got knee-type bonnet on it. It's very nice. Yeah. It's just stunning looking. There's more battling going on at the moment, and it is getting quite dirty online as Enrico Fernando Fulgenzi in the 971 is progressing third in the 992 category, around about 5 seconds behind Kay Kramer's racing Tobias Mueller in the 936, and he's around 5 seconds behind Rick Broikers, currently leading that. So the 992s still pretty tightly packed, as we would expect around here, being the cup cars that they are, and at the moment just looking at what type of driver you have as far as a category in the 992. So Rick Broikers is a semi-pro. Tobias Mueller is semi-pro, so we've got two semi-pros running there together, and Enrico And just looking for where he is. It's 3 semi-pros in the 3 Porsches at the moment, so that's why there's about around about 16 seconds between them.
Using the required amount of time for each of the drivers is as much a part of tactics as setting your optimum lap time, deciding if and when to use the code 60s to come in and change driver tyres, put the 25% fuel allowance in, and really we can keep a pretty good handle on what's going, but effectively, and I always go back to this in endurance racing, where you've got mandated driver times, really it's not until you get down to the last couple of hours or so that, and I use an athletics saying here, until the stagger unwinds.
Yes.
It's a rather unreal situation sometimes, and it can be slightly misleading to just look at the car ahead and say, oh wow, they're leading by 1.5 minutes. But if they've still got to get a non-pro driver in, and that non-pro driver is up against a good pro, which all of the pros here are good pros, then 1.5 minutes is not an awful lot of time at most of these tracks. I mean, it's a lap, it's almost a lap here, but the difference between lap times, and this again is nothing disparaging to the non-pro driver, it can be 3, 4, 5 seconds a lap. Now here, it's likely to be less than that because there's less traffic, fewer cars, and therefore fewer opportunities to have to go offline. And that's where mistakes make. It's also indecision, or in the case of a non-pro driver, being cautious, which is probably what your team manager said. No risk.
Yes.
How many times have I heard that in my race comps? No risk, John. No risk in traffic. Like, you know, if you have to follow somebody in, you know, if you're in a GT3 car and you're following a TCR car, you might have to follow them for 2, 3, 4, 5 corners here, particularly through the S's coming up to turn 12. Well, that might cost you in itself, might cost you a couple of seconds.
Indeed.
But that's what you're being asked to do.
Exactly. It's like when you see a code 60 for barrier damage, the first thing that you see all of the teams do, get the AM in there, get their hours done, because they must complete a certain amount of time. Okay, they have a minimum time that they must be behind the wheel. Otherwise, very severe penalties are applied.
I had a very, very long and interesting conversation. One of the first times I'd been to the Daytona 24 hours before we even worked on it. We worked on it in the Grand Am days, believe it or not. It was the first time we covered that. And as part of the process of doing that, I went the previous year, and Dario Franchitti was there driving the old DPIs. Jamie McMurray was part of the team, Dario's team. I mean, we're sitting in Jamie's bus talking about it, and I think the previous year, the car that won had a gentleman driver in, and the gentleman driver had not driven a green flag lap. Sorry, no, that came the year after. And I'll tell you why I remember that is, I'm sitting there and all the pro drivers are going, oh, I hate these long safety car periods. And I said, guys, you've only got four drivers in the car. You're allowed 6. Why don't you just have someone who only drives during the safety car? I said, with due respect to anybody, Dario, I'm as fast as you behind the safety car. Jamie, I'm as fast as you behind the safety car. I do not gain anything, but I don't lose anything. So if you've got long safety cars, why don't you just have a nominated driver who just gets into the car? Right, get Hindhoff in. He'll be very happy going around at 60, 70 kilometres an hour. And that, frankly, you know, in probably one of those cars was probably my limit anyway. They don't like it because their concentration goes. They get cold. The car feels horrible when the driver goes. And I'm just, if it was me, I'd just say, I'm a Daytona, I'm a DPI car, fantastic. And I think, as I say, it was the next year that the race was run, and one of the drivers did not drive a green flag lap, but still got the Daytona watch. Ta-da!
So thank you very much. And you don't tell anybody that you only drove...
No. He was a winning driver.
Exactly.
So anybody, by the way, who has a vacancy for somebody to drive just the safety car or the code 60 laps, I'm very happy to do that.
And if John's not available, of course, I'm still carrying my helmet to all the race meetings.
Well, you're a bit closer to home when you're out here. Cross the curbs for Nathan Freak, leading in GT4 Century Motorsport. The red, white and black BMW. That's the latest version. Matches up with the new G82, replacing the F Series car, in common with a number of, well, most of the manufacturers, to be honest. It goes by VIN number normally. So further through the alphabet you are, the newer the car is. Honda's FK7 is the newer of the TCR-shaped Honda Civic Type R's. Nick Damon, I heard you in the background there. You have a scheduled pit stop.
An actual, real, genuine pit stop. Yes, I mean, fairness, the car's been very reliable, apart from the Vortex that had that belt and the what on earth's going wrong with the back of my car on the 937K Kramer. This is the 95, the Porsche 911 GT3R of EB Motors. It's a Malamaldi Energy Baby motor. It's a full service. It's tyres, there's a driver change. So Ibi Castro's getting out. I was a bit far away to see who got in, but you know, I'm now obviously walking down. Quite amusing, they got some wet tyres as well lounging about, not obviously going on the car, just kind of sitting there as kind of almost like paperweights. And I think it's going to be Cosmo Pappy getting in the car actually by elimination, who I can see in the garage. Sabine gets out, the car goes away. Oof, that's a nice blast of hot Porsche air. And that's our first absolute standard stop, just on sort of clicking over the first hour. And there's quite a few bits and bobs of movement, and I can see now up and down the pit lane. I think our leader will be in quite soon because Carl Cavers is suited and booted.
There we go, our first stopper, and from third position in the GT3 category. Sabino De Castro getting out. Car down into fuel. Hopefully we'll check it as they click over the driver identifier, and I'll go Cosmo Pappy may be in that car, but we'll give you that update. The first one in there, that moves CP Racing up into second position. And with 34 laps for our leader, 33 seconds back to Charles Esplanade now. And so good half a minute around the lap time we're doing, which is just probably 1 minute and 3/4. I'm just keeping an eye on the lap times. The best lap time for Lewis Plato so far, 1:44.08. He's only 4/10 off of his best time after 33 laps. So I think there's a lot more in that car.
We've seen down through the years how good, how durable these Hankook Racing tyres are. They've been in and out of a number of series. They've been involved with DTM, with Formula 3, Formula E at the moment as well. They have learned an awful lot through their racing that's gone into their road car tyres. And who would have thought a few years ago that there would be original equipment tyres for Porsche? And yet the new 718 Boxsters and Caymans have got that bit of a battle out on the circuit, and a big slide a moment or two ago for Rick Breukers, who's been closed down by Tobias Muller. I wonder if Rick's just used his tyres a little more as he came through 14 towards 15. It was full flat four-wheel drift from the orange car leading the 992 category. And here comes Tobias Muller onto the front straight now. Meantime, Nick Damon has the leader in the pits.
Yes, so my ability to see through a crystal ball actually does work. The amount of time I have to look for is only 1.5 minutes or one lap, because into the pits has come the lead car of Lewis Plato, passing over Carl Cavers. The car looks absolutely unmarked, as you would expect for something that has led from the off. Door shut, stop pretty good. Didn't quite, well, actually, no, they've now got delay. They've not got the car started again. Thumbs up to get going. Start. The lollipop man pointed to the thing on the lollipop saying start engine. But yeah, that was great until it wasn't. So what we try to see with these GT3 stops, what we look for is that the car comes off the jacks, and it's how long then it is till they press the button to start. And that was quite a long time. I reckon that most of the lead that Lewis built up will have been lost there because they had a long delay. They've gone to get fuel now, so obviously Eve Motors have already been through and got fuel. Be interesting to see where they come out. Shall I go and doorstep Lewis? Is that okay? So I'm just going to grab a quick word with Lewis. Was that first lap a bit of a statement?
No, not at all. Just obviously to have a nice clean bit of track is obviously useful. I got a good launch, and like I say, was in lead at turn 1, and just get your head down from there.
Towards the end of this hour, we've seen all the cars begin to slide around a bit. Is that because the track's got a bit sandy? Is it because the tyres are going off? Why has the grip sort of gone off when you expect it to go up?
Yeah, I don't know really. I mean, for us, the lap time actually stayed fairly steady. The grip loss just changed from initially the rear axle and then moved more to the front through the stint. But our lap time stayed fairly consistent. It is very dusty offline. I tried to get past one car sort of on the wider part of track, and it didn't work at all. But hopefully it rubbers in a bit more through the race.
Is that going to affect how aggressive you are in lapping? You're going to have to wait and think, I've got to go past on the grey bit rather than a brownie bit?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I thought I'd try it when there was a bit of room. But, you know, once you really get to sort of that turn 12 section to 15, you're pretty much sitting there. And same for the long left to turn 5, 6. You're pretty much got to wait behind them because going offline is just not an option.
Lewis, well done.
Thank you.
So Nick Damon in the pit lane with our early leader, and Lewis Plato has done his job and handed off the Century Motorsport car. So CP Racing, Charles Espinel takes up the lead. Meantime, this battle for the lead in the 992 Cup class, and Nick was mentioning a new race for Creventic coming in 2024. We'll see more of this at Spa in May next year. Sorry, no, it's in September next year, isn't it? So looking forward to that. For the moment, it looks like Rick Breukers has got the handle on that very edgy looking 909. The 936 in second. What a Porsche number that is, the white and yellow car. It's the difference between a slot car that's got magnets at the back and one that doesn't at the moment.
Oh, yes.
And the K. Kramer car, Tobias Müller, doing a cracking job. Now they've got traffic here. This might be an opportunity. These cars go very long. They'll do about an hour, which we're coming around to shortly. And whilst we keep very, very close down at turn 2, Müller is right there, and I do think that Breukers is struggling with a little bit of grip here, and that will be every single part of the car, accelerating, braking and turning, and he's got the BMW right ahead of him as he has to try and cut through. Opportunity maybe here for Müller, who rides the curb at 6 to try and get a different entry into 7. He's going to try the cutback on the inside. He's got on the throttle very, very early indeed and had to come out of it there. It's 3 across the track, and here comes the leader of the race, CP Racing, in the AMG as well. Breukers goes through. Müller is slightly balked by the BMW of AGMC. That was absolutely no fault of the driver there. They had to be online, and that was Vasily Vladikin, but that did cost a little bit of time to the second place 992 category car, with the leaders coming on them. Down to Nick in a moment through turn 16A. Nathan Freak has just put the fastest lap of the GT4 race in at a 1:52.7. I reckon another 4 or 5 minutes for these Porsches at RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch with us, by the way. And into the pits for Vasily from second place in GT4. So now with that that little squabble, which is actually for second and third place overall, as the leader has pitted. Let's go back down to Nick Damon in the pit lane.
Yeah, just about to speak to Hayatham Karajuli just out of the KTM, but just to give you an eye on the stop from our leader. That is a full service. Charles Espelab has got out. Anyway, you got out the car and there's quite a lot of consternation and looking at one of your rear tyres. Was there a problem?
I don't think there was a problem with one of the rear tyres. There was a bit of vibration, but nothing too bad. We more had a problem with the electronical issues, so that's why they were in the back of the car. But I think it's sorted now. It's just the dash kept turning off and then I had no control on the wheel, but I think it's sorted now.
You had a good old scrap with Rick Breukers in his Porsche. I mean, it's interesting, isn't it, when you have to compete with someone who's not in the same class with you?
Yeah, it is very interesting. We did have a big pace advantage against the Porsches today. I don't know why, but it was getting quite frustrating getting stuck behind them. But we managed to get past them in the end and pulled a gap.
Is it just a case because you're faster in the corners where it's very hard to overtake and they've still got that speed in the straight?
That's exactly what it is. They got so much more speed on the straight than we do, and it's a bit frustrating because we're so much quicker, like you said, in the corners, and then they just pull the gap again in the straight.
Well, great session. Well done.
Thank you.
So down at the fuel station, there are 4 of the 8 pumps that have been taken up. Let's hear from Charles Espelab, who did the first stint for pole sitters CP Racing.
Charles, a good stint, but quite a noticeable problem about 2/3 of the way through.
Yeah, you know, you get on that high line in that new corner and it's just complete dirt. For some reason, I don't know how that Audi can drive so long, spilling that much fuel out of it, but you know, they keep going. But yeah, it's
so which car was spilling fuel?
The little TCR Audi.
Oh, okay.
It shoots fuel out faster than I think they can put it in. But anyway, you know, a little bit of mistake. You know, we get our head back straight and keep going, and you know, like we always do, we'll keep pounding to the end.
Were you okay with the start? 'Cause it did seem perhaps that BMW jumped you, perhaps not illegally, but taking advantage perhaps at the start, the light not going out when it was supposed to.
Yeah, I think, you know, they obviously got the turbo. I think they can spool that thing up a little bit with the brake, and they get a little bit of a jump on us in the start. No big deal. We talked before the race. I told them I wasn't going to be aggressive, but I'll race them hard at the end like we always try to do.
We've also heard the kind of the grips moving around. Is that the same for the Mercedes as it is for the other cars?
Yeah, for sure. It, you know, the new Hankook tires really, really good. It's good and durable over the stint. You can tell we haven't had any problems with that, but it changes a little bit, and especially here, the line starts changing a little bit. I think when guys, like for us in particular, when we get lower on fuel, we have to change our line a little bit, and then you get back into some dirty stuff that hasn't been driven on. So it gets a little tricky, but love being here in Kuwait. And I always love seeing, when I get out of the car, you got the best smile, and I'm like, okay, good. I didn't do anything too stupid.
I would never comment on a proper racing driver what they do. I might just go, really?
Well, sometimes you always got a smile when I see you. So
thanks, mate. Catch you.
Well, what a servant to this series and to endurance racing, CP Racing has been. This is coming towards the end of of their competition, then what a contribution they have made, particularly to this series. I remember them running a Porsche at the Nürburgring, one of the GT America cars, of which I think only 20 were made, and then they decided that racing in Europe and around the world was the thing they wanted to do, and it has been the really one of the defining teams, Phil, in this championship, and particularly in terms of the makeup of the team. You know, very experienced drivers, but and again, this is no detriment to them, no real superstar drivers. They've just gelled as a team. The non-pros have done their job. The two Charleses, Joe Foster's always been quick. Shane Lewis brought in, you know, former factory driver Shane Lewis. So yes, absolutely. But they just seem to have such a good time doing it. They're almost the poster team for Creventic Hankook Racing.
Most definitely. As we've said, Shane, they're all running as AMs, even though Shane has been a factory driver. Everybody's currently an AM. That's why they are leading the AM category. And as we saw last year, as an AM entrant, they won this race. But yeah, they are the epitome of what Creventic wants. When we first arrived here, we went down into their pits, warmly welcomed as always. You know, it's just near.
Like we'd seen them yesterday.
Exactly. You know, and they are very open in talking to us about things that we don't put to air, but it helps us build stories because they are just really. They're passionate about what they do, and they love sharing that passion.
Yeah.
And I think that's, you know, and we get down there and we were asking them, oh, what's this new circuit like? What's this like? What's that like? And they were so open helping us.
Had the data up, we were looking at all sorts of things down there, big long chats about stuff away from the track as well, but very, very interesting stuff, and loved it. What a team they are, and we hope to see them for some time to come. The good news is that we know they're doing all three of the Middle East Trophy. They didn't do the Abu Dhabi 6 last year when they were in with a chance of winning it. Joe, Shane and the two Charles, thank you very, very much for everything. All of our teams are always very welcoming. We can walk in and Joe and Nick can walk into any garage and grab themselves a drink, and when I do my now traditional yearly stint in the pits at Dubai, I get fed, I get watered, and because I'm normally tied into the Global Broadcast Centre, don't often get to see all of our old friends down there. But honestly, it's great. I love the atmosphere in here. Into the pits and indeed into fuel now for the leading K Kramer car, which as it came in. Was it scored in the lead? No, it wasn't. Oh, no, that's the Rabdon cars come in as well, the 971. So Red Camel Jordans was scored in the lead for Rick Breukers as it came into the pits. This time around, I think it'll be Carl Cavers from Century Motorsport who will get through in the number 22 and retake the lead. It was around about 16, 17 seconds before we started the pit lane cycle, and when Lewis Plato got out of that car, and we wondered how far that would be once they had done their stop, and Nick thought they'd wasted a bit of time, but I think they've actually increased their lead over second place, the Porsche Manamari Energy, with now Fabrizio Brogi between. We'll give you a full rundown when the pit stop cycle has finished. 937 K Kramer racing car. That was the delayed car with that very annoyingly intermittent vibration or problem at the front end of the car that I don't think they've tracked that down yet. Now, whether that's disappeared and worked itself out, but things seldom make themselves better on race cars. Rick Breukers did the first stint and was scored as the leader in that pit stop cycle, and Nick Damon is with the man from the Netherlands now.
Well, Rick, that was a very, very busy first hour. A lot of it where you're competing with people who aren't in the same class as you.
Yeah, it was really fun. We tried to work on strategy to save some fuel as well. And I think we did a very good first stint. So, yeah, we are happy, but it's still 11 hours to go.
But how is the car balanced? It seemed that you perhaps had it on the nose and it was a bit loose at the rear. Was that set up or just the track and the dust?
Well, the track is quite tricky. It changes every day, maybe even every hour. So we were struggling a little bit with oversteer. But it held up to the end of the stint. So overall, I'm quite happy with the balance.
And obviously, you're missing your chief strategist. He's 4,000 miles away. But is Paul Trustwell still in constant contact with you and the team?
Yeah, he's in close contact with Thomas. So he's working from home. But I think so far it works really well. We don't expect a lot of Code 60, so strategy will not be the most exciting for this race. But yeah, it works well, I think.
Great stuff. Thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
Yeah, so our old eyes, Phil, not deceiving us there. In fairness, we weren't talking about millimetres and tiny degrees there. That was a car that lesser drivers, I think, would have been struggling with. Rick Breukers, what a driver. He is absolutely phenomenal. And he managed to just wrestle that car through that stint. Bit of an issue, or at least a close call for the 714 as the BMW number 429 came back on the track for Century Motorsport. The leading GT4 car and the leading GTX car, both red, white and black. So had they come together, we would have struggled to find out which bit went to which car.
Unless it was off colour and we got purple or we got a shade of yellow as they blended.
Now, I've just seen the CWS Ginetta go through, and we'll try and get another glimpse of that. I think the right-hand side of the front of that car is just sitting a little bit proud, is it? Or is it just catching the light differently? There's a big clamshell front end on that car, and we'll try and get a look at the black Ginetta with the 278. It's still Colin White who's behind that car. He's in behind the KTM Crossbow at the moment. It's the right front of the car that seemed to be sitting a little bit proud. Well, try and get a look at that. It might have just been a trick of the light. And Colin is pushing on. So I can't see any other signs of damage there. You know when something catches your eye, Phil, and you think, that's not right. Oh, well, that isn't right. And that's the leader of the race. Carl Cavers has spun, coming out of the final corner to our left-hand side. And the multicoloured Century Motorsport BMW M4 GT3 is across the track and will lose the leads to the Porsche that's just gone by. The Ebby Motors machine, the Manamari Energy sponsored machine, and that BMW is not restarting. It's still got its lights on. It's looped it to the inside. Carl's now restarted the car. He's been waiting for a gap in the traffic. He's going to head straight to the pits, is he? No, he's going to continue and pulls out right in front of the 714 Razzoon More Than Crossbow. That's dropped him down to 6th. So what happened there at the final corner? He had a huge lead as he'd come round, and he's just lost it. Getting on the throttle, it looks like he was pinching the edge of the corner for some reason.
Quite strange.
And I'm not sure why. There wasn't anything on the outside of the corner. And by the way, I was right. They had increased the lead up to nearly, in fact, over 30 seconds when that happened. Now, we'll check in. He's dropped down to 3rd in GT3. And in fact, no, he will only be 3rd because the other cars are a lap back at least. So they've made up some ground on him, but he's still 3rd overall. But that is a huge, huge loss. Some 30 seconds to behind the leader now. That's getting on for him. I reckon that's at least a minute he's lost there.
Yeah, and I think what it was, as you rightly described, he had to wait until all the cars came through.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to risk turning in front. The only one that I think may get a question is the 714 did overtake him under yellow flags, as we hear.
I heard screeching of Hankook tyres. That is the 714 itself.
Exactly.
It is the KTM crossbar. Arthur Twist's gone off, and that is yellow flags on the far side of the circuit. I thought I heard tortuous Hankook tyres, and he has...
New into the car.
Yeah, this is at the hairpin at turn 16. Arthur still maybe getting the Hankooks up to temperature and pressure. He's off to... Well, he's gone straight on as if he was going on the old version of the circuit. Now, did he jump or was he pushed? No, he went straight on. And didn't even try to make turn 16.
Did he lose it on the entry? That's what I was thinking, that he lost it on the entry. The back end's come around on
Maybe
him.
on a downshift?
Yeah, new tyres on the car. He's only been in it for a few laps. Wow. So, and as a lot of the drivers have been saying with Nick down in pit lane, that if you get offline, it's getting very, very dusty.
He's been out there 7 laps in fairness, so not quite as early out the pits. Maybe going offline to avoid the Century car. He got
possibly
some dirt
because that was
on
there
his
as well.
tyres,
Yeah.
and that was the same lap. But my goodness me, that will have woken Arthur up if he wasn't already, because that is a high-speed entry there, as we've been talking about all the time. The car is tracking straight. They've got the additional lamp pods in the front of the machine. Now, there's another car where it doesn't look as though the clamshell, and that one, remember, goes up and forwards.
Remember a couple of years ago when they ran, they had to keep on coming into the pits to keep on resealing that because it kept on popping up at the back.
It's fine in the slower parts of the circuit, but on that fast run down through turn 1 to turn 2, it looks like it's slightly lifting. It's a cracking way to do it, and it looks very space age. I like the slightly changed livery on the Milwaukee crossbar here. They've used the shape and the panels of the car really well to differentiate between the white and the red parts of the livery, to the point where it almost looks at various points that there are key lines between those.
Yeah.
And in fact, actually, it's body panel differences. It's brilliant.
Yeah, it looks like there's third panels where there's no third panel.
Yeah,
it's
very clever work.
Very nice. This is where I reckon he lost it there. There's no runoff on that left-hand side at 15.
Yeah.
So he's probably overcorrected, tried to tighten it up a little bit, and carrying that extra speed through there now. We've seen it so often through the free practice sessions and the qualifying sessions yesterday. Really easy to lose the back end there. On that slight downhill, you're just unweighting the rear end just so slightly, and it's probably enough.
Let's head down to the pit lane as we've got the slippery surface, the rubbish on the track flag, which is the yellow and red striped, almost the flag of Catalan that's out there at the moment, or Northumberland as well, same colours. Whilst that is out for gravel at the entry of the hairpin at 16A, let's have a quick word with the man who started the only front-wheel drive car in the race, which got up to 11th position in his stint. James Kay out of that car now and talking to Nick Damon.
James, hectic hour also. I mean, being the car that's the target for everyone else, it's quite difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, very difficult. You know, we are the slowest car, but at the end of the day, we're trying to prove on ourselves and with Creventic that these TCR cars, the old Spec 1 Generation 1 cars, should I say, they can be a lot more cost-effective to run. We can bring a lot more people back into the championship. The biggest market at the moment is TCR cars worldwide. We want to get some of those cars back in this championship.
Are you running to this new slightly reduced power concept that Creventic have for the TCR cars?
Yeah, we're running to the new regulation, shall we say. So we've got free ride height at the moment, which doesn't, to be fair, make that much difference. We just have to you try and go faster, and then you wear the tyres out quicker. So you've got to, it's a management thing, really. The Gen 2 cars, TCR cars, are appreciably quicker, as they would be. It's better bringing those cars back to the same speed as a Gen 1 car, and then we can have a very good race.
You were one of the drivers' calls who were here this year and last year. How do you feel this slightly revised version races compared to the version from last year?
It gives more opportunities for the faster cars to overtake the slower cars. That would be my first thought. But as a driver, I really enjoyed the rest of the circuit. You know, it was absolutely fantastic. A lot more challenging. This, you know where they're going to overtake you. So as a mindset for a 24-hour race with lots of fresh drivers, I think it's a good concept, definitely.
James, thanks, mate.
James Kerr, who, I mean, ask James Kerr anything about touring cars. He's been there through all iterations, so he's a good man to give us a think piece there about the new regulations and the opportunities for the earlier versions of TCR to be back and be competitive. And he's absolutely right, of course. There's a lot of them around.
There's a lot of them around, and in this region as well. We've been running TC touring cars here as part of the National Series, and James has been out here a couple of times driving those. So and helping people set cars up out here. So he's 100% correct. And with the new TCCR, the Touring Car Creventic Racing, a part of the TCE, but overall, we've got probably 5 different variations of touring cars that we can now put into this category, which is a very cost-effective category to go racing in. No racing category is cheap, but it's one of the, to get into a proper performance car, they're fun to drive.
And remember, these cars are manufacturer designed and built and still supported as well.
Yes.
And so in terms of jumping, press the start button and drive, there's a support network behind every one of the manufacturers. And I know Audi, people think Audi is scaling back, but Chris Ranke and his team at Audi Sport Customer Racing still supporting their teams around the world, both in TCR and GT3 and GT4 with the R8. I mean, there's over 200 R8s around the world.
True.
And I would think there's probably at least maybe getting on for 100, maybe a little bit more than that actually, in the various iterations of the TCR cars, all built on the same base chassis. So the Cupra and the Golf TCR cars, all built by actually by Cupra in Spain, and they turned them out the same factory, and they are still supported by their various manufacturers from the Volkswagen AG conglomerate. Porsche, close cousins as well, of course, still under that umbrella. And great excitement about that additional race for next year. More details as we get it for Spa-Francorchamps. But we've got great battling going on in the 992 class, but we've also got the new GT3 as well, and that is Fabrizio Brogi leading the motor race with 90 minutes elapsed, some almost 18 seconds up the road from Charles Putnam in second. Century Motorsports' Carl Cavers dropped over a minute with that spin at the final corner and finds himself in third. In the classes, Fabian Danz behind the wheel of the 909, a red camel Jordan.nl leading 992 Cup car. Saif Alameri in second. He's about a minute and 10 seconds away. And third, it's Kate Kramer racing with the mysteriously monikered Selv behind the wheel, another 25 seconds further back between them. We've got the GTX leader in fifth position, Artur Chvist, who's been off the road in the KTM Crossbow at turn 16A. Second in that category, the Toro Verde all-white G56 Cup car in development. Freddie Tomlinson continuing his career. Started around about a decade ago in karting. He's been racing cars for, 3 years or so now. Third in GTX, the troubled Vortex, but Olivier Gomez is turning laps fairly consistently now. And indeed, since Nick Damon stopped talking about its reliability and just sent it out onto the track, it's done 32 laps. So that's absolutely fine. And in TCE itself, it's Neil Muston who's taken over from Colin White, and he leads Henry Neal just out of the pits. That's Matt Neal's son, so another, well actually I was going to say second generation, but third generation. Steve Neal had a race career as well. Henry's grandfather, much missed in that Audi, in second place in TCE. Phil, I'm going to ask you to make way if you don't mind, because we've got a wee guest that we're going to slide into the right-hand seat of the global broadcast booth. He's come rather a long way to be here, so I thought it'd be a good idea to have a quick chat with him. Home for Randy, who is to my right now, is San Clemente, California. Welcome to Kuwait Motor Town, Randy. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for having me. You guys make an exciting call for this race. Very impressive.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, your website is, you call yourself the world's #1 track chaser. Now, we'll get to that in a moment.
Okay.
I did a bit of addition yesterday, and I reckon I've done about 82 tracks that I would call full motor racing circuits. I need to know your criteria for which tracks you count and how you count them, first of all.
Yeah, the short answer really is just to see car and truck racing on any kind of an oval, road course, or figure-8 track, and it's called wheel-to-wheel racing. So we don't count timed events like rally racing, drag racing. So if you see adults racing cars and trucks on ovals, road courses, figure-8s, that's a track.
I have a question then. Does Race of Champions count? Because they start side by side and they are racing head-to-head.
They don't, because I've never seen a Race of Champions race. I know a little bit about it, but apparently they race in sort of 2 different lanes. Is that right?
Well, it's actually one continuous track. They start side by side and they are racing head-to-head, but effectively, when they cross over, it's like all being on one track of scale electrics, but having 2 scale electrics laid side by side.
Yes.
So I could have added another 5 or 6 on for that. Okay.
I'll
fine.
just say this: if you get to 100, you can be listed as an official track chaser. So you're very close.
I think I'm 82. Sorry, no, we added a couple last night. Actually, I think I'm 84, 85 now because bizarrely I'd forgotten Mallory Park and Cadwell in the UK. One track that I think I've been to, and a track configuration that probably I've been as much as any other that you haven't, is the Le Mans 24.
Definitely. I haven't been to that. I went to Le Mans a little bit earlier this year for the European Truck Series.
So on the Bugatti circuit, the circuit permanent, yeah.
Yeah, so within our track chasing rules, we can count 2 different variations. I don't really know which variation they're running today. There's the Grand Prix and the National Circuit.
I think this is a modified Grand Prix because last year, instead of coming out of turn 15 and going into what's now turn 16A, which is one of the club links, which normally is the West End circuit, last year we tightened up and then went around 3 more corners and added a bit more to the back straight. So last year we ran the longer circuit. This year they've shortened it down. Is that enough to count as a change?
Yeah, the variation has to be 3 turns and 1 straightaway.
Okay.
So I think that probably would qualify.
So 3 turns different. Okay, that's another one I've got because I've seen 2. I've seen 2 here.
We keep talking, you may go over 100 just
No,
right during
I very much doubt that for the moment. It becomes, for me, it becomes harder and harder to add new tracks because, with the exception of say Creventic and the Hankook 24-hour series, most series that people go to and watch, or in my case do the play-by-play on, tend to go back to the same places over and over again. So are you constantly looking for new venues like this? Are you looking for obscure venues that might have not been used for a while that somebody's going to bring it back into racing? Because you have to have seen racing there. You can't just walk into it.
That's right. You have to see a race. Actually, what brought me to Kuwait is the idea of seeing a race in a new country. And for me today, Kuwait is my 87th country where I've seen racing. Yeah. And that ties into the overall hobby of track chasing, which is racing, meeting people, and seeing the local sites and attractions. And so that's a big part of it as well. We might go to France or any country really and be there for 10 days, but the race is only 1 afternoon.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of filling time to see everything that's going on. In the United States, we basically race on permanent ovals like they do in the UK.
Just a quick break into Randy here as we've got the 278 Neil Muston driven CWS G55 Janetta off at 16A. That's been the action area, and again you get off the single groove on the inside, and I think the rear Hankooks are buried in the gravel. This could be code 60. He was up high in the grey on the dust, and Neil needs to use very, very few. Code 60. Chord 60 is out. Nick Damon, who's dived to the pit lane?
Well, guess who it is? It's Red Camel Jordan, isn't it? Though actually, are they going for fuel, or are they doing it? I think they're doing a track limits drive-through. Oh, no. I've second-guessed myself. The right-hand turn for the fuel is very, very, very at the end of the pit. It's just it's sort of past where the lights would be if this was an F1 pit lane, and they've dived in for fuel. So I think that must have been a preemptive code 60 call. They'll get, as we know, just 25% of the fuel. So they've been 10 laps into their runs. They'll be able to fill it or semi-brim it again. They're obviously happy with the tyre life, despite the fact it was sliding around under Rick Breukers. But that's the first person to pull the strategy pin, John.
Paul Trustwell telling us yesterday he's updated his mental algorithm, but that is very early in the stint, but only being able to put 25%. And that means they're topping that back, as Nick says, probably up to full. Now, we heard earlier on CP Racing tell us about the Audi TCR, which is leaking fuel from the overflow on that corner. It is the tightest circuit on the track, and actually following in behind the white Porsche of K. Kramer Racing was really struggling around there. Got a load of push, a load of understeer, and almost went off following it. This will be an easy recovery, says Heindorf from the comfort of the air-conditioned booth. We do have to get one of the Toyota pickup trucks over there. It should pull out, I think, with just the toe strop. Meantime, we'll stay with Randy, world's #1 track chaser. You were talking about the cultural diversity in being places. Obviously, you've got a huge resource in the States. I've been to some small ovals. We were fortunate to go to Lanier one year. Normally we can't go there because Petit Le Mans is on the Saturday, but we had an early season race that was run on a Sunday, so we went and saw some Saturday night oval racing on the is it I think it's 3/8 of a mile Lanier paved. That was great. I've been to South Bend with Jeremy Shaw to see some racing there. I've even seen a bit of oval racing on the circuit that's right alongside what is now Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. They've got an oval track there, so you can plunder all of those massively to get your numbers up.
And I've been doing it for a while, and as we were saying, oval track racing is the primary source of configurations in the United States, and then also permanent road courses like this. In the United States, I've seen all but about 10 tracks that are what we call permanent ovals. They race every week, every couple weeks, and all of the road courses in America. So it's a challenge now to add new tracks. Today is track number 2,935. And I'm here with my son and his good friend Dustin, and we were walking down the track, and this, I think this was Dustin's second track that he's seen. And I go, you need to think about this. I've walked this route about 3,000 times in different places. So it's been a fun hobby. It's getting more difficult to find new tracks. In the United States, we have a lot of county fair racing.
Yeah.
This is racing where they just, it could be what we call junk cars or midgets or TQ midgets, and maybe they race once a year. That creates the challenge. I live in Southern California, which is in one end of the United States, and most of the racing's in the Midwest or the East. So to just logistically say, okay, I'm going to go to this fair on a Thursday night and another fair on a Friday night and that kind of thing, it takes a lot of planning. This year I'm going to travel about 275,000 miles.
Heavens.
Yeah.
I thought I did a lot of traveling.
But I think I started the season in Argentina. I've been over to Japan, Canada, Mexico, France, and we'll go back to other countries to see new tracks. And it's a fantastic hobby, and anybody who wants to do it, we're going to have a good time doing it.
I've done play-by-play on more tracks than I've been to, and particularly with COVID and not being able to travel and doing remote commentary. So quite a lot of tracks particularly in China, when nobody could travel, that I didn't even know existed, that were built by Geely, the car company there, and we did a whole season of Asian Carrera Cup at pretty much 90% of tracks that in fact, I think 3 or 4 of them I couldn't even find a track map for.
Right.
But I haven't been to them. But are those the sort of things that you target to say, right, I've got to go and see a race there? But then the logistics of doing that is quite difficult.
Yeah, in the United States, it's a little bit easier. I might fly into Minneapolis or Atlanta and get a rental car and see a race for 3 or 4 days in a row and then fly home. So that's really not too bad. For international travel, if I go to Mexico, I've been down to Mexico about 15 times. They actually have a NASCAR Mexico series. Not too many people know about that. And those will be just go down one-off race and see that. If we go to Europe, we'll try to see maybe a race like this on one of the permanent tracks, and then maybe an autocross race or a rallycross race on a dirt
so
track.
rallycross counts, does it?
World Rallycross, where they all start at the same time,
yes.
They do.
Oh, that's 2 more I've got.
I told you, we're going to get to 100.
So I've been to Linden Hill for rallycross.
Yes, I've been to, yeah.
And I've been to Croft, where I've actually commentated and raced at Croft. On the motor racing circuit, but they have had rallycross there, including things like Internations Cup, where they started, in those days, they used to start 8 supercars, which were all Group B rally cars at a time. So I saw those there, so that's one extra, and Lidden's an extra one, right? I think that's 86 I'm up to now.
I'll send you the rules. You may find some more.
I'm loving that. Actually, I'll go before I ask you this question. It must then almost break your heart when you see some of the circuits that you've been to that are either not getting used or getting demolished. You've got Bridgehampton being knocked down, a couple of the big ovals that we were hoping that were going to be preserved and used again in the US for major racing. The pressure on the land means that they get built on. Did you ever go to Riverside?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Oh. See, I've been to the car park where Riverside is and sat there and almost cried my eyes out, actually, when I was coming back from... where was I coming back from? I was coming back from Thermal. I'd been doing some Continental tyre testing at Thermal. Have you been to Thermal?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And you saw a race there?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Very good. That's about 5 different configurations, but you can only count 2 of those, can't you?
Right. Yeah. And a place like Thermal is difficult to get into.
Yes.
Being a private track, a country club type track. So I've been there. There's a couple other, there's actually about 10 or 15 private country club type tracks in the United States. Thermal was maybe the most difficult one I ever could get into, and there's still a couple I haven't gotten into yet.
I did the, what's the one down by Michigan Raceway, south of Chicago. I did that with Audi. Autobahn, thank you. Yeah. And that's got 2 really different, the forest circuit that goes up and over the top. That's a fantastic circuit to drive. But they don't do a lot of racing there. That's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, they don't. I've been invited as a media person or a track chasing person, whatever you want to call it, to actually drive in about 10 races. My very first race was in Turley, England, at an autocross race. They gave me a car. I was the biggest guy there probably, and so I had a hard time getting a driver's coverall. But finally they set me up with that. I had a Ford Montego, I think it was. Right side steer, left side gear shift. And
the way it should be, the way Henry Ford started, let's not forget.
And we raced clockwise. So, and we lined up 10 across, and I think I got off the line slowest, but I got up to 8th place, which I thought was an achievement.
All right, I've thought of another one that I could possibly add. What about an indoor oval where I took part in a Reliant Robin race as part of the racing car show as an indoor oval that raced for a whole week, and I was in the race, and that was side-by-side racing. Does that count?
Yes, if it was a race where everyone started at the same time with the green flag, raced for...
Get in.
There you go. And believe it or not, we were talking about Reliant Robins yesterday because we were trying to make a point that all cars are 4 wheels, but we had to qualify that by saying Reliant Robins are 3 wheels.
So motorbikes you don't count? No. What about lawnmowers?
Nope. We have a lot of racing. We have a
lot. I've done a 25-hour lawnmower race. I was trying to sneak Wisborough Green in there for another one. Sorry, guys, per Herbert ad Astra from the grass to the stars for the British Lawnmower Racing Association. Doesn't count on that. Randy, what do you do for a living that allows you to, A, have the time to do this, and B, have the wherewithal and the finance to do this?
I used to work for Procter & Gamble. I worked for them for 30 years, and I've now been retired for 22 years, which is a pretty long time. And when people ask me how I pay for it, I usually just tell them I charge it, and I'm pretty sure my wife pays the bills, but I don't really ask
She's been
her.
with you for nearly 1,000 of these trucks, hasn't she?
A little over 700.
Wow.
And so she's tagged along, and that's pretty good because this is really my hobby. It's not necessarily her hobby. I don't know if I could go with her on her hobby 700 times. So she's much better in that regard than me.
How did it split then? How much did you do before you retired, and how much have you done in the 22 years since you retired?
I had about 500 tracks when I retired.
Oh wow! So the bulk of them has been since you retired.
Yeah, and in the last 25 years, I've averaged seeing racing at a track I've never been to before more than 100 times every year for 25 years.
That's absolutely incredible.
About 175 nights of travel a year. I told you I'm going to do 275 miles this year, and I probably average 200 to 250.
What's the longest distance so far that you've travelled from San Clemente, California?
I've been down to South Africa,
Right.
and that was, as I recall, a 16-hour flight from just South Africa to Atlanta from Johannesburg, and that would be another 2,000 miles or more back to L.A. This flight was pretty long. We flew L.A. to Qatar, and that was a 16-hour flight.
Yeah.
So
I've done Qatar to Miami before on the way to Daytona. So yes.
But I don't mind. I mean, I estimate that with my business travel, I've averaged about 3 flights a week every week since I was 23, and I'm no longer.
Who do you
23.
mainly fly with?
American.
All right. So you are exec platinum. Many times over, and are you concierge key yet?
I've got more than 6 million frequent flyer miles on American, and all the other airlines as well, another 6 million.
So well into the Emerald on One World. Yeah, we fly a lot American and BA as well, and Qatar as well. All right, where have you not been that you want to go?
If you'd asked me that question about 6 months ago, I would have said Le Mans. And
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have the history that you do on European tracks. So I didn't fully understand the significance of going to a place like Le Mans. And I only saw racing on the Bugatti circuit, which is not the 24-hour circuit. So probably to complete my resume, I need to go to see the 24-hour.
Well, don't forget, it's only the 24 hours that race there. The 24 truck race and the 24 bike race don't race on that. That's all on the Bugatti.
Yeah.
We have had car racing on there before. In fact, what is now the World Endurance Championship started with a 1,000k race in an October race, only on the Bugatti circuit, which I commentated on, but I wasn't there for. Le Mans is not just a race; it's an event.
Yeah.
Like many of the things you have gone to see. You been to Bathurst in Australia?
No.
Mount Panorama?
No.
Oh.
I've seen about 40 or 50 tracks in Australia, and the only like V8 supercar track I've seen was in Sydney, and most of the other stuff, they have a really good short track racing scene. It's rivals the United States with sprint cars and late model stock cars.
Well, with a bit of luck, I'll be adding a circuit to mine, and we'll be racing at it when I go over to Australia for Bathurst for the Repco 12 Hours, which is a sports car
I probably need
race.
to see that too. I mean,
Right, you have to go to the mountain, and it's a public road for the rest of the year, so you can actually drive around it, albeit at 60k, and you'll be on the right-hand side of the car again for that as well. I'll warn you that in advance. Sandown has a race meeting the week before that I have to go to.
I've been to that. That's a cool
You've been
track
to Sandown?
too. Yeah.
Well, it's going. So I have a chance to go to it. The way it lies, Phillip Island is down in the same place, which I'd probably go and see if supercars weren't the week after us. And then I'm going to, with a bit of luck, I'll add Doha as well in Qatar on that trip. So I'm going to get up somewhere near 90. I'm not quite at the 3 figures, but I'll get there. But Australia and New Zealand will be a happy hunting ground for you. New Zealand, for the size of the place, has got so many great tracks that you can go to, and they're racing every weekend, literally.
I'm friends with their saloon car driving champion, Steve Williams, and so he's very popular in New Zealand, but he's even more popular worldwide because he was the caddy for Tiger Woods for about 10 years. And so he's a cool guy, and he used to caddy for Woods, go back to New Zealand, back and forth, and he told me that I traveled more than he did.
So how many did you say you've done now, Randy?
My lifetime total, 2,935.
You've got to get to 3,000.
Oh, I definitely, that's the plan.
And will you stop at that point?
I think I will kick back a little bit. I mean, sometimes I do some pretty crazy things travel-wise to get one more track, and I think I might not do as many crazy things, but I do want to get to 3,000. That's important.
When travel changes a little bit, another happy hunting ground for you will be China, with all those manufactured tracks where they do China touring cars and China endurance races, and you'll be able to go and see a whole bunch of racing there on consecutive weekends. Also out in Asia, there's some new tracks coming. I take it you're very much then watching for new tracks popping up in places around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things we do, which is a little bit odd, is that we go to ice racing during the wintertime. And I've seen ice racing in 25 different countries, provinces, and states. And we have a plan next month to go to Austria to see some racing. It was canceled last year because of lack of ice, and that's becoming more of a problem. But we're going to do...
The biggest European ice racing series is the Andros Trophy, which has been going for 8 years, and that's winding up
That's what
completely.
I heard. Yeah, we're going to see one of those races. I've seen one of their races in Andorra and then another location in France. For this trip to Austria, we're going to do France the first weekend, Andros Trophy, then up to Austria, and if I can, we're going to try to fly over to Finland from a Saturday to Sunday so my wife can see racing in her 52nd country, and if she does that, she'll be tied for second place with countries.
How many countries did you say you've been to?
Today's 87.
87. I think the United Nations only recognised somewhere in the early 90s, so there's not very many places you haven't been. We track where people listen to us, and I think at our absolute zenith, I think we had 91 of, I think at the time was about 95 countries and territories that the UN recognised. What's next then after this trip? Is this the only circuit that you're going to on this trip?
Yes.
Right, and when do you go back home?
We're going to go back to Qatar for a couple days after this, and we'll go back on the 12th. And I don't think I have right now any more races scheduled for December, but in January there's an indoor race in Portland, Maine, which is just 3,000 miles from me.
Just 3,000 miles, a mere bagatelle.
And then we'll do the France, Austria, Finland thing at the end of January. And stuff like this pops up on a moment's notice. I mean, I can be searching on the internet and not planning to go anywhere in 2 days, and all of a sudden I see an opportunity, and so I will leave in 2 days.
Oh, really?
And I also drive about 30 or 40,000 miles a year in rental cars. The more
Hertz by any chance?
National.
All right,
usually.
okay.
But when you've seen this many tracks, it becomes a logistical challenge. And so the next 65, I need to get to 3,000. It'll be a little more challenging, but I'm motivated.
In this area of the world, again, there's lots going on, and quite a lot of Grade 1, so F1 testing or Grade 1 circuits. So Dubai, you've been to Dubai Autodrome?
Yeah.
Because there's a couple of different versions of that you could add in.
I had a sandstorm for that race. That was interesting.
Yas Marina, obviously. You've been to that one? You've not been to Yas?
No, I haven't. No.
That's one I have on you then. I'm really picking the bones out here when he's done 2,900, and I've found 3 or 4 that I've been to that you haven't.
Yep.
Lusail?
Yes.
Good, excellent. That's the one I'm going to ask.
I was impressed by that facility.
Yeah, and it's all just been done up. It's very, very impressive. Bahrain?
Where?
Bahrain?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I did the first 2 motor races there. I'm very. Where else have we got in this area? So you've done Yas Marina. You need to get to. You'll enjoy Yas, and Abu Dhabi is a good place to go.
I actually went all the way to Algeria, and
did you?
I was there for about a week, and I was supposed to see the race on about day 4, and they canceled the race. So that was a bummer. That doesn't happen very often, but to go that far and not make it, not good.
It happened to us this year in Portugal, where there's a street race at Villarreal, and we were meant to go there for that, and our part of the race didn't happen. So I went to Estoril instead and watched some Ferrari Challenge, which was quite interesting. What do you think is the Le Mans? Obviously, you mentioned is probably the biggest track that you've not, the most famous track that you've not been to.
Yes, that's right.
What else is out there, do you think, in terms of the tracks that people would have heard of that you'd say, oh, I really must have that one? Where are the must go-to ones. Do you grade them like that, or is it just, all right, I haven't been here, and it might be, you know, a small track in the middle of nowhere, or an indoor track, as you mentioned, but then again, it could be Le Mans. Do you grade them in any way, or is it just basically the logistical challenges of getting to them?
Two things on that. One is track chasing, which is the idea of seeing a track for the very first time. That sort of trumps everything else.
Right.
I actually started out, though, as a racing fan, and I didn't go to tracks to see it for the first time. I went there for the quality of the racing.
Yeah.
And I grew up on dirt late models on a quarter-mile track. That was my very best thing. And I love the small track racing in the UK with Frankie Wainman Jr. and all the guys that do that kind of stuff in F1 stock cars. I do tell people that I'd rather be at a local quarter-mile dirt track in a lot of places than going to Daytona, Indianapolis, Monaco.
You've just reminded me, I can add Northampton Speedway because they race stock cars, what we call stock cars, around there. And I saw late model at Portland when I was there for an all-day LMS race. I stuck my nose over the fence and sat right at the very back on the way back to the hotel one night. So that's 2 more. So I'm now up to 90. This is this is absolutely brilliant. We've just gone back to green, and we'll let Randy go in a second. I want to ask you one final question. Which track did you see the best race that you've ever seen?
Maybe the very first track I ever saw as a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
And later on, other races like that, but it was a quarter-mile high-banked dirt oval with late model stock cars that race side by side and passing the lead every lap. That was a lot of fun, and I still enjoy that.
And when was it then that you decided you were going to go after the title of world's #1 track chaser? Because at some stage it had to go from, as you said, being a fan, just going to races and going, hang on a minute, I've been to however many tracks it was.
Yeah.
And I'm now on 3,000.
I was actually ranked 7th in the world, and I was a golfer, and I had rotator cuff surgery. I wasn't going to be able to play golf for about 6 months. So I said, I got to do something with my time during retirement. So I just started going to races, and I kind of took that up over golf. But yeah, it's I discovered somewhere along the line that I would just as soon go somewhere for the first time than the 10th time.
Yeah.
And that was just my personal way of looking at it. And then also, there is a track chasing group. There are about 300 people that are registered from all over the world with at least 100 tracks or more. About a dozen of those people have seen a racing at about 1,000 tracks, which is great. And it's a very competitive hobby. Everybody checks everyone and goes, now hold it. Did you meet this rule? Did you meet that rule?
Yeah.
And I like to say, I don't break the rules. I made a lot of the rules, because as soon as I was on the gray area of something, they didn't want anyone else to do that again. That thing is now outlawed.
That has a website, I presume?
Yes.
And is that trackchaser.com or something like that?
It's actually it's a track website called roamingtheraceways.com.
Yeah.
And so that's for that kind of thing, measuring track counts and so forth. And then my own website is my name, randylewis.org. Sometimes people won't remember that. They can just Google world's #1 track chaser. And I have 1,500 racing videos on my YouTube channel. You could spend a year looking at my website and probably not see it all by a long shot. So
you've inspired me now that when we're back doing IMSA in 2024, that I'm going to seek out, because there's New Smyrna Raceway just down the road from Daytona. There's plenty of places when we're doing other venues in the States. When I'm at the States, I'm now going to seek out Thursday night and Friday night races. I will get to 100. You've inspired me, Randy.
And also, if you ever get home back to the UK, which I know you're not there very often, there are a lot of small tracks there to see. Yeah.
Right, now I know some of the rules. I'm into it. Randy, I'll shake your hand. Thank you for coming and joining us. It's been a pleasure to have you, and good luck in terms of getting that 3,000, and make sure you let us know when that happens.
Thank you very much, John. I appreciate you talking to me about track chasing. Thank you. That was good.
Let's head down to Nick Damon before he heads off. Still the Audi leaking a bit of fuel, Nick. We are back to green as we head towards the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, just a quick scoreboard for you, and it's Century Motorsport 3, Manamuri Energy by EV Motors 2, CP Racing 1. And that's the number of times they came down pit lane during that code 60. Both Century and Manamuri changed drivers. Just very recently, actually, just before it went green, Century Motors took out Carl Cavers and put in Jack Barlow, whereas Manamuri took Fabrizio Broggi out almost immediately, and it was just tyres during the stop that CP Racing had. And I think the only other bit of news is I think the 937K Kramer car, which has had that kind of, what's wrong with the rear of it, has retired. It's been wheeled to the back of the garage, and people are looking at it rather sadly.
Thank you, Nick. Joe Bradley will be taking on Nick's duties in a moment. That fitted rather nicely, pretty much. RandyLewis.org, remember, if you want to find out a little bit more about that extraordinary... Now, look, I accept that, you know, he's got to a point where he's gone, right, I'm going for this now. But imagine all the different types of races and the different type of cars that he's seen. Ice racing, you say that's another one. I'm disappointed that Race of Champions doesn't... It's side-by-side car racing.
I think that still has to be looked into, John.
Yeah,
I think it is.
I'm going up before the board here.
Exactly.
However, I've found 4 more at least since we were talking to him, which is great. Absolutely brilliant. Here's how it stands at the front of the field. You've heard Nick running down his particular countdown. It is the Manamari Energy by Ebby Motors leading with Cosmo Papi behind the wheel. That lead is down to 9 seconds
What
now.
happened,
as Charles
John,
Putman's closing in.
on lap 57, that changed around.
Yes.
Charles was in the lead, and
yes,
lap
of course.
57, and they changed it. So that was a change on lap 57 just before I came back on. So that is the 85 back into a second position, and Cosmo Papi to the lead on the lap 57.
And it is Charles Putman, the CP of CP Racing, who is in that red, white and blue Mercedes AMG. Still the concern over the right rear fuel overflow. Now, I should stress, this is not coming out... I don't think it's coming out of the fuel tank filler. It looks to be coming from underneath, just behind the rear wheel of the Henry Neal-driven Simpson Motorsport Audi RS3. When the car is quite full, and when it's under the extreme left-hand turn that is the new turn 16A, it is coming out, I think, from the overflow. You have one on your road car. You seldom see it. Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's coming out from under the back of the car. You seldom see this, and because the fuel nozzles have an auto cut-off. But if, like me, you try and fill all the way up the tube, because you've got a particularly long... he said long race, long drive to do. Tells you an awful lot about my driving. And you sort of clickety, running it out. Sometimes it'll just drop in and you'll get a little dribble just behind, in my case, the right front wheel, of course. Of 911, right rear of the 968. But that is a bit of a worry there. And I'm not sure, because that car now, the 138, has been doing it even quite recently, and that's 13 laps into its stint with Henry behind the wheel. So that's quite a long way into its stint. It was it Charles Esplanade that was saying early on from CP that it seems to be coming out quicker than they can put it in. Odd. I've seen that before from Audis, but it's normally been if they've had a sticky, what they call the buckeye, on the fuel filler. Not doing
it's not doing it. The last 2 laps it hasn't done it at 16.9.
The extent that it was doing early on. So I'm thinking that's just fuel when it's very full.
It's surge. It's just surge in the tank.
So does that mean it needs a baffle somewhere part way up the filler?
Yeah, I think
it's a one-way valve.
Yeah, maybe it is what's in the filler tube as well. I don't know how long the filler tube is on the Audi, but maybe it is somewhere in that's causing the issue. But it has now seemed to have cleaned up. But we don't know if that fuel on the track was any cause for the Giannetta going off. Now, that Giannetta did about 10 kilometres almost off the track and weaving left to right just to try and get the gravel out of the under tray. And also, when you've got hot, sticky tyres, the gravel sticks to the tyres. And he spent 2 laps cleaning those tyres up before he got back on the racing line. So very, very, from Neil Munston, who's at the wheel at the moment, very, very intelligent driving, staying off the racing line, got everything cleaned up, and now back in action again following the BMW through the carousel. So it just very competent driving. The mistake was made, whether it was due to debris on track, and now track marshals once again a brilliant job down there at 16A, getting all of that gravel off the circuit, and I saw a few other marshals onto the circuit as well, just doing a little bit of a touch-up, bit of a clean-up. We had 20 minutes under code 60 for our first code 60 of the day.
And that was to recover and then clean up at turn 16A, recover the Giannetta, the KUWAIT Giannetta, which lost in that some... Actually, do you know what? It didn't lose that much. It only lost a lap to the now leading TCE car, that Audi. So that's pretty good. So we've still got a battle on there, lapping round about the same pace as that car at the moment. Neil not quite back up to speed, the speed of Henry Neal at the moment.
But he didn't come into the pits either, John.
No, he didn't.
No, he just kept on cleaning the tyres off. Under code 60, he can do that and not lose time.
That's a very good point.
So they very well done for the Henry Neal in the... Neil Muston, and too many Neils out there. Neil with an E, Muston, in the CWS G55 Giannetta, car number 278.
A little bit of a battle for track position behind that CWS Giannetta at the moment. There was side-by-side BMW on... And the other Giannetta, that is the wide-bodied development car. Now, this is a car we need to have a wee look at next time it comes into the pit lane, and maybe have a word with Lawrence Tomlinson about. This is the G56, this white car.
There you can see the differences.
It is significantly different. The silhouette from the side doesn't look that different, but when you see it from the front, or particularly the rear three-quarter, you see it's got almost Nissan 350 race style arches on that link to a new sill design on that car, and it sounds phenomenal as it screams by. And Freddie Tomlinson is on board that at the moment. Toro Verde is Julian Westwood's team, and the Toro and indeed the Verde goes back to them running Lamborghinis in the early part of that team's history. And they've just kept the team name. You can see there's a lot of work gone on aero-wise. There's a different bonnet arrangement. But that, to me, the sill, obviously the wide arches you notice because they're black rather than painted white. The sills took me a little longer to pick up underneath the door, but they're beautifully rolled underneath, so they're clearly trying to clean up the airflow around the side of that car. And that's increased... I would say that's increased the track, the width of the car, by a good 2 or 3 inches at the front, and maybe a little bit more at the back. Now, we've got some time penalties coming in. These are all refueling regulations. Ooh. I'll run through them as they came in. The leading 992, Fabian Dance, driven, Red Camel Jordan, the 909, 10-second time penalty. Also, the 278, that is the black Giannetta from CWS, also 10 seconds. And the 971, the Rabdan by Fulganzi, third place 992 Porsche. That is also a 10 seconds. Now, if you're new to this racing, they don't have to come in now. They have got 2 hours to serve that penalty. However, it must be served under green conditions. So they can wait as long as they want. But in the old days, you would have waited as long as you could in that period to see if a code 60 came out. Because if you served it under a code 60, you doubled the time that you were penalised, but you could serve it, and it still was the best way to do it. You can't do that anymore.
No, and
by the way, if you don't serve it in 2 hours, it will get doubled.
Yes, exactly.
At the very least.
So I think James Kay said it regarding with the car count as it is, the code 60s may be minimised for the way that it worked out. It's a bit strange how the people are doing this. So the penalties are probably for taking more fuel on than they were allowed to under the code 60, because this is new for everybody, especially for the teams, and they have pump attendants on every pump who are checking that, because that goes on from the time you do. But once again, we're back to Porsche racing.
This is Cup car versus GT3 car, 4 litres against 4.2, and as you might imagine, the leader of the race putting a lap on the Cup car. Very different, again, cars that look similar in silhouette, but once you see them from the front or the rear, you see the difference of the GT3 car. As I said, the GT3 now with a 4.2 flat 6 normally aspirated engine. It's still the 507 horsepower 4 litre Cup car engine, still a brilliant sounding engine. I'm not sure how much longer we'll have that car and that engine in street cars, but the current GT3 still has it. More aerodynamics on the GT3 car, more sophisticated traction control, which is very sophisticated, and more sophisticated ABS options. And you can see the difference when they are head on to the camera. The 992 is actually the 992 Cup car is the 992 Turbo, which is the wide. They're all wide body cars now. They're for the street cars. When I say it's the turbo body shell, the Cup car has the air vents in the rear wings, but that looks like an old narrow-bodied car when you see them front to back with those 2 cars in the same shot. Now, there's been a bit of chatter about the leaking of fuel out of the back right of the Audi RS3. James Kay is the man to ask about that, and that's exactly who Joe Bradley has gone down to interrogate, interview. Make sure you keep that telephone directory well out of the way there, Joe.
I'm here to stop the speculation and put this to bed forever. James Kay, we are waxing lyrical about this fuel seemingly pouring as quickly as you guys can put it in. It's pouring out the car, but it doesn't seem to be causing even a fluster here.
No, it's a breather issue that we will, next time the car stops here, we will fix. At the moment, it's controllable. It's under control.
Is it causing you guys anything with regards to, your fuel consumption window?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, so it's coming out considerably.
Initially, yes. It's to do with the routing. I don't know if you know it, all these TCR cars were all built, the Gen 1 cars were built in 2017, 2018. So to be able to bring that car here, we had to buy all new fuel systems for the car because they've run out of date. So we had to go back to Audi and say we need new fuel tanks for these cars. So that's what we had to fit before we came here. And anybody with an old Gen 1 car will suffer the same fate. So, and it's just, there's maybe a valve that's stuck or something's not quite right with the installation of the new fuel tank.
Okay. So, I mean, all right, you guys are the only TCR car in the race, but it's a great test bed, this, to find this out before you go on further in the Middle East Championship.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, we've been helped a lot to come here by Creventic to get a Gen 1 car back in this championship, and to prove to all the literally hundreds of other Gen 1 cars that are out there, sat in their garages, not competitive in any TCR series, they can come and race here cost effectively. So we've made quite a few modifications to the car within the regulations, which allows the car to last longer on its tyres, to be a lot softer, to not, to use less fuel, less tyres, because every time they stop in the pit, they cost money. So we've just worked with the ride heights, with the settings on the car, just so we can eke out as much as we can to make it cost effective to get people to come back in the lower classes to the championship, because it needs it. It needs full grids.
Yeah, I mean, everyone, the fans, we love TCR as a class. It's always been really competitive. So if to one of those people who was sat out there with a TCR car, Gen 1 TCR car, collecting dust in workshops and garages, what's the figure? Can you put a figure on what would put the car on its wheels at this event?
I'm better placed to give you that when we finish or we get to the end of the event. At the moment, you've got to go through this process, really. We've been helped with Creventic from the entry fees. The entry fees are 30% less than they were as a TCR car. If you use less, the fuel's always a part of the entry package. If you use less tyres, less brakes, because the car's not so stressed. We're using a DSG gearbox rather than a sequential gearbox, so that's basically a road car racing gearbox, modified for racing, rather than it being a pure racing gearbox. So the maintenance costs between now and getting to Dubai, which is the next round, that will be reduced. And every kilometre that these cars do, you have to allow for wear and tear. So the figure always on a DSG car was around about 3.5 to 4 euros per kilometre. And we're just we're hoping that that's where we are. If you go into a sequential box, and it's going to be maybe double that, because there's so much maintenance on the sequential gearboxes that we will not have to do with the DSG box.
I remember there was this event on the way home, James. You and I had that chat in the airport, and you were telling me what's gone wrong with the new gen TCR cars, and we were talking about the cars have evolved to become a bespoke, components being bespoke, which raises the price, and it's kind of done us a disservice using this class of car in endurance racing.
I think the evidence is there's no entries here. Of a Gen 2 car, AC Motorsport wanted to run their Gen 2 car here, but the drivers, you can't justify the money that you need to keep the car on the circuit when you can get in a Porsche for the same money. And
Stefan Perrin did that, didn't he? He went off and went GT3 racing.
Of course, and a lot of people, even Fabian here's today he's come out of TCR and gone on to that. So we've got to reduce the budgets. We've got to get the cars back in. So the Gen 2 cars have got to be made to last longer as well. That's the most important thing, I think, to reduce the wear and tear on the Gen 2 car, which will mean reduction in power. Just maybe raising their ride height, just to get the BOP the same between a Gen 1 and Gen 2, to get it cost effective to get 3 or 4 drivers to come and do these races, and that's where you need to be.
How can we help? How can we get the word out? I mean, where do we look? All right, this is the TCR UK series. I think everybody in Europe's got their own regional series, haven't they?
And I think you'll see announced yesterday, even in the European series and most of the regional championships now, they are actively trying to get the Gen 1 cars back out racing. They're running a separate class. UK was the first. Stuart Lyons' TCR series in the UK, which has gone from strength to strength. They've introduced a Class 1 championship next year. In the European series, there's also a Class 1 championship. So the word is out there that the Class 1 cars can be as competitive and be a lot more cost effective to run, which can only be good for this championship.
Yeah, because people running in the sprint series will see the fact that they can share the car with 3 or 4 drivers and come and do some endurance stuff. It's how it evolved in the first place, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I've been very lucky to be involved with Creventic since the first few races, and it's gone through these peaks and troughs, and now we're at we've got to get the entries back up, and I see TCR and the new TCCR, which is anything 2 litre turbocharged, bring it, come and race it, and the guys here are working really hard to get people back here.
When's the car due in, James? Because I'm intrigued as a former mechanic to see what exactly you do to fix it.
We're about an hour away, I think, before we come in here. Yeah, Henry Neal's in the car. You know, again, it's a bit of a story to all that. You know, Henry Neal, Matt Neal's son's here racing. I raced since I was a kid with Matt. Yep. The other driver is Jack Lemmer. Jack Lemmer's Mark Lemmer's son. You know, Barwa Motorsport, the most successful team in British GT racing anyway, and an ex-touring car driver. You know, so we're all here. We're all actively trying to get.
How old does that make you feel, though? Because you've raced against their dads.
Very old, yeah. I do feel very old, you know. But I also, you know, I wouldn't be doing it if I didn't feel competitive. So it's... to be fair, both their dads would be here as well racing if they could. But they're trying to keep the wheels on the wagon so they can go racing in the teams next year. So.
And on a more important note, did Jack's baggage turn up? His luggage, did it turn up?
No, he's British Airways have definitely let us down. So now he's got flip-flops as racing shoes.
I can see he's got clown shoes on behind us there.
He's got clown shoes on. He's got a pair of my old overalls. And that's it.
That's all he needs. That's all he needs. I'll be back in an hour, James, to watch that. Thanks, mate. Thanks for clearing that up.
Really interesting chat there from James Kay and Joe Bradley. Thank you, gentlemen. And if you have, or if you know of, a Gen 1 TCR car that is gathering dust or is sitting under a dust sheet at the back of someone's race unit or whatever, then
I think the
pull it out.
Mutrans probably have about 4 of them.
Yeah.
Because they used to race in the series in TCR and then they moved on to the 992 category.
Yeah.
And they raced in the local series in them as well. So in the region, I reckon there's at least 10 or 12 sitting out somewhere. So, they're here. And if there's 10 and 12 here, how many are there in Europe? Wow.
Well, when you consider how many manufacturers built TCR cars.
Yep.
I think at one stage there was, well, certainly double figures. There was a Renault, there was a Ford. You didn't see very many of them. VAG had Cupra, Audi, and VW. You had Alfa, and we still have Alfa in the States. And because those Gen 1 cars, some of them didn't get a Gen 2. Some of those manufacturers didn't go to a Gen 2 and subsequently to a Gen 3 car. So those Gen 1 cars, grab them out.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Yeah, especially with the DSG, and he was really, that's a very good thing.
A very good point.
Most of the cars here were DSG.
Yes.
It's, once again, it's the reliability, it's the cost of maintenance.
Well, and DSG on the VAG product versus sequential, all right, it doesn't shift quite as quickly, but it's lighter and it's cheaper to maintain.
Yep.
So, in the garage and not being worked on, so this is a development. K. Kramer Racing, this is the 937. Carsten Kramer brought that car in some 45 minutes ago. It's been in and out of the pits, to be honest, and that was the car that they felt they had a vibration or something not right at the front, and they've not been able to find that, or at least to convince the driver enough that it's okay to continue. They thought they might not race it, but I think they would have liked to have gotten a little bit further into the race than they had, but they clearly don't want to risk that car with it having work to do in Dubai and Abu Dhabi in early and mid-January.
Well, when we talked to them yesterday, they were saying maybe they'll do half the race. Remember, they've got 3 drivers in this car that's stopped, which is in the other car as well. So in the 936, Selv being one of those. And we thank him. He's a Kyrgyzstani driver, and his name is pretty much unpronounceable. So that's why we're calling him Serv. Thank you very much for that, Serv. With Tobias Müller, Michele Di Martino, Selv, Carsten Kramer and Moritz Kahns all registered to drive the 936 car, everybody will still get a steer.
Let's head back to Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. It's live coverage of the Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait, the first of a triple header in the region that will make up the Middle East Trophy Championship. Joe, where have you wandered down to now?
Well, it's better than that. I've wandered across to the UAE and with a message from Sami Moutran. And firstly, Sami's listening, that's confirmed. Secondly, why isn't he here? Because it's not that far to travel. He just wants to add that the Moutrans missed TCR, and with all the other racing they've done, it was the most fun they ever had.
Very good.
They don't have one, but it was great fun. And yeah, it's super budget friendly at the time that they were doing, is what Sami was saying. So he's basically concurring with
you know what's going to happen now.
And, if you remember as well, John, the Moutrans won the overall championship.
Correct.
In that car.
Yeah, absolutely right. Just underlining what we've been saying about how competitive they can be. Sami and the rest of the Moutran family now.
Nabil and Rami.
Yeah, Nabil and Rami, and I will guarantee you now he is scouring racing websites or going through his address book to find out who might have a Gen 1 touring car sitting around that can be polished up, rebranded in their distinctive racing colours and brought back into Creventic racing. And that because, you know, we accept, particularly for a lot of these drivers, they're funding their own racing.
Yeah, indeed.
We do have some sponsor names on it, some good sponsor names on, but for the most part, people are funding their own competition, and therefore they've got an opportunity to do it and expend less money. 16A's claimed another victim, and this time it's the BMW of Century Motorsports, and in that car at the moment, it's
in the 429, Ravi Ramid.
Yeah, now he just went in way too hot and lost the back end of the car. He was never making that corner at that speed, and he's actually been fortunate not to. He's actually put it in the gravel twice in one accident, but fortunate not to dig in as he runs through the divots that were left by the CWS Ginetta. My goodness me, he was lucky there.
Very.
But did not get that car. That is a corner that really, it tempts you in because you are coming out of 15 so quickly, back on the throttle. And I think Ravi will feel he's been rather fortunate there. Just finishing off this idea about Gen 1 TCRs, Joe Bradley has more.
I don't actually. I've got a bit of an update on the Red Camels car and the penalty that the guys incurred in the fueling station. It was for being out of station, out of position, I should say, and not an overfill. Apparently, you can't overfill these days because of the pumps. The pumps are computerised, so you can't overfill. And that comes from another remote listener, Paul Truswell, who should be here. He's normally working for the Red Camels team as strategist, but he's at home listening on the Isle of Wight. So thanks for that, Paul, keeping us right, even
I think
so
he's
far away.
still actually doing the strategy. He's just, as you say, passing on the benefit of his brain the size of a planet to Thomas and the guys at the track. He doesn't actually, Paul has got such mental capacity, he doesn't actually need to have any connection. He's just projecting his thoughts directly from the Isle of Wight. Hello, Paul. Good morning, as it still is with you. And we wish you and the family all the best. And glad to hear that your recovery continues after your nasty fall at Barcelona earlier in the season. Here we go then, 9.5 hours to go. Here's a rundown for you. 49, call it 50 seconds, the gap between the Porsche number 95 for Manamari Energy, Cosimo Papi and Charles Putnam in second. Lost a couple of seconds or so the last time around, and is being closed down now by Jack Barlow, who's behind the wheel of the early leading Century Motorsport BMW. But remember, that car got spun on the final corner, lost well over a minute, and dropped down just as we were coming out of a pit lane sequence. In fact, the first pit stop sequence. That's your top three in GT3. In 992, fourth position is the leader. It is Red Camel Jordan.nl, Fabian Dance behind the wheel of the Red Camel machine. Second in 992, K. Kramer Racing Self behind the wheel of the 936. And he's only got 5 seconds now on Saif Alameri in the 971 Rabdan by Fulgenzi car. In GTX, it's 5th position overall for their leader, Artur Chivist. He's had an off. He's been claimed by turn 16A. Most of the field have now, I think. In the 714, the red, white and black Milwaukee Tools supported KTM Crossboard GTX. Second in GTX, Toto Verde, Freddie Tomlinson in that development. Ginetta G56 Cup, the white and black number 795. And he's got quite a decent gap on the Vortex. Lionel Amarich behind the wheel. They've done a 46.1. That is the fastest lap in GTX. As to the pit lane, from second position, Charles Putman has just driven past Joe Bradley and is heading for the pits. Do I detect, Mr. Bradley, heading for the fuel, should I say? Do I detect, Mr. Bradley, that Charles is just staying in the car? Was the tyres off it, or has he just gone straight to fuel?
No, full service. Charlie got out of the car. Fresh tyres on as well. And it was Shane Lewis who got in. I just saw Shane Lewis doing his stretching and warming up. And as a matter of deduction, I've got Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster and Charles Putman just doing his helmet off. So that leaves Shane Lewis in the car.
Excellent.
We'll grab a word. We will grab a word with Charlie when he gets a bottle of water in front of him. And I'm sure he'd be glad to have gotten this race started and got into the car in an actual under race conditions and getting on with it. That's what we like to do.
The used tyres, further evidence as they sit on the apron. The pit lane still in shade, as the working part of the pit lane will stay for the duration of this race. It's configured north-south, and it's only as you pop out from behind the cover of the grandstand that you're back in sunshine. And trying to work out where we are in terms of the day. The sun hasn't quite hit its height yet. It's about another, I think probably about another hour or so before it comes directly overhead. But even when that happens, the cantilever roof and the overhang of the main grandstand is still far enough out so that you haven't got direct sunlight either in our windows here in the commentary box, which is right up underneath that main grandstand roof, or down in the pit lane. Genius bit of design work here. We threatened you with a chat with Charles Putman, and here he is with Joe Bradley.
Charles, it's a great feeling once you get that first stint out under your belt and, get on with this race.
Yeah, for me, it kept getting faster the whole time, which is not necessarily the way the car should go. But, we don't get to run here very often, so we're all kind of learning the track as the race goes on. I think it'll just keep getting more competitive as we go on in the race.
The track looks really dusty, as we find in the Middle East, the sand blowing onto the track. How tricky is it?
Yeah, for me, the biggest thing is it hurts the vision. All that dust in the air is sort of like a haze or a fog, and the sun, we got this brilliant, Arabic sun out there, and so it sort of puts a big haze on the area. It makes it a little difficult to see at times. And, of course, when cars go offline, it looks like a boat going through water. It's just the dust rolls right off of them. So,
small grids shouldn't have an issue with traffic, but there's always an issue with traffic in multi-class racing.
It always is, but that's part of the fun of endurance racing is how you use the traffic to help you and to hurt your opponent. But everybody's behaving pretty well out there. This group, I think, the group that came are all doing a pretty good job of working with each other. So that actually makes it a lot of fun.
Great stuff, Charles. Let you cool off.
Thanks, man.
Cheers.
Thanks for coming.
Great to see you.
Joe Bradley in the pit lane. And CP Racing came in second place, have dropped to third on the pit stop cycle. In terms of the two of the GT3 cars, that was a 22 lap stint for them. Century are on their 23rd. So they should be coming into the pitch shortly, I would have thought. Malamari Energy by Porsche, by EB Motors rather, their Porsche. They are on a 24-lap stint. Let me tell you what they did earlier on. Well, CP did do a 38-lap stint. Century did a 35. Malamari from the start did a 33. So did Charles do... Yeah, he did. Charles did a 15 and then a 22. So he came in when everyone else did during that full course purple, the Code 60, to get 25% more fuel. So he's done his 38 laps on a set of tyres, but what he has done is it means that they had to put less fuel in at that fuel stop when they went out again. So I think he's come in terms of his tyres being the determinant rather than running out of fuel, because he would not have been running out of fuel 22 laps into a stint where he just put an extra 25% of fuel in. So they're playing a slightly different strategic game there, Phil.
I think so. I just want to cover off on a couple of penalties that we were talking about in the refuelling regulations. The 971 had its refuelling penalty cancelled. Okay, so they gave no more 10-second penalty. Now, the 971 at the moment is 2.4 seconds behind the second place in the K Kramer Racing, the 936. And the 936 has just been given a 10-second time penalty, as you saw come up on the screen. It was for its 6th track infringement. Ooh. Most of these track infringements are happening at turn 16. Yep. Okay, I've got just I can see all of this list of turn 16. Now, when we were looking earlier on, it was turn 4, the little kink as you come over the hill. We saw a lot of cars going off there. So it's a bit interesting in a race configuration. Turn 16 is now being the biggest one, and turn 16 is before turn 16A. So they're cutting the kink now. They're cutting the kink, and they're 4 wheels off at the kink, and that's what's causing all of these track limits issues now.
Right.
As you said earlier on, they're straight lining it.
They are absolutely straight lining it. Yeah. And look, racing drivers are like puppies and small children. They need to have the limits defined for them. Yes. And if you do not, they will push the envelope, particularly if they think they're going to make time. And a bit of a moment for the Rabdab by Fulgenzi Porsche. Saif Alameri staying out the way of the GT3 Porsche as it went through, the leader of the race. But again, what I'm seeing here is we are developing a one-line, one-groove racing circuit through a lot of the twisty bits. And it's not for marbles, it's not for tyre debris, it's clearly what is being swept up and cleaned off and rubber going down on the racing line. And the moment you even get maybe half a car's width from that, the working side Hankook tyres, Phil, are struggling for grip, and you get half a car's length offline, you're going to go a full car's length offline, and at that point you've got to get out of it. You cannot just tough it out there, because that will just cost you more time.
Indeed, John. I've been watching this develop, and I'm seeing a lot of drivers now hold off to the last corner to do that overtake under braking and turn 2, jumping up the inside down at turn 2. So they're not in the middle of curves. They're not going to really, they're not turning while trying to overtake. They're just doing it in the straight line, in the braking zones at the end of 2 straights. And I think that's going to develop more as it comes on.
Freddie Tomlinson dialing himself in nicely to the Ginetta G56 Cup, the all-white with a little bit of black on it. 795 cars, seconds in GTX and 8th overall. Just watching the times coming in, and his personal best has just kept dropping. It was a 48.7. Then he got down to a 48.6, a 48.4, a 48.3, all on consecutive laps. And then he's starting doing it again. He's now down to a low 48, 48.2. So he's knocked a good half a second off his lap time in the space of 4 or 5 laps, and there has been a yellow flag out at that point as well, so he couldn't have improved there. I'm very impressed by that young man. He's dialing himself in, as I said, very nicely indeed.
I'm just looking at where they're running on track. The 714, and they're all three together at the moment, even though there is a significant time difference between the 714.
Fifth position 714, KTM, yeah.
And that's leading this trio of the moment as they're making their way down to the final corner. Freddie Tomlinson is just behind that, and they've got the 701 Vortex in there, which is quite a few laps down, but they've all seemed to have found themselves in one group again.
But they're having a battle, mate.
They are.
They're battling for track position, not necessarily for positions on the timing and scoring. And by the way, follow along with livetiming.getraceresults.com, and you can see the overall positions. We've got tracker, we've got a race statistics page, we've got a penalties page, and a messages page. You can pick individual cars, and basically you'll have exactly the same in your vision if you've got a second or a third screen, as we have here in the Global Broadcast Centre overlooking the circuit. Still the heat of the day here, temperature climbing nicely. It was forecast to be middle to high 20s Celsius today, and it's just coming up nicely.
So Saif Al-Meri, who we're on board with at the moment, his penalty got cancelled as well. So it's all kicking off out there at the moment.
So that is the penalty for
971.
And that was the fueling penalty?
Yep, not respecting the refueling, and that got cancelled. So we've had 2 of those cancelled. The 909 and the 971 both got their penalties cancelled.
Right, and so that will have been... This is the sort of thing that we get the information on here at Creventic that sometimes in other series you don't always see. But what will have happened there is that there will have been a submission by the team manager, and there is effectively a chat line from the pits to race control and the race stewards, and they'll be submitting contrary evidence or at least mitigation to the offences of which they have been accused, and that is then taken into account. And remember, we've got a penalty system here where it's not something that has to be sorted in 4 laps past the pits, because you've got 2 hours, Phil, before you have to fulfil that penalty and come and serve it. And I actually, look, it can't happen in short races, I know, but I think this is good, because what you've obviously had a bit of back and forth there saying, hang on guys, you're saying we didn't do the fuel right, but look at the time that we pushed the nozzle on, or look at the time that full course yellow was caused. I'm guessing, but I would think that the conversation would have gone across those lines. Right, I tell you what, hang on, we'll go and have a look at it, and then all of the relevant data has been looked at, and race control will either say, well, good effort lads, but no, you're still going to get the penalty, or as has happened here, yes, absolutely, that's fine. It was too tight to call, or we have it new, we've just found some new stuff. Yeah, you were absolutely right to draw our attention to that. We won't be charging you, sir. Have this one on us.
Off you go.
Yeah. And I like that. And this is part of the back and forth, as I say, that you don't often see, and certainly that we don't often get to talk about. Now, we're not privy to all of these conversations, and neither do we need to be. But it is good, and I like the fact that we find out when the penalties have been served, and if the penalties are rescinded, we find out that as well. In so many other series, the penalty just disappears, and you know, we're left thinking to ourselves, and I've done this in all kinds of series, 2 and 4 wheels, where you've got, did Dave Miggins serve that drive-through? And you're looking at your co-commentator, and they shrug their shoulders, and so you scroll back through the information, and you don't. That's not what happens here. Very open and transparent, and I really rather like that.
It is indeed. And if you are watching us in Vision and you see the scoring screen up on the left-hand side, the numbers of the cars dictate what class they're in.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
good point.
so if you're looking at the top 3, so anything under 100 is a GT class.
Yeah.
Okay, then we go to the 9. Anything in the 9s, 909 being in the 992 category. GTX is in the 7s, okay? And then we get down to the 4 category, and the GT4 category, well, that's 4.
Yep.
That makes common sense, doesn't it? Then we get to the TCE category. That's in the 1s. It just makes common sense. It's easy for us to follow. It's easy for you to follow.
Yeah, and so TCE is here, the TCR, and the Ginetta is running in TCE as well,
yeah.
but that would normally be a TCE GT.
As you can see there, TCE, TCX.
Yes,
okay,
exactly. So TCX. So that would get a 2. So if we had more cars in each of the individual classes, then that would make more sense. Joe Bradley, I would like you to wander down to K. Kramer, please, and see why the 937 isn't being worked on. I suspect we won't see it again. What I really want to know is whether they ever got to the bottom of that issue that they had with the front of the car. We saw it spin quite early on, then it came to the pit lane, then it went out, then it came to the pit lane, rinse and repeat. So that is something I need to find out. Its team car is in for a more standard stop at the moment, as it is coming out of 3rd position in its category after a marathon 43 laps stint for Selv, the driver. And Joe Bradley, even before he gets to the K. Kramer pit, knows the answer to the 937 issue.
Well, last night we were talking to Carsten Kramer about the reason behind entering the second car, which is basically another Cup car that they have got. It's basically a test session for that car. And it's the same drivers, same driver lineup in both cars, and they were basically just giving it a bit of a run and giving it a bit of a test and just sort of hoarding it for the coming season. And the answer was that they probably weren't going to finish the car.
Yeah, but he said to you...
But I will still head down there and see what the plan is.
He said to you, Joe, he thought they might do half the race. And
Yes,
it's been
that's
in
right.
and out of the pits a lot with this problem at the front end. It had a spin. We don't know whether that was cause or effect. But after that spin, clearly the drivers who were in that car didn't like what was going on. And I'm not sure they've got to the bottom of it. And that's really more of the question. Not why it's parked, because we know that it was a late entry and effectively a shakedown for that car. What I really want to know is what was going on at the front of that car, and have they identified it?
Yes, you want the I want the
down and dirty.
You want the technical explanation.
I need to be able to log this in my memory bank as to what that problem was in the car, because what's going to happen in Dubai in the middle of the night is somebody's going to be in and out the pits when I'm in the pit lane and in a Cup car, and I'm going to be able to go, oh, hang on a minute, didn't we have this with the K. Kramer car? And in fact, what it is a wheel sensor problem, or it's a caliper that's sticky, or a brake disc that's gone wonky, or whatever it is. And I'm just making all of that up. But I need to know, and so does the viewer and listener. So we're going to dispatch PC Bradley on patrol to find out the information. He will be making notes contemporaneously in his pocketbook and report back to us.
And that pocketbook fits in his top left pocket.
I think he's there already. Are you there already, Joe? Yeah. Right.
You were just using this as a test session for the 937. It is 937, isn't it? Is there a problem, or is that still the case?
No, that's still the test. Yeah. And it was just me driving, and I came in, went out again, and I will go out later again. And so we make it just relax and easy and enjoy the track.
So are you actually bringing the car in and doing adjustments on the car to find things out?
Yes, we will do some alignment work and find best setup. Same we also do for the 936. We will also use it as a test. Okay, we are still racing as well. But yes, we will. It's the first time for us with Hankook tires, with GP tracks like this, and so we use it. But it was very important for us to drive here to be prepared for Dubai 24 hour. And
is there much to change on the car with the Hankook tire?
yes, it's completely different to Michelin tires. Yes.
So you're going to be causing us consternation, and when we see the car go out and then come back in, but we're not to worry because it is just a test.
Yes, exactly. That's a fact. Yeah, thank you.
Right, I'll put our minds to rest. Thank you, Carl.
Okay.
You're not happy with that?
Go on, Joe. Yeah.
There's very little work going on, and whether it is just a leisurely test, what we haven't got is, it's not being strung, it's not being realigned. They might have already done that.
Yeah.
Time will tell. Time will tell when we see that car go back out and then come back in, as Carsten explained.
Keep a weather eye on that. If they're working on a steering rack or your steering arm or that sort of thing around the front end. There was something not quite right on that car. The driver wasn't happy prior to the driver change. So who was the starting driver on that car? 937 was who was it? Was it Tobias Müller who started that car? No, he's in the 936, wasn't he? Anyway, it doesn't matter. We'll keep an eye on that. Brad is all over it. I'm not sure in the race we've heard yet from EB Motors leading the race. EB Motors leading the race. We've not heard from the KTM Crossbow team in the race, so I'm just putting this out there for Bradders. Rabdan, I'm not sure we've heard from them in the race. Nick had a word with pretty much everybody on the grid, because, Nick.
He can.
Do we know what AGMC Racing stands for, by the way? That's a question I've been asked on the socials, at RSL_studio, by the way, if you want to get in touch with us.
AGMC distribute all the BMWs in this region. AGMC Mini, AGMC BMW.
Right, there you go. So that is answered for those of you who were for asking that earlier on.
They supply all of the track vehicles for track days at the Dubai Autodrome.
Oh, do they?
M2.
Very nice.
Yes.
The clamshell hood that was causing us a little bit of a worry earlier on the Milwaukee car does seem to have latched down properly.
They did come in the code 60, they released it, put it back down again, and they sent him out.
As the leader is with Joe Bradley, and this is the EB Motors Porsche, the Manamari Energy car.
It's the number 95. Pretty sharp pit stop here from the EB Motors team. They've had a driver change as well, so we'll get a word and see how it's going at the front. But fresh tyres, and the car is already off the apron and heading to fuel. While you're down here, I've just had some information regarding the Red Camels penalty for being out of position in the fueling. Once again, Paul Truswell furnishing me with this. They've had an appeal that has overturned it, and the penalty has been cancelled, and so has the one for their competitor, the 971 Porsche. So those penalties in the 992 class been wiped out.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe. EB Motors getting fueled at the moment. Just want to say a quick hello to Peter Cates back in the UK, who's tuned in. And if you aren't aware, the book that Peter Cate has talked about with us on numerous occasions in the last couple of seasons, notably at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, is out. It's called Racing Hell, a journey through racing, an alternative journey through racing. I was fortunate enough to see an early draft of it and absolutely consumed it in one late morning into early afternoon. It's out. if you go to Racing Hell book, or if you head to Amazon or any of the onlines and look up Racing Hell and Peter Kate, it's out there. It seems I wasn't the only one enamoured of it. The early reviews from some of our listeners, it was on Eve's Christmas list as well for presents for motorsport enthusiasts. It seems you liked it just as much as I did. Very honest, and sometimes brutally so, but very honest. And Peter's recollections are extraordinary of his career. Racing Hell is the book. Joe Bradley with more interviews from the pit lane, still down at Abbey Motors.
Yeah, the 95 Porsche just been handed over to, I'm not sure, I think it's Sergio Nicolai who's now in the car, but Cosimo Papi just brought the car in. Cosimo, how hard are you pushing out there?
Oh, the stint was good, the car was perfect. We are working so hard with the team, with other driver, but I think that we will work very hard for the rest of the race, and we hope that we will be all good.
You have been working hard. I can see you're sweating. You're a young man, so you are very fit, but still you're very tired out there.
Yeah, I push very hard. I'm stanco. The stint was so long, so I'm not so.
Your English is as good as my Italian, better than my Italian, I should say. I understand what you're saying, Cosimo. Grazie. Ciao.
30.
That's the extent of my Italian, by the way.
No. Duo cappuccini.
No. Quattro dessert, Joe.
Yeah, he never goes for the fifth because he doesn't know what 5 is.
Cinque.
Cinquecento.
See.
34 lap stint out in the heat of the day. The Century Motorsport car has been, which is now in the lead, has been out for the same amount of time. 10-second penalty for the third place car. This is CP Racing, and this is for the 6th offence of track limits. Now, there is an opportunity, and there is now the provision for drive-through penalties.
Yes, indeed there is. Now, we've only got up to 6 penalties so far, and given that we've still got around about just over 9 hours to go, I think we'll see that more towards the second half. We don't know when that red line gets crossed. Is it 12 penalties, etc., etc.? Now, I saw that penalty happen. I saw why it happened at turn 4. It's that little cut through where they're straight lining it. He had a slower car there as well, so there may be mitigating circumstances on that one while he dropped a couple of wheels, 4 wheels over the white line. But that one is down now at turn 4 for car 85 and a 10-second time penalty, which must be served under green flag conditions.
Just before we complete another hour of racing, as we come to the 9-hour mark, a bit of other sports car news that we're catching up on, staying across what's going on at Daytona, of course, for the IMSA test ahead of the Rolex 24. Richard Westbrook will be driving for JDC Miller Motorsport in their 963. Timon van der Helme, the full season partner for Westy. Timon, the young Netherlands driver who drove with JDC in the bright yellow. What was last year was the number 5 car, but that number I noticed on the newly Mustang sampling sponsored Porsche from Proton this year. JDC were the last team to have Mustang sampling sponsorship in IMSA. And also Phil Hansen, the additional driver for the Michelin Endurance Championship rounds, and Ben Keating for the Rolex. Ben Keating's already driving an LMP2. So is he going to do a double? I'm not. I wasn't sure.
Can you could do that at the Rolex?
I wasn't sure you could still do that. I've seen him drive 2 different cars across the Super Sebring weekend in 2 different championships. I'll track down the source of that. That's just coming in on the teleprinter, as it were.
Flattering in the background.
Yes, absolutely. Sports Car 365. bringing us all of the information from Daytona and the wide world of sports cars, of course, at the weekend, where the big BOP test is going on for the GT cars at Daytona at the moment, the GT3 cars for 2024's season. We'll have extended coverage of the Raw and the whole of the Rolex 24 at Daytona Race Week, coming to you in late January. In fact, it's back-to-back race weekends. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and then Rolex 24. In fact, we'll have Abu Dhabi and the Raw over the same weekend, which is... they don't clash because the time zones. It's brilliant.
It is. We'll go from one and go to the other.
Yeah, and it is the qualifying for the Rolex 24 that weekend. Still the early running as we're inside at 9 hours now, as the cars continue to circulate. A couple of problems to report in terms of cars that have been pit-bound more than the odd once or twice. We've heard the K. Kramer 937 car getting a bit of a shakedown. We might see that again a bit later on. The Vortex was in and out. And again, that was a bit of an issue with the vibration. But that car now running very well. Lionel Amarouche is doing yeoman's work in that car at the moment and has been in it, as I scroll down, for 39 laps. Oliver Gomez did the first 39 laps. Lionel Amarouche coming to the end of his stint then in the Milwaukee Tools sponsored machine. Nick Damon has just appeared at the back of the booth, which must mean it's lunchtime. He nods appreciatively. So we'll give Phil first dibs on...
I'll give my review of what has been so far absolutely world-class catering here at Kuwait Motor Town.
Excellent, thank you, Phil. At RSL_studio, if you would like to speak to us, as it were. And this is what FS Gens has done. Which is your race car of the year from any championship, in any event, any class, anything, so long as it's raced in 2023. Well, funny you should ask that, because we are not a million miles away, Nick Damon, from our show of the year, and Tim Gray is going to send us the categories through, and we will reveal our nomination for car, driver, race, crew catering of the year.
Yeah, and
all of that.
It's always the one that's always the issue, the sticky one, is the youngster of the year.
Oh, I already know who mine is.
Because every year it gets younger.
Yeah, I know that. I think I've got it nailed on.
Be a 12-year-old this year.
I think I've got it nailed on this year. Also, we are looking for the listener award nominations, the person, team, entity who you feel has made the most positive contribution to any form of motor racing. And you can get those nominations in now. That's to our Midweek Motorsport account at Specutainment. Use the hashtag listener award. I know that's quite long. If you want to put a couple of words in about why it's Nick Damon.
No, obviously.
It can't be any of the RSL team, by the way. But if you want to put a couple of words of explanation, so at Specutainment, either on Threads or on the platform formerly known as Twitter. We'll start a chat thread for that on the Collective as well. And then we will, the 4 most popular, or the 6 most popular, will stick into a listener vote, which will open next Wednesday, which is when we will reveal our noms for the individual classes. And keep an eye and an ear out for our season reviews. Formula One is, I think, next Friday. We're going to air that. Phil Anson with Nick Damon and me, John Hindhoff, talking about the FIA Formula One season. It was the gala last night.
Did that wrong? Greatest season ever, TM.
Greatest season ever, TM. Again. Yeah.
It was the gala, yes. Everyone got to wear a suit.
And...
in Baku.
Delighted to see that Mohammed bin Sulayem recovered from his nasty fall and his concussion and was able to take part.
Anyway,
so your listener noms then, please. Hashtag listener award to @Specutainment. And I suppose it could be. I mean, I said entity, so in terms of that note that we just had from Jens, it could be a car. The listeners award could be a car.
The listeners award can be a car. It can be an event. It could be an organiser. It could be an individual person. It could be a group of people. Yeah, that's the whole point about it. It's not narrowed down. If you, for example, think that Gary Williams needs to get the award, or you think Creventic needs to get the award, that's absolutely fine.
So that's a good shout. Ooh, big off the circuit for our camera car that you can hear the engine in the background. That was coming through turn 11 towards turn 12, and the 971 wrapped down by Fulgenzi car with Saif Alameri behind the wheel. That was a nasty wiggle, and he'd caught that very well. In most places around the circuit, there is plenty of runoff, as we have what was the leader when they pitted, Jack Barlow, in from the lead in the 22nd Century Motorsport BMW, and he was well ahead, having not made the same pit stop as everybody else. So what happened to Saif as he was coming through? Oh, he missed the apex. Wow. On turn 11, and from that point on, the car wasn't coming back. But what he did very well there, Nick, is he didn't panic. He didn't stand on the brakes. He didn't try and tighten the car. He just let the car drift. He knew exactly where he was on the circuit.
He basically used the grade 1-ness of the circuit. With the various runoffs and
you had scuffage, which we haven't had for a year, and now grade 1-ness.
Well, yeah, because it gives you runoff, it gives you tarmac, it gives you a chance to see what you can do. If you have that sort of instant at Cadwell Park, you've got track, grass, wall, and that's it. That you had track, you had a bit of tarmac, you had a bit of gravel as well, but it was a massive runoff. And he went, well, I've got this massive runoff.
Nürburgring, you have track as well.
That's exactly, yes. Well,
it's that fast.
The grass is optional.
Yes,
but and that shows real racing intelligence, because you've missed the apex. You know that winding on more lock's going to do nothing apart from overheat the front of the tyre that's scrap. I think, what can I do?
Or worse still, lose the back end.
Yeah, so what can I do? Well, I can see that track's up there. I can swoop round. I'll get a bit of dirt on my tyres, lose 2 seconds, but in a 12-hour endurance race, we all live to fight another day, and we get a great replay. So what more can you ask?
Which will make the highlights.
Exactly.
Don't forget, on the YouTube channel for 24H Series, all of the 52-minute highlight shows from so far through this season. So if you want to have a bit of a catch-up,
I've enjoyed putting this together.
I've really enjoyed them this year.
Most of them you and I. I mean, you've done a couple of your own, but most of them you and I.
I've really enjoyed doing them this year, and there's been some great racing. Into the pit lane for the leading TCE car, Henry Neal brings the Simpson Motorsport Audi into the feet of Joe Bradley. Remember, he's impersonating several different drivers. Yeah.
They are on a budget here. More significantly, though, as the car has already rolled off and gone on to fueling, keep an eye on that car, because it's going to be spewing fuel again, because they've done nothing with regard to that.
Oh, really?
Remember about an hour ago, James said that they were going to have a look and see if they could rectify that breathing issue. Well, nothing was done, so that might happen again.
Joe, did you say that was the starting set of tyres on the front of that car?
Yes, and you can tell when you see the wear on them.
So that's 86 laps those front have done. So
yes,
3 hours and 10 minutes of racing.
So Henry's going to tell us what they felt like. Luckily, I haven't got a cameraman. He's on his lunch break, because he's here in his underpants.
Did they change the rears as well, Joe?
Did you change rears there as well, boys? Didn't you? Didn't change the rears, just the fronts.
All right. Okay.
Looks like it was needed to be changed. Henry, was it?
Yeah, definitely. That's what happens when you double stint a set of fronts. So I'm pretty impressed that they've managed to hold out for a couple of stints, considering the heat and stuff. Just tried to limit, wheel spin coming out the corners. just easing wee bit back. Yeah, and they lasted. I don't think they had many more laps left in them, but at least I made it back.
Your crew chief, I forget his name, said that they were the starting set. Is that right?
Yeah, we haven't got a huge amount of tyres this weekend, so we're trying to maximise the rubber on them, which, as you can see, I don't think there's a lot left at these. So fingers crossed we can keep doing this and save ourselves a few tyres.
Well, front-wheel drive is in the Neil blood. How on earth did you get the car to rotate without that turning in with those things?
It's just a lot of weight transfer, a lot of left foot braking, and just being patient with it, allowing the front to come to you, not trying to force it, not trying to force a grip, using as much mechanical grip as possible, trying to limit the tyre wear as much as we can, which I think we've just about managed to.
Yeah, I think you're getting your money's worth. How is your dad? Is he okay?
Yeah, he's good. He's all good. He's just at home at the moment. I think he's probably watching. Or
any plans? Are you guys sharing a car at Dubai maybe?
I mean, that would be fantastic if we can. We'll have to see if it works financially. But yeah, if not Dubai, then hopefully another race next year.
Never works financially. It's motor racing, mate. You're just peeing it away, aren't you?
Yeah, it's like they say, the way to make a small fortune in motorsport is start with a big one.
Buy a house instead. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Henry. I'll let you cool off.
Oh, they do know about driving front-wheel drive cars.
Is Joe a certified financial advisor? You can't just say that on air.
Yeah. So I reckon then, if they keep going the way they will have,
yeah.
So this is at that was at 3 hours, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
So they've just gone on to
it's 4 sets, isn't it? But
so they started with one set. They've changed the front, so that's 1.5 set at 3 hours. Right. At 6 hours, they'll put another set, another pair on the front, and probably a pair on the back. So that's they've had two there, two there, two there.
So it's 4 sets of fronts
there,
and 2 sets of rears.
2 there, 2 there. Yeah. Yes. So 4 2s are 8, 10, 12 tyres.
Yeah.
14 tyres. 14 tyres for 12 hours.
It's going to get a bit harder on the tyre for the next 3 hours, so things get darker, and then it's going to get a lot easier as it cools down. But I think they'll be lucky to do that, because I think you're going to need everyone driving very, very carefully to achieve that. But it's pretty impressive stuff if they do. Really is racing on a budget, isn't it?
278 serving the penalty that it had. This is the black Ginetta, and that one was for not respecting pit stop regulations, and I don't think that was rescinded.
No, it was issued at 10 past the hour, last hour, sorry.
Remember, you can't now serve penalties in Code 60.
I don't agree. I agree with that. I don't agree with the changes that have been made to the fueling.
I understand why.
I think I liked the element of fortune or cleverness or luck.
I think that
threw in. But I enjoyed it.
But there was a randomness about that, though.
Yes, and motor racing is random.
No, I know that, but it should be. Oh, that Audi's leaking fuel again. Other parts of the circuit now. That's
Lord,
through turn one. That was through turn one. It's the breather.
Yeah.
And
in fact, they didn't fix it. They don't know how to.
Well,
we've seen this before from something else. I'm trying to think what it was. I'm trying to think what it was down. We talked about it the first time.
I've got a feeling the Cupra used to do it.
We've had leaking fuel before, and it's.
They may just have to stop fully fueling.
That's what they had to do with that car the previous time. They couldn't sort it out. But no, I think on this.
Oh no! It was a GT car. It was a GT car. Wait a minute, I'm seeing it.
Oh, go on.
It was when we were at Mugello, and they ended up putting tape over it at one stage.
Yes. Now I'm seeing it, but I can't tell you who it is.
Was it a Ferrari?
I don't know. I think it might have been, but it's like
answers on a postcard, or more likely on the social media at at RSL_studio. Going back to the Code 60 25% fuel route, I really, really dislike when teams are disadvantaged through nothing to do with them, when a yellow flag comes out when a safety car is caught. Look, I accept a safety car is going to close things up, but in championships that don't close the pits when a safety car comes out, if you are the leader, you're going to be disadvantaged badly enough by losing your 15 seconds lead that you've built up. But that I do accept. What I don't like is if you've just gone past the pit commit as the leader and the second place guy hasn't, he gets a free pit stop. And so if you aren't going to do code 60, then you should always close the pit lane so that the leader has the first opportunity to come in.
On a yellow flag, but not on a safety car, yes, but not on the code 60. As long as the code 60.
But on a code 60, particularly if it's a short code 60 for somebody running out and getting some debris or something like that, then it is absolutely contingent on where you are on the track as to whether you take that stop or not, because you can't risk going in off sequence and it going back green for you. And that, I think, is just slightly too much of rolling the dice.
I would say I disagree.
Okay.
I like that little extra element. I think
that frisson of excitement.
And I think some teams have really managed to use that tactics and strategy, which is a key point of endurance racing. They've used it, so many times. We talk about Herbert, obviously, while here this week, and we'll be back for Dubai. They made mastery of using the code 60s, and I think they've slowly taken away the ability to work the environment.
22 Century BMW came into the pits from the lead of the race, and Jack Barlow hopped out. Jack, it's one of those situations here where we are going to swap the lead as we get through the pit stop phase. You're a little bit out of sequence with the EB Motorsports Porsche, so if that sequence works for you at the checkered flag, you're going to be where you need to be. But is there any way that you can sort of project that far ahead in this race?
Yeah, obviously it's a long race, 12 hours, so yeah, it's obviously not really showing kind of where we're at. All we can do is just run a clean race and minimise our mistakes. Lewis done a great start to the race. Carl just made a very small mistake that set us back slightly, but playing catch up a little bit now. But hey, it's all of our first races, obviously of this length for 12 hours. Lewis has done a couple in the past, but for myself and Carl, it's our first time doing a race longer. Well, for me, 30 minutes, and himself for an hour. So yeah, a lot to learn. Obviously, we can take these learnings to Dubai. Obviously, that's our mindset behind things. But yeah, a long way to go. So not writing anything off.
Track looked a bit tricky. I mean, it looked like Carl just put a wheel offline. It seems to be very, very slippery with the sand offline.
Yeah, so we found that when we came to the circuit. I'm not sure if anything had done much running before we had been here, or even just overnight, if the wind picks up slightly, then the track can get very, very, very sandy. So it makes a big difference, but it makes passing the slower cars very challenging. Obviously, you see a gap on the outside and you want to be pulled into it, but you know it's so slippy, so you just have to be patient. It's an easy mistake for him to make, and definitely one he'll learn from, I'm sure. So
you were telling us yesterday, Jack, you've been out of motor racing for about 9 years. Here you are. Big event like the 12 Hours of KUWAIT, you must be like a pig in a pig pen, as they say.
Yeah, I can't stop grinning. Just walking around the paddock is it's nice to be in and around the paddock and know that I'm one of the drivers on the grid. It's a really, really good feeling. So I'm super grateful to be here, and yeah, obviously everybody that's made it happen. I'm just huge thanks to them, and yeah, hopefully you'll see my face more next year, maybe.
Yeah, that's my next question. So what's this going to lead to? Is this a one-off deal or is it a multi-deal?
No, so I'll be doing the whole of the Middle East Creventic Championship. So you'll see me at Dubai 24, and you'll also see me at Abu Dhabi 6 Hour. So if some more can lead from there, then happy days. But at the moment, just taking it race by race, just enjoying it while I'm here and making the most of it. Obviously, if it leads to something, that's a bonus. If not, I'm just going to enjoy the races that I have got to compete in this winter.
Keep smiling, Jack. Great to have you.
What a great addition to the grid, Joe Bradley with Jack Barlow there. Battle on the track for second and third, but there is one lap between them at the moment. So this is the BMW battling to get back on effectively the lead lap. So there's 3 miles between these cars, although they are second and third in that order on the timing and scoring screen. And the second place car is Shane Lewis for CP Racing, Lewis Plato in third. for Century Motorsport, and that car has been quite a bit quicker at most parts of the race. Interesting to hear what Jack was saying there, and even with just over a dozen cars on the track, finding space to pass Nick is really difficult. Two very evenly matched cars. I would say the BMW maybe has a second or a second and a half in its pocket at the moment in terms of pace, and that may be because Shane is running to a lap time, but that's still not enough to make a clean pass here. Shane's putting his car in exactly the right place, and the dangers of going offline very well described there by Jack Barlow.
Yeah, I mean, it's the track obviously has this very long infield section, which is basically the whole of Sector 2, and it is a single line for two similar class of cars. Now, if you put the cars you say where you want to, there's no absolute way that Lewis Playfair can get past Shane. The only chance Lewis has got is in some way getting the drive out of the final corner, whichever number we decide that's called now, which I suppose is better out of 16A or 18, whatever it is, and then getting that speed down the straight. But I think actually there's some very good straight line speed in that Merc as well. So this could be a frustrating few laps for Lewis, because he knows if he can clear Shane, he can be a second or two faster. And it's really important because he's got to make up 1 minute and 45 on Lewis. He's got to make up another half minute on the EV Motors Porsche, and he is, of course, the fast driver in the fastest driver in that car, who needs to get the time down, because obviously they're going to have more time. We still got more time to come. More time to come with Carl Cavers, who's is the man who's who's there. He's a very, very good gentleman driver. He's a gentleman driver. So race-wise, this actually was looking like two cars going around together, and a person in second being a lap ahead of a person in third is already going to spin out what could end up being quite major implications for the race that's still got 8.5 hours to run.
Yes. And I have no doubt that Shane Lewis is absolutely aware of the significance of what is going on here, because keeping that car 3 miles behind him, which is what he's doing at the moment, just means they may not have to fight that car later on in the race, and he's giving his teammates the opportunity to be fighting against similar speed drivers later in the race as well. And this is what I keep saying about endurance racing is, yeah, it's about the here and now, but this might be playing out in 7.5, 8 hours time.
Yeah, in a normal scheme of things, there's absolutely no reason for the most sensible team in the paddock, CP Racing, to hold up a car that is faster and is a lap behind. Except that they know that several hours' time, these two may well be battling out for second or even first overall, even though they're in slightly different classes. So every lap that Shane holds Lewis back is 1 or 2 seconds they haven't got to worry about when it unwinds. And Lewis Shane is a very, very quick driver. Probably on a lap, probably the fastest of the CP guys. I mean, they're all kind of good quality. They're class amateurs, but most of them have, outside Charlie, do instructing and that sort of thing. So they've got some sort of race background and race at tracks. Of course, they are a very pleasant age. I like the seniority of the team is fantastic. And what you're seeing now is experience trumping a faster car, and you would think that Lewis now needs. Last time around, he was really sniffing as they went into between 14 and 15. He's got he's getting half a wheel up the inside on a not the ideal line, going through the section through 12, 13 and 14. Just pokes his nose up again, but the car's blocking. And so we've been watching this now, for 3 or 4 laps. Let's say 5 seconds that they haven't got to worry about
easily
in a few hours' time.
Yeah. He's actually the Manamari energy by EV Motors, he's doing them a favour as well, because Shane is over 2 minutes behind them at the moment.
Last lap, both the second and third did a 45.7. The leader, Sergio Nicolai, did a 44.6.
Yeah.
So it's as you say, there are two of the three who are gaining by this, and one of the three is sitting there going, "This is just my worst nightmare currently. That I am using up my pro time, but not getting my pro lap times."
Yeah. Yeah. And there's absolutely nothing that can be done at this stage. I mean, in fairness to Shane, he's done that thing where he's taken the rearview mirror off and thrown it away. He's driving as if there's nobody anywhere near him. He's just driving his own race. He's as the Americans would say, he's hitting his marks. He might just be modifying his line in one or two corners, so there's absolutely no invitation down the side. It's like a motorcyclist going into a roundabout, a traffic circle. And I was taught by when I passed my motorcycle test, I was taught to pass my test by an advanced motorcycle rider instructor, and he said, put yourself in the place where you don't want the car driver to be. And that's the first time there that we've just seen, coming through turn 14, a little bit of frustration, I think, there from Lewis Plato, who tried to edge up the inside to 15, but 15's not the corner anymore. It's 16A that is the overtaking manoeuvre.
I think what happened is Lewis realises if they're going to go around in clear air, there's nothing he can do. And they were coming up to lap a couple of cars. It was a Vortex that time. He just hoped there'd be enough of a delay or a confusion in Shane's mind about which way they're going to get past the Vortex that he could maximise it. So he came right up alongside him, not in particularly a passing place, but if it's for some reason the Vortex then caused an issue to Shane, he could have got through. Now the second of the three cars has also been passed.
Oh, here he goes. Goes to extreme left-hand side. There's a heavy braking area coming up at the end of the long straight, and finally Lewis Plato gets through, and it's the 10th place car that's done that. Andrei Solokotsev, who unwittingly was the help that the other BMW, the GT3 version of the BMW M4, needed. There was no gamesmanship there. He did exactly the right thing, stayed on the racing line, but that was exactly the opportunity that Lewis Plato needed. And Nick, I think your analysis of that was perfect, because he was there. He almost got himself into a tangle at 15 on the previous lap because he knew he had to be there, and he's now moved up into second position on the track.
It's lap down.
Excuse me. He's now moved up onto the lead lap. Excuse me. Yeah.
He's on the same lap now as the seems they might say, but it was very, very interesting. You're absolutely right. It was the perfect storm for him in that Shane went past the first car, and then he came up behind the light blue BMW, but the light blue BMW had his line, and he couldn't move out where he wanted to do because Lewis was there in the M4 GT3. So great opportunism by Lewis. He took effectively the first chance he was offered once he realised he couldn't get past on pure pace.
Last time around, a new fastest lap of the TCE race for Christian Broberg, behind the wheel of the CWS Engineering number 278 Janetta G55, a 154.897. That was front of the field lap record pace last year, but we have got a slightly revised circuit. In the other classes, the fastest laps have gone to the leading Porsche in GT3, that's a 143.5. Red Camel Jordan have got the fastest 992 Cup car lap with a 146.8. In GT4, it's the leading car in that category, Century Motorsport, with a 52.795. And in fact, Christian Broberg has decided that he's going to do it again. 1 hour, 154.871. And in GTX, it is the Vortex, which is running in third after being delayed early on with a couple of pit visits to sort out an alternator belt. And they've done a 146.1, and that's the best in their class. That's the lap leaders at the moment. At the sharp end of the field, it's 38 seconds between Porsche and the number 95 Manamari EB Motors car. And CP Racing, Shane Lewis, has just given up track position, finally, to the charging Lewis Plato, who immediately took 2 seconds out of him on the remainder of that lap, on 2/3 of that lap. So watch out for Century Motorsport now. and Lewis Plato, livetiming.getraceresults.com, and follow along with us here at Kuwait Motor Town for what will happen in the next few minutes. How quickly can he close down to actually challenge for second position? He goes across the line there at 45.3 for Century Motorsport. And what we're going to get from Shane, he'll be across the line in a moment or two. Just looking at their pit stop schedule, CP Racing are due into the pit lane. Shane Lewis is due into the pit lane shortly, whereas Lewis Plato has still got some 20+ laps to go.
Yeah, the interesting thing is actually that the fastest car on the track is Sergei Nikolai in the Manamount Energy by EV Motors Porsche that is leading. He's stretched the lead out.
I was just putting in your fastest lap.
When I sat down, that lead between first and second was 28 seconds. It's now 38 seconds.
Yeah.
Now, some of that was because they were scrapping, but the last 2 laps, the fastest car on the track, 44 flat, this time of 43.
16A's claimed another victim. This is the second time in the gravel there for the 714. Razun Morthan, KTM Crossbore, leader in GTX and 5th place overall. Daniel Drexel has gone straight on. This is, I'll guarantee you, Nick, this is going to be another one of those coming through 15 and no, he's actually, well, I'd have been wrong. I'm pleased I didn't put the house on it because I'd be living in a caravan. Locked up the left front Hankook, but that was, I think, just coming too hot through 15.
Really? That looked to me like it might have been a failure of some sort.
Do you think it's
a very strange angle? Now, those who can see pictures,
Code 60, by the way,
will see
Code
the car
60
in the barriers, but it just kissed the barrier. There's no.
It's Tech Pro. That's not going to damage the front.
There's going to be no actual damage to the car. It's going to need to get pulled out, and then obviously we'll have to find out what the issue was. But it was a bit weird. It was locked in at an odd angle.
Right.
And you kind of felt if he'd unlocked the thing, it might well have gotten round the corner a bit more. So. Yeah, my feeling is that's a strange one. I'm prepared to give him the benefit of the doubt on this at the moment.
He was locked up all the way into the gravel by the look of it. What we can't see easily is the attitude of the car because, of course, it's in the gravel. Now, this is magnificent news for CP Racing. They were coming to the end of their stint anyway, and Joe Bradley, I think I saw them dive into the pit lane. Oh.
No, I think Plato has gone straight through to fueling.
Correct.
The CP car. Shane Lewis has taken on some fresh Hankooks. So that's the only variation on these 2 pit stops here under Code 60. Now the CP car is going into fueling behind him.
Yeah, and the Century Motorsport car, the multicoloured BMW, has only got 13 laps on those Hankooks. That's why Lewis Plato went still there. So he will straight there. He will still get track position when he comes out, and he will be able to run, I would say, a little bit longer, 13, 12, maybe not actually, because you're allowed 25%. So given that you're allowed 25% and they're doing about 39 laps, 13 laps is a third of a stint, and he's only putting 25% in. He's only putting a quarter of a fuel run in. So he's not going to be able to go quite as far as the... well, actually, no, because Shane Lewis...
He's also putting quarter of a tank. I think it's interesting. I think this is the point that
yeah, Shane will come in, so he'll run another 12 laps or thereabouts, and then he'll have to come in for full fuel.
The interesting thing is, this is going to take another few minutes. We saw a nose in before. It took about 10 minutes. They also did a bit of clean-up. They will come round again. Will they take another 25%? Unlikely for Lewis, but will Shane come in and take another 25%?
If Lewis has got the capacity, which he will have, I'd say they'll both stop again.
It's going to be down to...
You're not going to get held up at the pumps here, so that you take out.
No.
You mentioned that earlier on. I thought that was a really good point.
And the other thing to remember is, of course, is you're losing very little time because you aren't having, because it's a straight in and straight out fuel stop. It's not wander around the back of the thing, through a boot. Was it Navarra had the world's most ridiculous route into the pit lane where you kind of went via Bilbao to get back in again? But this one is like zero loss effectively.
I remember.
Zero loss
remember what it was like at Kota on the pit lane out. You had to, there was a traffic junction.
You had to cross the traffic.
You had to cross the traffic.
Lights.
Then you drove in. Then there was a 90 left, a hairpin right, and then a long run down to the back of the paddock. Then another 90 left. Then you got your fuel. Then you came out of fuel 90 left, straight back along. Then a 90 right, 90 left.
Did you get your parking credits at the same time?
Yes. If once you'd bought something,
Get the
you've
validation,
got to validate it. And you were back out again.
Undamaged, that car. Completely undamaged. I don't think it's even got a scuff on it.
No scuffage. Sans scuffage.
So the front left should be flat as a pancake. Cause that was flat spotted as a pancake because that was skidding the long way around. Just whether that was caused by some sort of failure or just by a brain fade.
Mike, I wonder if the right rear suspension has failed, and that's taken.
Looks okay. I mean,
there's a lot of dust.
Your first impression was it was an error. Perhaps you're right. He's sprinting away quite quickly for an error, isn't it? For a car that had an issue.
When was that car last in the pit lane? Do you make the best of the code 60 that you've caused yourself? Yeah, there were 17 laps. That car could come. I think they should come and fill it and send it. But let's see if it does. Yes, it does.
Sure,
and I didn't even get that sent to me from Paul Trustwell.
I'm sure they'll get a new set of boots for it.
Well, they're going to have a look at least, aren't they?
They're going to need a front left, surely.
Joe Bradley is watching that car that caused the code 60 coming in. I think, Joe, they'll have at least a look at the tyres on that car, whether or not they decide to change them.
Under the apron, it's showered us in gravel, which was expected, but there was a horrible scraping noise coming from underneath somewhere. So front end wise, that was the way the car went in. There's literally nothing. There's a tiny little scuff mark on the splitter. The tyres are coming off, as we would have expected. There needs to be a full inspection of those brake calipers and the like. The gravel here is really small. Small bits of gravel. It's not the big lumps of rock. It's quite small, so they literally get everywhere. Somebody getting wrong for not having a band on, and that's the team principal, actually, Dominic Albert, who had that big off earlier on in the week. Right, now then, I think it's the floor tray that's been scraping. So that journey into the gravel, it hasn't damaged the front end with the contact, the minor contact, let's call it, but it has caused some problems with the under tray. The gravel trap has caused some damage to the under tray, which is hanging down. So I'm not sure what that gesticulation means. I think they're about to push this into the garage. I might be wrong. Still all going on the apron at the moment.
Thanks, Joe. And yeah, it's looking like that may well have been some sort of issue. I am now in the hot seat. And I'm joined by Phil Anderson back where he's fitting. By the way, Phil, excellent selection of information in front of you at your desk. I sat there going, this is amazing what Phil's got. He's got 3 screens, 4 pieces of paper. It's almost like he's regularly really well prepared for a different job. I don't know what's going on.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Nick. I learnt all of this from Paul Trustwell.
All right, this is fair enough.
Exactly. All that gravel underneath that tray. Yeah, I was watching that when that happened, and to me, just overcooked it.
Yeah, it was just odd, the angle that he kind of hit the corner at. And I think it's been proven it's been an error, but
yes.
you looked at it, that's really strange. Especially when people have been running for, so he wasn't really running in traffic, and he was running, he'd been running for several laps. It's almost like, why would that mistake be made? And as we go green, back to full speed, people who've made stops have now hopefully cleared the pit lane, otherwise they'll be costing themselves double time. And we are on board with AGMC Simpson GT4 machines, currently 10th overall, and I think leading in its class, no, second in its class behind the Century Motorsport machine, the similar GT4 M4. Do you still, I don't know about you, but I am still struggling, and it must be after about, 6 or 7 years, to say M4? Because to me, the M3 was always the sporty one.
Well, for me, the E30 M3 was the car. And then, it's, M4, it just doesn't ring.
To me, M4 just means I'll go to Bristol.
Yes, exactly. Up the motorway. Indeed. So a lot of work going on underneath the front end of that car. Daniel Drexel was at the wheel when it had its incident. And they're just pumping the brakes at the moment from that hand gesture. There was a little bit of work on the brake pedal.
Yeah, I wonder whether perhaps he had the pedal went. I know it went long, but he managed to lock it up. So yeah, but we'll have to speak to him. He have a couple of minutes to make up his excuse before Joe or I get to him.
Well, I think the perfect excuse was I couldn't back it into the corner because we've already used the back end once.
Excellent point, well made. Yeah, I realised that the spares we have at the front, so I thought I'd go in that direction.
We have a complete front. We don't have any more back ends.
I mean, that car obviously has a history of having to do massive repairs. They were the spirit of the race last year.
Oh, they were, yes.
Because they did a complete engine and gearbox change during the 12
12
hours.
hours, yeah, indeed. And Hathan Julie brought it into the pits, parked it in the penalty zone because that's the closest place he saw fire extinguishers.
Yeah, yeah.
Really great presence of mind as most of the internal components exited the engine down in the braking zone at turn 20 and was able to get that back in. And they got... Yep.
And I believe that Joe now has a bit more crossbow info.
I haven't quite, but I know a man who may be able to give us some more. Dominic Albert, who is listening to his driver. What was the report from your driver, Dominic?
We had an ABS failure, and then I think that was the reason why he went off. He recognized it 5-6 corners before, and so yeah, then he came off. Now we came back, and now we need to change the ABS sensor. It's front left.
The car, remarkably, is looking completely undamaged. Is that the case?
Yeah, just a bit of gravel, and yeah, now we need to fix that our ABS works. So then,
phew, that's really lucky, isn't it? Yeah. You can't imagine what's that like, guys. You know, under racing conditions with a car with ABS, you literally get to the braking point and just hammer the brake as hard as you can. And then what will happen if the ABS stops working is you just lock the wheels and go forward.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, well, I was right.
You were.
The interesting thing is, though, is that because we've got a very mixed field here, we don't always assume that cars are running ABS.
True.
Because some are, some aren't. Obviously,
Yes.
the GT3s are, some of the GT4s are, but many of the cars aren't. And so when you see a wheel locking up, now obviously having seen the wheel locking up and being told that was an ABS car, we can all go, something's gone wrong.
Yes.
And it turns out to be an ABS failure is what it was. So I've gave my kudos back again by being correct. It was a mechanical failure, not an error.
We're marking it on the wall. And
Mark it big because they're quite rare, these victories.
Yes, I was watching and heard you and John commentating that great battle between the 85 and the 95. That was a great battle. What I saw there, the BMW was running a little bit more downforce than the Mercedes, and you saw that Mercedes get 2 or 3 car lengths every time.
Bit more from Joe?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, guys, I've just mentioned that. Hopefully you'll get this on Seb's camera. So the driver, with ABS, you just hammer the brake pedal as hard as you can. When the ABS stops working, the tyre locks up. And just look at the tyre damage that we've gone from this lockup, which caused the car to go off. We burn immediately through that surface tread, and it starts, this is a blister because of the heat build-up across this contact patch, and then the rubber just starts peeling off, and that happens in an absolute instant. The driver, by the time the driver reacts and stops the brake pressure being so hard on the pedal, you're already off the track and you're already heading towards the gravel. So that's the sort of thing I was talking about the tyres locking up and causing that damage. This tyre is now ruined. So that just goes in the bin, or for recycling, I should say.
Thank you, Joe. As always, if you want to have a man in the pits, you can point at something that's... the only thing is he didn't get to taste it. If it's liquid, he'll taste it. But that's great. Thanks, Joe. And it does show the damage that is done.
And he doesn't point with his clipboard either. He uses his finger.
Yes, but that involves like dexterity, because he knows the clipboard had to go under the arm whilst the microphone. But pointing the clipboard, also pointing the clipboard. You see, for me, being not a seasoned pit lane mechanic, keeps me further away from things that might burn me. Whereas Joe doesn't really care. He's burnt everything, had everything covered in all sorts of unpleasant fluids. But yeah, I think it shows that how quickly, once you've locked a tyre, and we saw the lock was probably 30 metres, perhaps 40 metres of lock up.
Yep.
And that's enough to just completely destroy a race tyre.
That's a second. literally a second, and that tyre is destroyed. And you've got to remember, you're not braking at road car distances here. At that corner, you're braking at probably 40, 50 metres. And as soon as you lose that 1 second, you've gone 20 metres. And you're literally, that's it, you're a passenger. I just saw him having a few issues there, Daniel Drexel at the wheel. The car weaving around under acceleration and under braking, and he's cleaning the tyres off. He's got a problem with that car. They've broken something. I picked that up. That car was really struggling with something. I think they've broken something on that car, whether it be ABS or something else. But I saw it shimmy like it just shimmied then, and that to me looks like something in the suspension may have gone.
It's probable. My guess is he is trying to see in a safe way if the ABS is working.
Yeah, no.
So you come down the straight. Oh no, you're actually
right rear.
Right, the right rear has gone. They got a. Is that tyre or is that? No, is that actually alignment? Is that? Don't move from the KTM pit, Joe, because we've got the right rear is either flat or more likely, I think it's got a toe link that's gone. So it's all going on here, and I'm wondering whether they are linked. It's just bad coincidence. Is it flat?
No, it's not flat. It's either not.
It's a wishbone.
Yeah, it's either that or it's coming off, that it hasn't been threaded, it hasn't been locked on properly.
Ah, right.
It could be a loose.
Could be much less serious. Just a loose tyre. Yeah.
He's got to get it back to the pits. That's the problem.
He's not having a great couple of laps, really, is he?
Yeah, and he's at turn 7 at the moment, he's slowing at turn 7, and it does look at a very strange
angle, isn't it? It's at a funny angle.
Yeah.
It's a turn 3. It's a funny angle and looks slightly flat, but obviously on. Yeah, but it's flat, and I think it's coming off as well.
Yep, he's stopped out on the circuit now.
Effectively, he's got the set. It's flat, and it's coming off, and the ABS doesn't work. So he's stopped. This will probably bring out another code 60, and of course, the good news is this is not the end of the day for the KTM team, because they'll get towed back to the pits. This looks fixable. I say looks. I pointed out 2 seconds ago, I'm not a mechanic. It looks fixable. Now. And they'll get this thing back on a flatbed. Now, the only thing is, obviously, if the wheel falls off, it'll be very difficult to get back on a flatbed.
Yeah.
So the question would be how quick they can get it back. There are cut-throughs which the tow trucks can take to shorten the distance. Of course, if it's not, it'll be much longer. They have to load it onto a flatbed. And of course, if you load a flatbed with a wheel missing, you can damage the bottom of the car.
We've already had 27 minutes under code 60, and this will be our third one for this session. We have 8 hours, 12 minutes to go, and that car has been leading that category since the get-go. So let's have. Okay, let's have a little look-see of what may have caused this issue. So the tyre goes on. So he thinks he's felt something. Maybe he's felt something not being tight. So he's pulled that tyre off again, and there is the end result of the car not going any further. I think Daniel made a very wise decision of not trying to get it back to the pits because of the damage it may have caused, which may have elongated the time in the pits.
If you lose the tyre, the car is therefore going to be sitting on the ground and causing massive damage.
Yeah, because they rely on a flat floor to work correctly. And as you can see from the diffuser at the rear end of that car, you run that along the ground and things go bad very, very quickly. And
so is this going to put the Ginetta into the lead of GTX?
Well, that is 3 laps behind at the moment. I think in the... let's have a look. Resume move the racing. Well, at the moment, your G50, Ginetta is in the lead at the moment on 108 laps, 105 laps from the KTM. And so that is a 3-lap lead that will continue to grow. And then third place in the GTX. It's obviously with its issue earlier on with the belt change. It is a few laps down on 97 laps. Our leaders are on 114 laps, and the leader of the G56 Cup is on 108 laps. As overtaking under code 60?
Is one doing code 60, one doing code 59?
Possibly, but...
You're not allowed to overtake, doesn't really matter.
No.
I think the problem is they probably get other cases when they were just halfway through. Now they're trying to work out
who was where.
It's after you, Claude. I don't know. Is it me? Is it you? Is it us? What's happening?
Just keeping an eye on the possible recovery.
So let's go down to Joe, who may be able to bring the denouement to something that started at the Creventic round in Estoril. Joe.
Well, yeah, the CP Racing Mercedes has come in from second place. The number 85 car being brought to a halt by Shane Lewis. Now, Shane gets out. Now, you may be able to see from Seb's camera that we've got a couple of his teammates now sporting huge sideburns. This is paying tribute and homage to Shane's homegrown ones. It's Charlie Putman who's gotten into the car, just stalls, pulling off the apron. Didn't really cause him any sort of issue there. And Shane with a sterling drive there, with some great racing with the Century BMW, wasn't it? That battle, I think, will go on until the flag, and when you consider the EB Motors Porsche to be in there as well. And we thought, what's the saying, boys? You only need 2 cars to make a race. We've got 3 GT3 cars in the top class, and these 3 have been pretty much wheel to wheel. Shane, happy to see his teammates sporting the sideburns. And as ever, Shane congratulating his team. He's happy with that stint. We'll stay. If you stay with us, we'll get Shane when he takes his helmet off.
Just run through what this whole sideburn thing is about. Coming into Estoril, Shane was beginning to grow some proper Dickensian style mutton chops, and we challenged him for the next race, which was in Barcelona, which was about a month later, to actually get and grow as the biggest, bushiest sideburns you can. And the little tinker shaved them off and didn't do it. But his team had already bought the comedy sideburns and didn't get to wear it because they said, well, we're going to do it if you're not. As you can see there, you've got Charles Espinal on the left and Joe on the right. And Joe, back to you, mate. Let's find out all about Sideburn Gate.
I've got my own here, boys. You can just see under there. Shane, I've got to say, that might have been a cracking driving stint, but the sideburns are pathetic compared to your teammates.
I'm telling you, I got to catch up. You know, they're ahead of me on everything. On the track, here in the pits, and in the burn department. I got to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to... These are actually there, but he's been shaving up to there. So what are you going to do? What's the strategy to get the hair to grow a little bit thicker?
Well, if you can make me a little younger, I can make it a little thicker. But no, man, it's I've kind of kept these around just for good luck throughout all the years, and I'm so happy that these guys are kind of joking around with me, a little bit fun, you know. So you got to have something. So having a good time with these boys.
Well, you had a lot of fun out there. That was a great battle for us with the BMW. Tell us a bit about that, Shane.
Yeah, you know, so they got on the radio and said, listen, he came out with clean tires, you know, new tires, you know, don't have to race him. He's going to be quicker. And I'm like, well, he's going to have to work for it. I'm like, I ain't going to give it to him, right? So had a good battle, and then the biggest trouble is, you know, you come up on traffic, and I want to be super careful. It's really tough offline, right? So you got to be really careful offline, really dirty offline. So I wanted to be really careful with the passes, and when I came up on one of the slower cars, he just went from there, and I had to let him go.
Hopefully this is going to go all the way at the flag, boys. Down to you. I know there's some sort of rumour going about that you guys are coming to the end of your Creventic journey. Please don't, because I don't know what we would do without you, because it's such a great atmosphere in this team.
No, rumors, man. Those are just rumors, bad rumors, all talk. It's mostly because they want the winners to go away. It's all about that. They don't want to see those winners here anymore.
Well, there is that as well. Thanks, guys. I'll leave you to your deal.
Oh, that's a great answer.
It is.
They want the winners to go away. Fantastic team, fantastic humour, and it's good to know that they are all disappointed with his inability to follow through on a sideburn grace decision. But we finally got him. It just took us 4 months.
Exactly. Car 714 will be recovered to the pits, and we have marshals on track for clearing gravel at the moment. So a little bit of track prep going on, as we heard there that offline is a little bit of an issue at the moment, as the recovery vehicles, I just saw the truck head down there as well with the crane on the back. So it may be that one, the tow strap is staying firmly on the back of that car. Hopefully in the not too distant future we'll have that recovered and back to the pits to continue on.
Interestingly, now had 2 of the 3 GTX cars come into trouble. Obviously Vortex was very unlucky to have a problem after 5 laps after not having a problem at all. They're still recovering from that. This will be a reasonable lappage delay, even if fixing it will be relatively simple, which it may or may not be. If it's a mismounted tyre, it'll be easy. If it's a broken upper or lower wishbone, then it's a bit longer, but still doable, still very doable.
Yes.
This is going to give Toro Verde and the Ginetta G56S, which, if I'm honest with you, if I was going to put a finger in the pie of which one I thought might break down first, it would have been that one. And they've not. Oh, hang on, touch wood. Sorry, apologies. They're having a very clean run so far, and this is going to be what you need to do in endurance race, and it's going to put them healthily in the lead, Phil.
4 laps at the moment,
yeah.
And you take away the time that it's going to take for them to recover that car, probably another 3 or 4 laps under code 60, and then time in the pits once we go green again, they could end up with anything like a 10-lap lead.
Yeah, I mean, and that a 10-lap lead, just to put it into context, a 10-lap lead will not be made up on the track.
No.
Even in 8 hours, because the difference is here is second to 2 seconds a lap. It won't be made up.
Yeah.
So it's going to take. They now know in their minds that they can actually run a little bit back from maximum, just a little bit back from taking the risks.
Yes, indeed, and I think that's very important for the Toro Verde team. Lawrence Tomlinson at the wheel of the 795 at the moment. I must admit that is a cracking sounding Ginetta, that 795. It's an absolute beast of a car, and we're looking at it earlier on with those flared arches and the bulging tyres, and it's just a very pretty car, and it's also very quick. There it is, that lovely white, orange and black Ginetta.
Well, white and orange is the Ginetta.
Yeah,
it's either orange and white or white and orange. That is the Ginetta colours. Thanks to Nick Damon for standing in. I did say it was the right rear suspension on the KTM, and the Racing Montland team, when he came in the pits, they looked at the left front because that's where he'd flat spotted, and they didn't look at the right rear.
Yep. So we saw the on the replay that they had a little bit of a look. They put the tyre on, took the tyre off, had a bit of a shake around, tyre went back on again, but I think you may be correct that we have some suspension issues that will be a bit more timely.
Yeah, my worry was that if he'd kept on driving it, he'd have pulled the drive shaft out.
Yeah.
I've done that with the Ginetta before, when the rear trailing arm snapped on me. And see, most of my brilliant insight is because I've just done something just as stupid myself. So it's
I'm a role model for doing that, John.
it's more down to I know of what I speak rather than anything else. So that'll be a bottom arm maybe that's just allowed the car to tow out a little bit.
This is tricky because of where the bonnet goes up or the hood goes up. When they're trying to grab it from the side to get it up onto the track, it's actually higher than the car.
Yeah.
So I saw he's holding up these straps, but he's not quite at the lid level. So it might be a little bit longer.
RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch with us, thank you. Let us know where you are, where you're watching and listening. Pretty much everybody has been into the pits. In fact, yes, everybody has been into the pits during this Code 60, bar the KTM crossbow. Although, in fact, actually, they did come in and have a look at it, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. After they went into the gravel, they came back in, had a look at it, put it back out there again, and then I saw it start to shimmy, and I thought, maybe it's just the tyres, but no, it wasn't.
The 971 Porsche and the Ginetta 795 have been overlapping and side-by-sides and all kinds of things, but they are holding their positions, as they must do, of course, and one driver's 60 kilometres an hour might not be the next car's 60 kilometres an hour. Quite often now you'll have a secondary, effectively pit lane speed limiter that holds you on 60. Sometimes you just go down into first and it does it automatically. It depends how the guys have programmed the car. Whilst we're still under Code 60, let's take the opportunity to have a look at the standings at the end of 4 hours of the 12 of the Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait for 2023. It's the opening round of the 2023-24 Middle East Trophy Championship, and we have, after 1/3 distance, the 911 GT3R of the Manamari Energy by Ebi Motors in the lead. They've just popped back into the pits again to get another 25% of their fuel allowance, so they're showing in the fuel area at the moment. Forget the gaps at the moment because, of course, they're all travelling very slowly around the track. However, it is CP Racing and Century in second and third. Remember, just before we got onto the full course purple, the code 60, importantly, Lewis Plato overtook what was then Shane Lewis. You heard Shane talking about he wasn't going to make it easy for him, even though he was on elderly tyres. And that was crucial for both of them. Shane Lewis held him up for about 3 or 4 laps. Lewis Plato knew he had to be through. He was on the start of a stint. He has got back on the lead lap, or the same lap at least, as CP Racing. But that did cost him some time. He was pulling away 2 seconds a lap when he got some clear air. Best of the Porsches in the 992 Cup class is Red Camel Jordan.nl with Luc Breukers behind the wheel of that car, having taken that car over from Fabian Dance. Second place in that class is in 5th overall, and a further lap back there. That's the Rabdan by Fulgenzi machine. Christopher Zirkling behind the wheel of the 971. Then the leading GTX car, and with the problems that we've seen from recently from the Razzoon More Than Racing KTM Crossbow, that is now the development car of Toro Verde and Ginetta. Lawrence Tomlinson, LNT, the man who saved Ginetta and has developed it over the last, decade and a half or so. A little bit more than that now. He's in the car. He says this is the portent to him doing some more racing. Now he's stepped away from the day-to-day running of Ginetta. That's been done by Lawrence's daughter. He's involving himself in some of the engineering and design work, and this, as I say, is a development of the G56 Cup car that he's driving with his son Freddie and Michael Simpson. Michael Simpson yet to be seen on camera doing his moonwalk. I thought we'd leave that till later on in the race. It's a big fan favourite. 936 is the K Kramer Racing machine. That is the remaining car in the race. They had their second car. You'll see it at the bottom of the standings later on. Really just a shakedown to make sure that car is okay for later on in this season. It's Tobias Mueller behind the wheel of that car, and they are third in the GT3 Cup. Then it's the number 438, and that is the leader in GT4. We have 2 BMW G82s. They are in 8th and 9th position, and it is AGMC Racing Team that lead it. In fact, I think they've just come out of the pits. Yes, they have. As their nearest competitor comes into the pits in 9th position. Nathan Freak has just popped into the pit lane. So that's back-to-back pit stops for Nathan. So again, they're brim-filling the tank. Now, I'll come back to that in a minute, actually. Let's finish the rundown. Behind them, the Razzoon More Than Racing car that's being recovered at the moment. And then we have the battle in TCE with TC, TCR and TCE, TCX, 2 very different cars, 2 British flag teams with the Simpson Motorsport Gen 1 Audi in the lead of that at the moment from Christian Broberg. So it's Jack Lemmer from Christian Broberg. Between those two is a full lap. And no, it's not actually. It's not quite a full lap. Looks like that on the timing, but it's not. And then it's the Vortex that has been running quite cannily. We'll say no more than that. That's the version 2.0. So again, that's another car really that is on its development curve. And then the semi-retired, a bit like myself, semi-retired K Kramer Racing machine that did have a wee problem earlier on, but they're doing some alignment work. They'll pop that car back out again, and it gives the drivers a chance to get a little bit of more experience of this circuit. We will see that car in full competitive anger when we get to Dubai and to Abu Dhabi for the next 2 rounds of this championships. That's how it stands then at 1/3 distance, 116 laps down, and your leader is the Porsche of Manamuri Energy by EB Motors. So we continue with this Code 60 as we're live from trackside, overlooking the start-finish straight and the rest of the circuit. This is our third Code 60. We've already had just under 50 minutes of Code 60. This one a little elongated because of the complexity of the recovery of the KTM crossbow. So everyone is taking the opportunity to come back in. I was going to make a point, and I'll do this now before I forget, because, you know, I'm of an age.
Memory dump.
No, mate, tell you. I don't get it out now. If I don't get this thought out now, it's gone forever.
Go, go, go.
Let's say that you are in any other GT3 car. It doesn't really matter what it is.
Yep.
And your maximum fuel dump, 100% fuel dump, let's say it's 90 litres.
Yep.
So that, actually, let's make it 100 litres so that the arithmetic is easier. So obviously under yellow, under purple, under Code 60, you can only put 25 litres.
Yes.
Now, the fuel tank size is not necessarily exactly 100 litres.
Exactly.
Some of these cars will have, let's say, 130 litres.
Exactly.
So what they can be doing now, and they will have started brim full at the start of the race.
Yep.
So if you've got a 130 litre tank, you will have had 130 litres in. You can only ever fill 100 litres at best, and during Code 60, 25 litres. So these multiple stops, if you're looking at this going, where are they putting this fuel? How much have they put in that? They've put 200 litres in this car. Well, you know, they'll never have to stop until next Tuesday. Well, the maximum fuel dump and the fuel tank size is not necessarily the same. So they could have gone back to, and the ideal will be for them, for everybody to get as much in now under this Code 60 when it costs you very little track time. And then even if your tyres or your driver has to come out before the end of the fuel, all that means is the next time you go to the pump, you don't have to stand still so long to put the fuel in.
It's common sense. But you see, all the three GT3 cars are doing it exactly the same.
Correct.
So they're all going to end up with brim-full tanks to start the next stint. And we heard from CP Racing before about this new Hankook tyre, the C54H, and they were raving about it. They said
really?
It was really, really good. So it's not tyre limitability, it's fuel limitability, which is the thing now.
Well, and we have seen, depending on where a Code 60 falls in a stint, people going, you know, with 15, 17 laps on a set of new tyres, going straight down,
yes.
and that's a third, probably a third of their fuel run, and they're going straight down and they're topping straight back up again. So they're going to do maybe 125%, 130% of their fuel run on a single set of tyres.
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
Because when you box, and the only time that from my thinking is when you want to change tyres, it's when you're doing a driver change, when the driver limit is up. So yeah, it's
which is still 2
hours exactly.
Yeah.
So you're trying to run those tyres and get that fuel to get you to that driver window. And if you can do that, and that's what the team mathematicians and scientists and experts such as Paul Truswell with the brain the size of I'd say a moon of Jupiter. Which moon?
Io? Are we talking Io?
Yeah, Io, because it's got a really technical and nice sounding name. And hi, Paul. But yeah, getting these numbers right can cut up. You know, you're cutting out possibly one pit stop. And, you know, over the course of a race, that can be, you know, we've seen these races finish with cars on the same lap.
Yeah.
So, you know, it can all fall the right or wrong direction. You are literally playing three-dimensional chess in space blindfolded, because it's all the unknowns of what's coming up for us in the next 7 hours, 48 minutes and 40 seconds, which nobody knows. You take your best bet. And that's motorsport, and that's why we love it.
True enough. True enough.
No sign from any race control as yet, and I can just see the KTM coming around on the track. Unfortunately, it's on the back of a flatbed crane truck, and it's just making its way now around through turn 12, and they'll try... yeah, I think he can't do the cut through the tunnel because the crane tube is too high.
Yeah, correct.
And so he's going to have to follow the track around and take him down pit lane and hopefully get under the gantry at pit lane. But that car is well on its way back to the pits, to the 714 pit, and dropped down into 11th overall. Still running second in the GTX class due to the problems for that Vortex V8 2.0 with that alternator belt earlier on, where they lost quite a few laps, and they came in with that issue on, as Nick said, on lap 5, and cost them quite a bit of time. So the battle will still be going on.
Well, I presume now that the flatbed will take the old... oh, no, it hasn't.
It's going all the way around, because there is a tunnel over here, but I think he's too high with the jib.
But I thought he would have gone all the way around the old track
and gone
to be able to... maybe the gate isn't open on the far side, because there is a return road down towards the pit
There
entrance.
is construction going on over there, so maybe that doesn't exist this year. In this part of the world, there's always construction. Yeah, he's just coming on to the back straight now, heading towards the pits. I believe as soon as that car is in the pits, I've seen most of the track workers have got back to their positions. And once again, thank you to our Orange Army here in Kuwait. Amazing job as always. Endurance racing, it's not easy to be out there in the sun, dealing with very noisy race cars, but we appreciate all of your efforts, and globally, because without you, we don't go racing.
Yeah, all around the world has been a very long season, hasn't it? If you look at when the season starts and when it ends, getting towards the last of the circuit racing season worldwide, there'll still be 1 or 2 club races and some off-road races as well, of course, but we're back in terms of international racing again.
The gantry.
Oh, they can't get under the gantry.
The gantry. He's under, he's got it. Oh, he just took it very, very slow. Just took it very slow indeed. Wow. Heart in mouth.
Wow, that was very close.
It was, because if they would have damaged that, they wouldn't have been able to get the car off.
Yeah, more the point, if they'd knocked the gantry down, we could have been here till next Tuesday.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, that car is the truck now making its way down towards the pit entry at turn 18 or 19. Take your pick. Final corner. And heads off the track. Still no message from race control of when we will be back underway, as we started this one at 13:46. So we're just shy of 30 minutes into this third, and the code 60.
Our longest code 60 so far.
Yeah, we had a 20-minute, then a 7-minute, and there we go, under 1 minute until we go green. Well done to all of our teams out there, and hopefully we can get a report on the 714 from pit lane. I think Nick will be down there after 2 o'clock. It will be indeed, and we'll get him to go and have a little look-see, because he may have been right. He was right on the ABS failure. He got that one. I did mark that on the wall of one of his many successes in calling an issue. Didn't sort of worry about the ones that he didn't call correctly, because my list is as long as his.
Say enough things, you're eventually going to get something right.
Exactly.
Nick Tierman has made his way back into the pit lane and is looking at a KTM crossbow with broken right rear suspension.
So this does seem to be a wheel mounting failure, possibly separate to the issue they had earlier with the ABS sensor, because I was having a look, and they've actually got the ABS sensor wires they replaced in that first instance about, well, now 45 minutes ago. So there was an ABS problem at the front, but as John said, it's hard to tell whether this was actually cause or effect or completely separate on the rear. They're not waggling it because they can't. Nothing seems too bad. They've actually worn away a small amount of the bottom wishbone. That's been worn about by the wheel being at a jaunty angle, effectively, has worn such a way. They've worn the edge of the disc away, which luckily now is only lightly warm, so I can put my hand that close to it. But actually looking for a failure, it's hard to see. Obviously, without grabbing, which I'm not going to do, I can't see something's loose. But it could be as simple as a wrongly seated or a difficult to seat nut. The actual thread seems okay. The locking point is still in there in the hub. So it's a bit of a mystery, John. So we'll have to try and find out when they perhaps have another go at it. But the main thing is, because it only got 3 wheels, they haven't even moved it yet, because they have to undo the ratchet straps and then they'll lift it off on the crane and down again.
Thank you, Nick. We'll keep an eye on that one in the pit lane as we are back under green flag racing. Number 95, the Manamari Energy Motors by Ebby Motors, leading the way on 120 laps. 119 laps for CP Racing, car 85 with Charles Putnam at the wheel at the moment in second position. And then on 118 laps, Carl Carver's in the 22 Century Motorsport car. And we heard about, over lunch, I was watching that battle, John, between the 22 and 85. And it was just fascinating to watch, of probably the BMW carrying a little bit more wing. It was quicker through the corners, and the 85 was quicker down the straights. Just made it, and it was traffic that ended up causing the overtakers. The 714 is gently lowered down to the ground. 7 pit stops so far for our race leader, 5 for the second place car 85, and 8 for the Century Motorsport. So very, very different strategies at play at the moment. And around about 7 hours and 40 minutes to go. It's going to be one of those ones where we get down to the last 2 hours and all the strategies start to come together and to see who's made the best decisions. Great news from CP Racing about the new Hankook tyre, the C54H, being very good and being able to run for so long and maintain a very, very similar lap time, which I'm finding very, very good indeed, which is going to make the Dubai 24-hour and the Yas 6-hour very interesting indeed. When it comes down to driver time and fuel limitations are going to be the things that can bring you undone rather than the tyres. So congratulations to Hankook for making a better tyre even better.
So how long was that? Code 60 then? That was a long one, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Let me go to my...
I reckon that was...
46 to 15, nearly half an hour,
yeah.
29 minutes.
Yeah, and we've now had 56 minutes or 10 laps of code 60. Easy enough to work out because you know how long the track is in kilometres, and 60 kilometres an hour, that's pretty easy to do that arithmetic.
For some. My abacus is broken. So looking at the gaps of where things can get interesting in the not too distant future is in GT4, just 9.8 seconds separating the two BMW GT4s. It's the AGMC Racing by Simpson Motorsport leading from Century Motorsport at the moment. Overall, I believe Century Motorsport would be in the lead. They've done 2 more pit stops than the AGMC Racing team by Simpson Motorsport, so they've got a couple of pit stops extra in there, maybe just to top the tank off as well. But that's, you know, just looking at the lap times at that one at the moment, Andrei Solokotsev at the wheel of the AGMC car, lapping in the 156s, and in the Century Motorsport car, Nathan Freaky is absolutely flying. He's in the 153, so he's almost 2 seconds a lap quicker at this time. So I give it 2 to 3 more laps, and those two will be nose to tail for lead of the GT4 category.
Phil Anson and John Hindhaugh in the booth. It is Nick Damon again downstairs in the warmth of the... Well, he's still in the shade, but it's still pleasant.
It is
outside. Mid-20s, getting up to high 20s Celsius today. Here's the forecast. We're pretty much at the overhead of the sun, the zenith of the sun at the moment. You can tell that by the lack of shadows around the cars. It's still a little bit, maybe, so where are we now? It'll be, it's either just, no, it hasn't quite gone over the top yet, has it? So it's...
It's going to go down in a little over 3 hours' time.
I know, it's incredible, isn't it?
So it's just gone past the zenith because the shadows are going that way and the sunset's that way.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
we are
point.
past zenith at the moment.
Very good point. I should have spotted that on the front straight.
You didn't. You don't have your binoculars.
It came up at about 5 this morning. The sun.
Yep.
And beautiful sunrise across the water, which greeted me as I stuck my head out of the curtains to see what time it was. And really gorgeous. There was just enough little low cloud this morning to really fire the sunset up. Meantime, work going on that right rear axle holder, the stub axle on the KTM crossbow. Well, those guys, I reckon, could take that car apart and put it back together again, blindfolded with one hand tied behind the back and no tails.
Yes, indeed, and they've got the grinder in there. Nick may be in his element very shortly if a crowbar gets presented.
Wait for the lump hammer.
And the lump hammer gets in there, but you can see there is wear definitely on there where that's been rotating without the locator nuts being present, and they might have broken one of those locator nuts off inside that hub. And that will be, well, it's normally an easy fix, but if something's broken off inside, and you can see there's the grinder in evidence, but getting...
Nick Damon. Yes, I'm talking to you.
Yeah, just with them now, there's obviously, as Phil rightly says, they're trying to separate the hub, which more importantly, of course, includes the screw in which the nut goes into. Nothing's kind of wobbly as such, so there's no situation where that angle we saw the wheel on was caused by anything apart from a failure of the locating nut. So the question is, what they're going for there, they're angle grinding, I think, the locating pins behind because they wouldn't tap out.
Correct.
But it's interesting what element of the hub has failed. I'm kind of wondering whether they actually... It was sitting wrongly on the hub, so
it's
in fact,
bent or something
the nut,
like that.
The wheel went in, and so it was sitting proud to begin with. So when you put the nut on, it actually didn't go in far enough for the locating nut lugs to come out. So it's almost like it was sitting proud of where it should have been due to the problem in the hub. That's my guess from here, because there's nothing wrong with the locators and there's nothing wrong with the thread. But if you look at what they're doing, it may have been that it was just
Nick,
sitting wrongly in its way it was
do you think
faced
they
onto the
borrowed a
wheel.
hub from Vortex?
No, because then it would have broken in the middle.
They had a number of failures. Yeah.
3.
2 of those were at Magello, weren't they?
On 2 cars. Yeah, on the rear.
It was rear right. Yes,
wasn't it, John?
it was rear right. That's what made me. For a moment, I was going to say this has happened before. Then I thought, oh no, different low-slung, purpose-built car. Well, there you go. Proof, if proof were needed, that just because you're in a class with only 2 or 3 in it does not mean that going racing is any easier.
No.
And what have we always said, Phil? In endurance racing, your biggest competitor is the hardest competitor of all, which is time.
Time is your enemy. As the
Is that, Nick, have you worked out how big that lump hammer is? We have got mobile phone torch. We've had a lump hammer now, and we've angle grinding as well.
Worryingly, it's a proper professional torch. They are sponsored by a very well-known tool company, so they do have all the correct tools. They have all the correct tools. The lump hammer, let me have a look. I'm just trying to see. Yeah, I think that could be 4 pounds. So probably it's probably a 2 kilo metric one, but that is a proper lump hammer.
It is all Milwaukee gear as well. Have you noticed?
Yeah, it is all Milwaukee gear. It's not one of those namby-pamby rubber ones or leather ones. That's a proper 4 pound lump hammer. So that's there. Not seeing any tie wraps. There will be tape, obviously. There's always tape. But it isn't often we get a real lump hammer.
They're taking off the whole of the end of that axle, and it's not coming off. Has that seized?
Yeah, the hub assembly. They can't remove the hub assembly, and that's what they're trying to. The locating pins holding the hub assembly, effectively the rotating part, they are not working. They can't remove it. Hence the angle grinding, which is fabulous for vision. But you know what should be a relatively simple repair. I need a new hub. 1, 2, 3, 4 screws. Bung the whole thing again. They can't do it, and it's taking a bit longer. They're trying to ease it away. I can't think it got hot enough to weld it, to do some fake welding behind.
It looks like it's locked solid.
Yeah.
Now, they may have left the car in gear deliberately to make it so it's not going to keep spinning around every time they try and do something. But if they haven't done that, then that looks like that hub's locked onto the end of the drive shaft.
It's welded itself on.
Wow.
It's a much bigger problem than the basic, we need to get new threads in. This is why I think the problem was it's sitting wrongly, effectively, in the interface between the bit with the threads and the hub itself.
Absolutely quality to hear the banging behind you, Nick.
I always like to hear some banging behind me. It's quite... actually, there's double banging because they're back working on the front left as well. So obviously, they're just making sure that's good. They've got 2 corners there.
Nobody else gives you this kind of coverage, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody.
We could be here for hours. I'm not actually sure what they're trying to achieve. Are they trying to free something up, or are they trying to knock it off? Because basically, trying to get it off, and you've got a replacement. Just really whack it. They do have a new disc. The disc got damaged, so they have a new disc there. They've got a drive shaft as well, but I think that's probably just for precaution. I don't think they've got a drive cast
I
issue.
was very worried when I saw that. 2 BMWs on the front straight. Well, I'm going to leave your mic up, Nick, so shout up if with a little hooray when it comes out. This is the Battling GT4 for first position, and as they go through, that is a change.
Yeah, Century Motorsport
position.
take the lead from AGMC Racing team up by Simpson Motorsport. Nathan Freck at the wheel of that. I saw he was at least 2 seconds a lap quicker than the car about 4 laps ago, and he's now just streeting away from the AGMC car.
Yeah, Andrei Solokovtsev didn't fight that one too hard. That's not his battle right now. Nathan's hanging the back end of the red, white and black BMW out for Simpson Motorsport. That car looking to be set up with a little bit more rake in it than the AGMC machine, and it looked. There was a moment actually when I just glanced, because I was too busy listening intently to the lump hammer behind Nick. But I glanced up, and I actually thought that was a GT3 car coming up behind him, because it looked so much higher. Meantime, let's check in with some of the other cars. Go to the front of the field. Sergei and Nicolai behind the wheel of the leading Porsche. That's the Manamari Energy by Ebby Motors. And that magnificently colourful car, which looks like someone has stood back about 15-20 minutes and fired the biggest paintball pellets in the world at it, at various colours. It's brilliant. I love that. Even the door mirrors are different colours. Red on the left and bright highlighter yellow on the right-hand side. Carves his way past the Audi, driven at the moment by Jack Lemmer, that leads TCE and TCR. And this has been a good run for this Porsche. Oh, got the auto flash on there, on the button. Coming in behind the 909 now of Luc Breukers. That's another leader in class, 4th overall. And the GT, a 3 Cup class Porsche 992. So, waiting for Charles Putman to cross the line, and there he goes.
You can hear that.
So, has gone through in second. There goes Carl Cavers. Now, Carl Cavers has fallen back behind Charles Putman in Century Motorsport. Remember, that was the other way around when they came into the pits before the Code 60, because that pass had just been made. So only 2 cars on the lead lap now. Carl Cavers off the lead lap and a lap behind second place as well right now.
8 pit stops done by that car. That's possibly why they are so
Yeah, but they are replete with fuel, aren't they?
They are, and 7 pit stops for the 95 leading at the moment, and only 5 for CP Racing. So yeah, as I said, the pit stop strategy will come into play in the last probably quarter of this race, as it normally does. And banking on Code 60s, or banking on having a good run with traffic when you're battling with somebody, as we saw with the 85 and 22 prior to the Code 60. A great battle going on there. Bit draggier BMW, and a little less wing on the Mercedes, and you could see the difference as they got through the twisty bits. The BMW was eating the back bumper, and then as soon as they got onto the straight bits, the AMG drove away. And it was just that traffic that gave the 22 the opportunity to get past. As we continue on through 992, currently led by Luc Breukers in the red Camel Jordans.nl on 124 laps, 123 laps for the 971. Christa Zockling at the wheel of the Rabdan by Fulgenzi Porsche, and a third in that class, running 7th overall, is Tobias Miller in the K Kramer Racing. That's the 936. That is currently third in that class. In the GDX class, it's Toro Verde, Lawrence Tomlinson at the wheel of the G56 Gianetta, leading that one by a considerable amount at the moment, because both the other GTX cars have struck trouble. Now, the Vortex now has overtaken the 714 because of the 714's issues, and the Vortex now running in second position in GTX on 111 laps. 122 laps has been done by Toro Verde car, so we've got around about 10 laps difference between those two. And then the stricken KTM now stays on 105 laps, is now 7 laps behind the Vortex, who had a 4-lap pit stop before to change that alternator belt. In TECE, it is Jack Lemmer in the Simpson Motorsport Audi RS3 LMS DSG leading the way on that. 51 seconds over Christian Broberg in the CWS Engineering Giannetta G55. That's the one that bought out one of the Code 60s at turn 16 and back done, and that's the one I saw doing 2 laps, cleaning the tyres off, getting rid of all of the gravel underneath that, and still only 51 seconds for that.
Century Motorsport getting a 10-second penalty. That's the leader in GT4. There's only 4 seconds between those 2 cars. That's the 6th offence. Again, they will not have to bring that car in straight away. Phil, we're not even halfway through here.
Yep.
We are going... I mean, when do we trigger, and is it just at the discretion after the first one? If it's just continued... are we going to get into the realms of drive-through here? That's been added.
It has.
To the toolkit of race control.
Yeah, and we don't know. That's the whole thing. We do not know, and neither do the teams know when that will get triggered. So I reckon once you get over in a 12-hour race, once you get over 10 warnings and maybe 3 penalties, all of a sudden you'll be driving through pit lane, and that is something that I think we'll see, John, because it doesn't seem to be going away. At the moment, we have had for track limits 3 10-second penalties been given. A couple have been retracted for the 396, the 85 CP Racing, and now for the 429. So that's 3 cars that have already exceeded those 6 times, well, 5 times. The 6th time you're going to get the 10-second penalty. What are you going to get for the 7th time? You know, and do we restart?
Let's go to Nick Damon, who's been watching the banging, the hammering, the grinding. There's been banging, grinding, there's been hammering, everything that Nick loves about a pit lane.
Well, I know what the problem was.
It was broken.
The problem they're trying to fix. Yes, exactly. What had happened is the disc locating lugs had both sheared off. So they couldn't actually locate the disc onto the hub, which obviously means it's not doing an awful lot, and also means the whole thing's wobbly and you can't mount a wheel. So they had to drill out the old ones and put new ones in. Now, interestingly, the standard amount of lugs you connect your disc with is 2. However, on the right rear now, there is just 1, as they've only drilled and remounted 1 and left the other one flat. Obviously, they feel that's fine. Obviously, it saves a huge amount of time because we've seen how long it's taken them to do 1. And they're now rebuilding up the rear wheel and rear hub. They've got the disc back on again. They've got the caliper back on again. They're just about to get the wheel back on again. So it's still a bit what's cause and what's effect, but the long stop here was because they could no longer mount the disc because the mounting lugs had been sheared off.
Thank you, Nick. That's the right rear we're talking about there on that car. Christopher Zirkling, 2nd place overall. The unmistakable whine of a straight-cut Porsche gearbox. Can't even really hear the engine note over the top. That beautiful, normally sonorous flat 6. Here he comes into the danger area. Huge sideways moment there as he went through turn 15, and he was balancing that car on more than a dab of opposite lock. Wow. That looked a bit sketchy to me, John. That was a little bit about, but you can see how hard they're pushing through 15, and I think some of that is causing the issues in 16. They're arriving there at a great rate of speed, and that is a very slow corner. And talking to the drivers over the last couple of days, where has been that issue, they understand that that's going to be a problem area if somebody gets it wrong. There is not a lot of runoff there. We've already had the KTM almost up to the barrier, but luckily the gravel looks very deep, and it dug in well, and yeah, it's not a place where you're looking at that as your
holding your foot just above the brake pedal, just waiting to you know, now, as you approach that, and it's took a while for everybody to get used to, as we are around about 7 hours 20 minutes from the checkered flag, and around about 2.5 hours from darkness here at Kuwait Motor Town, and then it turns into a completely different place. However, the track doesn't change, it's just your perception of it, especially when you're behind the wheel. Well, just having a look down at the pit exit, and well done to the 714 team. But Razzoon More Than Racing, they are back out on circuit. So a great effort from them to understand the problem, devise a solution to the problem, and send a driver out with their... Now, Haitham Karajuli has got back into the car. Remember, he started the race and had a great first in. He made up 4 positions from his 8th position start by the time he came back into the pits. He's our only local driver competing here from Kuwait, racing in many series around Europe at the moment. Probably wants to get into LMP and doing all the right things, and having another race around his home circuit, his 2nd endurance race here. And I had a chat with him last night, and he was more worried about his teammate Dominic after that big shunt that Dominic had on Thursday. And there we have the Vortex has been off as well. So I'm just trying to pick that. It's just going through 14-15.
He didn't even get to the danger area of the track.
No.
Now let's look at that car and see if we can pick up any damage. All 4 Hankook seem to have air. He's wiggling the car around just a little bit. It fires up the engine. The V8 engine was pulling okay. And Philippe Bonnel, one of the driving forces, pun definitely intended there, literally as well as metaphorically, we wasn't at full speed coming out the final corner, didn't use all of the exit as he goes by us and disappears out of sight. Yeah, I think he's okay.
That's just a strange one where he went.
So was that coming through 12-13?
Yeah, I think he...
So was that... I tell you what that is. Remember when we were on board with the Porsche?
Yes.
And we saw that big Oppo moment?
Yeah, same place.
So that's not normally where the Audi puts fuel down.
No.
Because it's the wrong way. But is there something on the track there? Because that was really interesting.
Most definitely. The Audi has been out in a stint for an hour and a half, so definitely not the fuel. And James Kay did say they're going to fix that at their next fuel stop, which has already passed. So we'll keep an eye on that Vortex and that area there. 14-15 is where we've seen cars come to grief, whether they take too much speed into out of 14 into 15, which we've seen quite a bit, and just lose the back end of the car. Maybe he had to straighten that up to get there. Remember, we had the KTM off on the right-hand side there earlier on as well. So that looked a really similar type thing of just grabbing a little bit of getting a bit of oversteer, having to correct not to go off the track to the left, where there literally is the gravel pit. If you went into that, we would probably leave you there, because I think even the track vehicles will get bogged on that one. Yeah, you're just trying to keep the car on the black stuff, and shot him off onto the other area, which is just past the turn of where we were last year, where we went on to the next 2 corners. So interesting. Keep an eye on the Vortex.
I'm keeping an eye on everything that comes round that sort of area now. As the blue BMW goes through that from AGMC. Andrei Solokovtsev dropped back to just under 9 seconds, just over 9 seconds behind.
Yeah, Nathan Freak's got younger tyres on that by about 35 minutes. So I think he's had a better, his advantage was tyre advantage.
What penalties have we still got outstanding?
At the moment, we have got car 936 That's a 10-second penalty.
That's the Kit Kramer Racing, currently in third in 992.
The 85 CP Racing, they did that at 12:55. It's been issued. They may get into a little bit of trouble there because 2 hours.
Yeah, 12, 13, 14. They've got 10 minutes.
They've got 10 minutes, so they're going to have to box to do that. Where his E-Hin is strategy at the moment, currently leading the race, 51 minutes into that stint for the CP Racing. That is still yet to has been issued, yet to be served. They are the only two, apart from 429, that's the latest one, that got the 6th offence for turn 4, as we watch Philippe Bonnel in the Vortex. With sun on that carbon fibre, John, it just looks great.
I know.
It really does. And you can see how the number is put onto the side. You can see that undercut that is there. It is so LMP, this car. And apart from a small technical issue, it's they've been being able to, well, as you said, this is part of their test program. You know, this is the first race out for it, the same with the G56 Giannetta. So they're learning about this car. They're learning about how it handles it. You know, we've had we're about an hour and 14 minutes away from half race distance. So they're getting a massive amount of data for their customer cars, which are going to be coming in 2024. And that's what everybody's going to be on about. 2024 is when they're going to start selling this car to their customers, and we saw that yesterday with with going from being, I'd say, a semi-professional team. I called them out Machi yesterday. I do apologise for that. Going from a semi-professional setup to a full-blown professional setup with their pit box, with everything there. There's more crew on hand, everything.
What I can't wait to see, and I think it will show just how much work has gone into this new car, I can't wait to see the previous iteration of the car and this one side by side. Because although it is undoubtedly, as Nick and Joe, who've both been close to it, have said, it has the family DNA.
Yes.
I want to be able to look at the front panel and see what the aero difference. The sides you can clearly see.
Yeah.
The rear buttresses are even aero. Oh, there's another very wide moment. So that's coming. I think that's coming through turn.
It's a 936.
That's turn 11. That's he's coming through turn 11.
Yep. Yeah.
And there's a few people going wide there. I think that's catching people for track limits there as well. Yeah, I want to see that. I want to see
the sun playing an inch, like we get at the Autodrome, getting down, coming down into the bowl there. You can't even see the marsh. I think the sun's now starting to play into them when they turn into that corner. The sun. You can't penalise it. You can't take it away. And it's difficult to adapt to. And that's the second car in probably 2 laps that we've seen run wide through that corner, just coming into turn 12, just missing that apex and getting onto a little bit of dirty stuff out on the far side of the curb. Luckily, there is quite a bit of runoff there. It's just maybe 5 kilometres a little bit too quick, and that is all it takes as he makes his way up down to turn 3. This next corner is where track limits have been in, right there. As you can see, all 4 wheels over the line for the 936. Tobias Miller at the wheel. 2 laps now behind Christopher Zokling, currently 3rd in the 992 category. They've done 5 pit stops. The cars in front of them have done 4 each for the 992 category. So they're all tied up 4th, 5th and 6th outright at the moment on the scoreboard. Charles Putnam currently in the 85 in the lead, 54 seconds over Carl Cavers in the Century Motorsport BMW M4 GT3, and then another 16 seconds back to Sabino Di Castro in the Manamuri Energy by Ebby Motors at number 95 Porsche 911 GT3. That's our top GT3s. The leader is an AM, the second car is a Pro-Am, and the third is a GT3. So that's your 3 categories in that races. I'm watching CP Racing and the Vortex come down into turn 20. There's that Mercedes in with Charlie Putnam at the wheel very late on the brakes. Puts a lap on the Vortex. Currently running down in 12th position. Second in the GTX, 120 laps done. This track, the more I look at it, the more you realise how technical this track is. The corners, I think it is, the corners flow into each other. You get the first part, say, of the S's wrong, and that's going to penalise you all the way through until you get to the carousel. You don't get a breakthrough there. So if you make a mistake coming out of 7 at the start of the S's, you're going to be paying for that until you get to the next straight bit. Due to the fact that if you're offline, you're going to pick up some rubbish on your tyres. And I think the drivers enjoy it because of its technicality, that when you put a good lap together here, you get rewarded. It may look simple on paper, but it is a real driver's track. So the only car left in the pits is the K Kramer Racing 937, which we may see back out again.
I'm not sure.
Not sure, because all of the drivers who are driving that are driving the other car as well. And so they want to make sure that they need to be where they are. They're currently running third in the 992 category, which means there's only 3 cars running in that category, guaranteed a podium. And once again, as we've been talking to them, it is to Carson Kramer, the guys have been saying that it's all about learning the car, learning this. They run on different tyres where they come from. They're getting used to the Hankook tyres, having to make the setup changes to suit the Hankook tyres, which they're going to be running at the 24 Hours of Dubai.
Nick Damon down in the pit lane says...
Yeah. We have the GTX lead in the pits. That's a 795. That's Lawrence Tomlinson, who's bought the mainly white with a couple of orange stripes Ginetta G56S. And it's going to be a complete full service. Finally, Mike Simpson's getting on board. Slightly recalcitrant front right, where they've that situation where the hammer drill goes and goes and goes and goes and goes and goes, but it doesn't necessarily undo the nut. They're having a bit of a look in that front right wheel well, but they're happy with what they've got.
I think they were checking brake.
Change the steering slightly.
I think they were checking the brakes there.
They're having a look at yeah, I think you're right. I think it may well have been brake pad wear check, and unfortunately, of course, what Mike hadn't done, he hadn't put the wheels straight again to get that back on again, because there's not a lot of room in those wheel arches. His aerodynamically correct, the 429 Nathan Freak in the Century Motorsport GT4 M4. That's just served a penalty and is in game for his pit stop as well. This is taking a bit longer. This obviously isn't absolutely simple, this stop for the Ginetta. They're having a bit of a shufty in the bottom. I wonder if that might actually just have been a memory card removal. So they've taken the memory card out, done a full service,
Nick,
and away it goes, and it goes away in the lead of GTX.
You're a lot closer to that than I have been, and I mean, that looks a pretty extensive remodel on that body shape. It's certainly quite a lot wider. What's it looking like? I mean, I know it's a development car, and the black arches pop because they're not body colour, but seems to me there's quite a lot of work under the sills and behind the front wheels as well.
Yeah, it's an awful lot of aero cleverness. You kind of see it as it's a 56S, and they've taken the basic car and they try to ask the man himself what they've done. Here, I just do. Come out, slight microphone glitch. We're having a lovely look at your beautiful G56S. What is different? What tweaks have there been for this new revised car?
It's just about everything is different, really. So it's got a little bit more power. Obviously, we've got more aero on it. We've worked on the cooling for the car and the driver. So, I mean, I've just done basically 2 hours in the car, and and I'm at least 105 years old. So, yeah, we're trying to pitch it at like 992
Cup pace. I think we're not a million miles off at that. Yeah, what else is different? Yeah.
So talking about your cooling, is this the clever air conditioning that only works when it's on idle?
No, it works all the time. That's really good. No, we've designed and manufactured our own air conditioning unit, like for a race car. We've got more cooling with you see a lot. The bonnet's changed a lot, so we're getting more downforce with the air going through the rad a lot better. Cools the air conditioning condenser as well. So car stays cool, we stay cool. I never even think about looking at the water or oil temperatures anymore. So yeah. Everybody at Giannetta's done a great job with the car, and it's running well. It's a lot wider. It looks kind of a lot more purposeful. It's like yeah. And we've got bigger wheels and bigger tyres. So we're running like GT3 rubber. So degradation's pretty good. I think we could run for 3 hours, to be honest, on a set of tyres, which is excellent. The Hankooks have gone well today. I mean, yeah, no rear deg at all on my car. So after 2 hours, so yeah, the car's just really easy to drive and great fun. It's his first time out, you know, it's a development car, so.
First time out, you're now, I think, 11 laps in the lead of the class. Is that going to affect how you approach the rest of the race, or as it's really a test, you still going to push?
Well, you know, it's lovely to see the Vortex 2.0. That looks like a really nice car now, and it's been a good development. That's a fast car. So when that unfortunately, I don't know what's happened. It had a few incidents, I think. And then when I saw Cara Julie's cross KTM going on the low loader, so after the code 60, I've just been lifting and coasting, just doing a running to a 52 because we just want to save the car. So we've done a bit of endurance racing before, me and Mike. So I think you get into a position where the only person can beat you is yourself. So and I'm quite happy to go at a slow pace. I'm not a career driver, so you know, for me it's all about bringing the car to the end. So I haven't got an ego to massage.
So what you're saying, Lawrence, is you're going to go slow and stay cool. Thank you very much.
Well, at this stage of the game, it seems silly to say we're going to count the clock down, but we're just going to go gentle on the car and go as fast as we need to go. If somebody starts to catch us, we'll go a bit faster. So, but yeah, I'd just like to say I think the circuit's amazing. Khalid and his team here have done an absolutely brilliant job. You know, it's one thing to build a circuit, but to keep it in this condition, and you know, it's amazing. It's like kind of what Jonathan Palmer's done for the circuits in the UK. You know, you go to the toilets, everything's clean, food's great. It's just, everything's looked after really well. And that's, to me, you know, that's a sign of an excellent circuit manager, and facility's wonderful. So, yeah, great weather, great people as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lawrence. I think all of us can echo the superb facilities and great hospitality we have here at the circuit, John.
Nick, I want to set you a couple of challenges. First of all, whilst you were talking to Lawrence, behind you, Nathan Freak brought the Century Motorsport number 429 BMW in. That was the leader in GT4. It isn't anymore, and it's been pushed back into the garage. And within the next hour, I want you to talk to somebody from every single team. Okay? Starting at one end, he's gone quiet. He's gone quiet. He's gone huffy on me.
Oh, toys have been ejected from the plane.
Absolutely, yes. We have 90 seconds to the end of another race hour, with just over 7 still to run. Hello there, if you are just joining us. Maybe just going about your business on a Saturday morning in the UK, Saturday afternoon. If you are in Central Europe, thanks for spending some time with us this weekend. We run through for, as I say, about another 7 hours. Let's give you a quick rundown of what's going on. The top 3 are all the GT3 cars. CP Racing have cycled to the front of the field with AMG. However, they are the furthest through their current run. They've got 28 laps under their wheels in this stint. Century Motorsport in second, are a lap behind, and indeed a lap behind on their fuel run as well. The full lap back and 27 laps under their wheels in this stint. Just 12 laps into their stint in third, Manamari Energy by EB Motors. So they were the most recent car to pit. In the 992 category, Red Camel Jordan NL leads it, and they stopped 28 laps ago. In second, Rabdan by Fulgenzi in the 971 also stopped 28 laps ago, and K Kramer Racing in the 936 are in third, and again they stopped 28 laps ago. But there are laps between those cars. Red Camel have a lap on Rabdan, who have 2 laps on K Kramer Racing. In GTX Torre Verde, the white G56 Cup car, Michael Simpson's just taken that over from Lawrence Tomlinson, and they lead comfortably in 7th on the overalls. GT4, Andrei Solokovtsev is behind the wheel of the leading car with that pit, unexpected pit for Century Motorsport. We'll get the update on that in a moment. TCE in the pits, Jack Lemmer, but this is a more scheduled stop, as they lead by about half a minute back to Christian Broberg, who's in the other Ginetta, the G55, the black car. And then other cars still running. We've got the Vortex V8, Philip Bonnell, back out and running in the 701. And the Razin Morthan Racing after that rear right hub and suspension problem. The 714 running with Haitham Karadjuli running. The K Kramer Racing car is really running an extended test, so don't expect to see that car out. That's how it stands. We have 7 hours to go. The leader, CP Racing, have completed 143 laps. And Nick can update us on Century Motorsport. Sorry, Nick.
Yes, I can. Yeah, no worries there. Century Motorsport, the 429. Nathan Freak brought it in. What has happened is the inner bolt for the rear toe link has sheared. So effectively, the rear toe link went. Luckily, apparently went very near to pit in. So obviously, he would have had a completely unlocated rear wheel. Unluckily, of course, getting a sheared bolt out is, as any home mechanic knows, an absolute nightmare. And they're going through the process at the moment of trying to tap the stud, what's left of it, and then put into that, of course, a screw which they can then use, put a screw that they can then use to get the stud back out again. Now, the point is, that doesn't work. The only other option is to weld something onto that remaining stud. So this could either be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or an hour. But it is very, very unlucky, and it's our second team to have a sheared thing
on the
problem.
same part of the car, right rear, absolutely. Just noticing, we were talking about max refuel and code 60 refuel. Can you point Seb back at the fueling nozzle, Nick, please, on that car, on the right-hand side, just above where they're working. If Seb pans up a little bit to that, we've changed camera shot, you will see that there is a sticker, and their max fill is 110, and it says that right next to Nick's finger here. Clipboard pointing, yeah. So 110 litres max refuel, green flag, code 60, 28 litres. So nobody has to guess, Phil. And these are the little things that I think set Creventic apart from anybody else. Now, if that changes race to race, or different cars, they might have a different fuel fill. That's not the max fuel tank size, but that's the maximum fuel drop. Just the fact that that is there and we can see it, it's in the regs as well, but so can the pump attendant. So
that's the key. That's the key.
Right, so you don't have to have somebody looking down a list. All they have to do is look at where the fuel hose goes in.
Okay. And the pump attendant will click in 28.
Correct.
And you'll just go bang, and the pump will stop.
Correct. I think that's brilliant. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, just say Century seem to have solved their problem. They've managed to get that stud out, and they are getting the other one. Interesting, I just see that Nathan Freak did get out of the car, so I'm just going to grab a quick word. Nathan? So I'll just walk him to the front, because just at this depth of this garage, I can hear it slightly fading and coming and going. That must have been quite a worrying experience to have one wheel no longer pointing in any direction at all.
It's not the first time it's happened, so luckily it happened through 6. just felt a little bit strange at the end of the braking zone, so I went through 7, and as I came out, I kind of went on and off the throttle, and I could just feel it wagging its tail, so I brought it back. But it was actually quite safe to drive. Just yeah, a bit disconcerting.
You're in a titanic battle with the other M4, aren't you? And this is a few minutes you've lost. It's not the end of the world. It's only a few minutes.
Yeah, the car was good. We were pushing it, maybe being a bit too liberal on the curbs, I don't know, but luckily the guys have got it back together and we'll go back out, so who knows, still a few hours left.
There's been a couple of problems on the rear rights of cars. Would you say it's coincidence, or from your knowledge, do you think this particular track layout curbs might be hard on that part of the car?
I mean, there's a lot of load going through the car on, corners like turn 1, turn 4, but they're not aggressive curbs. At no point do you really think to yourself, oh, we're hurting the car here. So I don't know. I think it's a very unlucky, very strange bolt to snap, but that's motorsport.
Thanks, Nathan. You may have seen Nathan's head just move slightly that way. That was watching his car leave, so hopefully you can catch up the gap. Thanks, Nathan.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Very good. I do think, as well as all the information we get from Creventic, we should say we are absolutely blessed with drivers, many of for whom English is not their first language. But listening to Nathan there, obviously disappointed. He'd just taken the lead. He's driving away. Then he gets a bit of a wiggly back end of the car, and he's just told to get out of the car. So he gets out of the car, and I'm saying, oh, really? I was getting ready to go out again there, and just brilliant description of what's going on. So again, thank you to the teams and the drivers for the access. So now, in that car, as Vasily Vladikin has just come in and gone out again in the car that they were chasing.
Yep.
So it's now it was Nathan who brought the car in, so that car's being fueled up. So actually that was actually a bit of sharp thinking from ACMG, because they were nowhere near needing a pit stop, I don't think. Let me have a quick squidge back at where they were. No, Andre, he had done 25, 26, but he was, he must have been running out of time.
Yeah.
He was running out of time is why they brought that car in, but they did it whilst they weren't under any pressure from the Century Motorsport car, because that car was taking some remedial work to sort out that rear end. And they have dropped 5 laps.
5 laps. And that's significant because it happened under green flag. And yeah.
So that is significant. Let's head down to AGMC, the car that's just taken the lead. Vasily Vladikin brought the car in, but I think he was running out of time, so I presume he's got out of the car, has he?
It's Fabian Deflo I'm with at the moment, who's looking hot and sweaty. You'll appreciate his T-shirt, that's for sure. So Fabian, it's been a very close battle between you and the other M4, but a big advantage to you now. They've had a slight problem.
Yeah, basically we want to win the race on track. That's why I really upset for the guys that they have a problem, because guys was really very fast and I enjoyed fight with another driver. But it is what it is. That's racing and that's long racing. So probably we need all to be very careful with the car. Probably sacrifice a couple of tenths, but be more stable, more consistent, because it's a long race.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very close battle. I mean, are you running your own race, or are you trying to match what they're doing? Are you, because it's so close, are you trying to make sure you don't make a strategic error effectively?
Basically, it's an absolutely different approach if you race sprint or race endurance race. For endurance race, I have clear aim. I know what is the target pace I should have, and then I try to do all the laps in 0.3 into 0.4. It's my strategic goal, and then I'm trying to achieve. Sometimes fail, sometimes not. Oh, sorry, but trying to do it.
And obviously when you come into things like the Code 60s, I mean, is the team is it you or is it the team? How do you decide whether to take fuel, whether to not take fuel? Because obviously we've seen some teams come down 3 times in that last Code 60, sometimes just once. How's that decided?
Yeah, basically I don't decide anything. I just like a robot, drive and looking for the order from the team. Team is very experienced. The guys are really nice, very good in communication, very clear. I even don't ask them to explain why I need to pit or not to pit. I just do the orders, like army, you know.
So you just got out, you can cool down. How long before you get back in the car again?
I don't know, I can do it now. So it's really, I drove a lot of cars and I find BMW one of the most comfortable cars. They have air cooling conditions. So for me as an old man, it's the best thing I ever have.
Fabio, thank you so much.
I think that may be the quote of the race so far. I don't know anything. I just a robot.
Yes.
I following orders is basically what he said. I drive. They tell me what to do. But he's absolutely right in that the key to endurance racing is that variance, the stint variance. So you talk about a stint average. So you take out your in lap and your out lap at any Code 60s. And that gives you your stint average.
Yep.
And then what you're looking at is between your fastest lap and your slowest lap. Once you've taken out your in and your out lap, you're looking at the variance between them. And you want that to be, he said 0.4, 0.5, that on a, and what they're running, almost a 2-minute lap on there, 155. So that is... 105 seconds. 0.4, 0.5 is a very small variance.
It is, it's tiny.
You're looking at something certainly under a couple of percentage points.
Yep.
All the time. And if you can do that, whilst, no good if you're 25 seconds off the pace, obviously, as the leader's getting balked a little bit by the number 438, which is Vasily Vladikin, really just driving his line. He's doing exactly what he's got to do. You let the faster car make the moves, and sometimes, as we've seen even in this race, going offline is not the right thing to do. You can give yourself a problem. Yeah, but magic stuff there. If you can get under 2.5% on your stint variance, you're doing pretty good. The top guys, the very top guys, your pro drivers, they're looking at a percentage point.
Yeah, and that's with traffic. It just doesn't...
Nothing other than your in and out lap is taken off that.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter whether you pass no cars or you pass 15 cars in that lap. That's what they're looking at. And it's a long time since anybody was worried about how fast they went in a stint. It happened, I would say, where are we now? End of 2023. I would think probably 20 years ago at Le Mans, just at the turn of the century, we stopped hearing drivers and engineers talking about fast laps and started talking about stint averages, and drivers were asking the question, what was the stint average? And Paul Truswell picked up on this, and so, on Hagerty Radio Le Mans, we started talking about a stint average, and Paul was onto that like a flash. And then from that, you develop that variance, lap to lap to lap to lap to lap. Because particularly with the growth of Pro-Am racing, Phil, where you have to have at least one, sometimes more non-pro drivers in. It's no point in your non-pro driver being at Le Mans, on a 3-minute-ish lap, being half a second off your pro driver, Oops, I've had a half spin, I've lost 4 seconds. Oops, I've had another half spin, I've lost 2.5 seconds.
Yeah.
It would be much better if you start looking at that over potentially 2 hours in the car, hour and a half, 2 hours in the car, to be, right, let's be 3/4 of a second off every single lap. and just keep it out of the gravel.
Yes.
And that's
consistent.
Be consistent, absolutely. And your team manager will give you that. Somebody who did just that was Christian Broberg, and he is now out of his car, so Nick Damon has joined him down at the pits.
Christian, I was about to say, oh, you look really tired, and then you explained why you're really tired.
Yeah, it's a completely new discipline for me, so we've done a few endurance, but with classic cars. But I normally drive a Ginetta exactly like this one in the hill climbs, which is normally a 2-minute stint. And now I just did a 2-hour stint with a Code 60, and I'm famished. I'm knackered.
So, I mean, it sounds a strange question, but 2 minutes up a hill, one run, to many, many, many laps. Obviously, the driving is similar, but how difficult is the mental element?
You don't understand the G-forces your body goes through in a hill climb because you can manage it like a sprint. But when you're doing it, I think I did like 45 laps, one lap after another. Especially here, there's so high G-force corners, you really feel it. You get fatigued, and it's the Ginetta is a light car, so we go pretty fast through the corners, and you can really feel the G-forces in the car, and just gets you tired because you have to hold yourself in place. The straps do as much as they can, but inside your core, it's all moving, so it takes a toll.
So how come you decide to shift up your career from hill climb straight to long endurance races?
It was all thanks to Colin.
It's always Colin.
Yeah, so we got in contact through mutual friends, and I asked the question if, while I was in Dubai, if he needed any drivers for Kuwait. He said yes, so I got on a flight, and here I am.
And I take it you're pleased you made that decision?
Yes, very happy. Great experience. The cars on track, very respectful, even though so much faster, some of them. And yeah, just had a blast.
We've had your first taste. Does this mean we're going to see you in Dubai and Abu Dhabi as well?
God wish, yes. I hope so. I really hope so. And I just want to say thank you to all my family that's watching me back home. I really take the support. Thank you.
Christian, thank you very much.
Well, he's done very well indeed. I'm going to say that now. I have no hesitation in saying well done. He's had a little round of applause for his driving and I suspect the interview as well. Again, clearly not English, not his first language, but that was impressive, both in and out of the car. Take a bow, Mr. Broberg. Let's not underestimate, by the way, the kind of mental stamina that you have to do hill climb, where you are absolutely at 100%. Yeah, for 2 minutes, but my goodness, you're on the ragged edge for 1 minute 45 seconds of that, because there's seldom, very many times when the car's moving directly straight, and some very good drivers have come out of hill climb into circuit racing. I think of Andy Prio in particular, into the pits for what was the leading car as it pulled in. Charles Putnam has brought in the CP Racing. This looks like full service, Nick.
Is, well, not a young driver, he's a new driver. It's Joe Foster. He's replacing Charlie Putnam. And just as that, we're finishing off now, creeping out into the peripheral vision was the Red Camels Jordan 909. Luke Broiker's bringing that one in. That, of course, is the leader in 992. And here comes the Vortex. Hey!
Are you going to do that every time now?
I like to be unpredictable, so who knows? But I love that. Do you know what? I genuinely think this is a brilliant car from a brilliant Creventic team, and I'm loving the fact they're now competitive on pace. And realistically, apart from a really bit of bad luck with that alternator belt that happened to anybody, they're competitive all over. This is just genuinely, I'm beyond chuffed
Century
for them.
Motorsport in the multicoloured BMW, back to the lead of the race then, with Carl Cavers behind the wheel. And remember, they are slightly off kilter in terms of pit stops with the two cars that they are racing. Well, CP have just come into the pits. Manamauri Energy by EB Motors are 22 laps into around about 37, 38 laps in. So I think Carl must be due in not too long away. What have they been doing? Well, it was all a bit messed up by the Cord 60. Nick, Nick Damon is with Charlie Putnam.
Mr. Putnam, well, you brought the car in the lead. There's nothing more you can do, is there?
Well, I try to give them a good example.
Yeah, none of these spins.
No, we don't want any of that sort of stuff. But yeah, the track is a little treacherous in a few places, little rocks, little dirt here and there. So yeah, kind of have to be careful.
We're beginning to see the temperatures dropping. Is it the track has been evolving surprisingly? It seems just us watching it visually. The cars are doing different things at different times. How is it from the cockpit?
Yeah, it's very much like that. And you know, the cars, particularly the GT3 cars, are very susceptible to air temperatures, air densities. And whoa, nice burnout. But yeah, we feel the car changing a lot during the day. I think that was the hottest probably that it'll be. I noticed that the temperatures were dropping. I was having difficulty keeping my tires at the pressures I wanted because the temperature is just that bit is making a big change. So I think we'll see pace even pick up a little here as the race goes on, because as it cools, you know, the cars like that cool air.
Yeah, we haven't got the biggest of fields, so is that proving difficult to keep the track clean? Because obviously you've got a breeze and we're in the desert, so that's blowing stuff across the whole time. Are there, in many ways, are there enough sets of tyres going over the track to keep it nice and clean?
Yeah, I don't know if it's the number of tires going over the track, but yeah, I mean, this is, you know, that part of the world, and there's a lot of sand, and it's like there's a lot of rain in some places, there's a lot of sand here.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, I've never been to Nürburgring or Spa, but yeah, it's just one of the things you contend with, and it's part of the challenge, it's part of the fun, but yeah, it makes it a challenge.
And challenge which currently CP are leading. Congratulations.
That helps.
You've got to love the enthusiasm of CP Racing, all of it, but made possible by that CP, Charlie Putnam, and the car heads back out onto the circuit down that exceptionally long pit lane. But it's, again, I'll say again that about the design of that pit lane exit. If the pit lane exit came out where you would expect it to, it would be right into the exit point of the fastest corner on the circuit. So what they did when they designed it was that said, where can we feed this in where it is more manageable? So the pit lane speed limiter comes off, and then you've got a nice long straight acceleration lane, almost like the blend lane coming up onto a freeway.
I think that's really important how that has been done, because we see no conflict there. No, we don't. You can you pick a car coming out of pit lane in your peripheral vision as you're coming down. There's no fence in between it. You can see a car coming out of pit lane, and you know that they're going to be getting up to speed. You can move centre track there because you've got plenty of time to move back to the right before you get down to turn 2. Just another penalty, the 429 after replacing that wayward bolt has got a 10-second penalty for their 9th offence. Okay, so what we're seeing on our offence board is 3rd, 6th and 9th. Okay, so 3rd, 6th, where you get a 10-second, 9th you get a 10-second. I'm waiting for number 12. I think 12 may be the magic drive-through number.
Yeah, we'll find out. It's the 12 Hours of Kuwait Hankook Middle East Trophy for 2023-24 will be in Dubai in the middle of January, and then the following weekend Yas Marina, Abu Dhabi, to finish things off. 12, 24 and a 12, a 24 and a 6.
Yeah, the trifecta.
Yeah,
trifecta of endurance
pretty much
racing.
all of the classic endurance racing distances. I know we have a 10 hours at Petit Le Mans. Now, this is significant, because this is the number 22
race
BMW that was the race leader. Carl Cavers not quite ready to come into the pit lane, and he's gone completely in the wrong direction. How did he lose that? He was coming through turn 6 and ended up facing the wrong way in the runoff at turn 7, I think.
It was very unusual from where it was.
Totally. Or was that 4 into 5? But he seemed certainly to be in a little bit of strife there as he came over the top of turn 4. Now, he was on his own, comes over the top of 4, that's fine. Turns into over the top of 3, that's fine. It's through 4. He missed the apex of turn 4 a tiny little bit, and actually he didn't. What he's done very well there is stop the car rolling too far back into a potential problem of getting it stuck in the gravel trap.
And he can see what's coming over the hill.
Yeah, that's
where
a good point.
Parted. So, yeah.
I think that's not too bad. He may lose the lead by the time we see him the next time around.
There was only 9 seconds between him and that one, and
Nick Damon down in the pit lane. I think he might have further problems. It could just be flat-spotted tyres, but Nick will tell us as that pit lane siren tells me that he's in the pit lane.
1 hour 20.
Yeah, Carl Covers is in, and I'm watching him go past me, and they're going to change him. The driver will change. Just going to see the car. It'll be Jack Barler getting the car. Now I'm actually with Christoph Zockling, who's just out of the 971 Rabdan Fulgenzi Porsche, currently second in 992. Tell us about your stint. It seems very busy out there, despite the fact there's only 13, 14 cars.
Yeah, surprisingly, because like you said, only a dozen cars out there, but you find traffic almost every lap, and you're like, not again this corner. But now, listen, all I can say is that I had a great time out there. It's my first time joining the 24-hour series here in Kuwait. The team ran here last year, did really well, and no, it's a great event. And all I got to say is for those teams and drivers that didn't show up, you're missing out, because the track, the people, the entire venue is just awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting though. What we are seeing is a number of, like just now, spins and incidents and overshots. How tricky is the track surface?
Well, the track surface isn't the tricky part. It's right now, this time of the day, the low setting sun, especially when you're heading into turn, 12, 13, 14, the quadruple right-hander, you don't really see your braking point and your entry point because the sun is just sitting so low. So if you overshoot, the offline is quite dusty, quite dirty, so it's easy to lose the car. So you really got to, keep your eyes on the prize and make sure you don't go too far offline.
Now, you're about a lap behind Red Camels, who are leading overall. Is there anything you can do as a team to make that up, or have they got a little bit more pace than you overall?
Yeah, there's one thing we can do, and is push really, really hard. I mean, Safe did a really good job, Enrico did the start, really good job, and he's back in the car now. So all we can do is maintain our pace, keep the consistency going, and not get any penalties, because it's so easy to get track limits here, because it's just so tempting with the low curbs to push and push and push and run a little bit too wide. And stay out of trouble, fingers crossed, no mechanical issues, and just bring it home.
Thanks, Chris. I hope we see you in Dubai and Abu Dhabi.
You most certainly will. Thank you.
I'm afraid I would have lost money that we've not seen Christopher Zirkling in this championship before.
I've seen him in Dubai before, but not in this championship. Yeah, because he ran in Super Cup there a couple of times, and he ran in the local series there quite a few times. So yes, but we've never seen him in this series. Once again, surprised about that.
Very competent driver, a very safe pair of hands, I think it's fair to say, and perfect mental attitude for this type of racing.
The calmness.
Yeah.
It's the calmness and understanding what's going on, being aware of the track changes and just adapting his driving style to suit the hallmarks of any professional.
Nick Damon down in the pits. It's Phil Anson and John Hindhaugh in the booth. Join the conversation at RSL_studio. Plenty of interest here, although we have laps between some of the cars. It's by no means cut and dry. We're having what can only be described as a proper 21st century old-fashioned endurance race down here. Carl Cavers has joined Nick Damon as he, I think, probably was coming to the end of his stint anyway, Nick. I think he'd been out for 44 laps in the lead BMW. And so maybe you want to ask him about that. Yeah.
So Carl, was that just the end of the tyres, or was that a bit of error?
Yeah, to be honest, I was on the radio. I should have done it a lap earlier. The fronts had just gone. The rears were managing really well, but the fronts had just gone. And it's first time racing in a GT3. It's a learning curve. So, yeah, if I'd have had a bit more experience, I would have been boxing a lap earlier. But, the pace was good. The car setup's great. The team are doing a great job. So, we've still got it all to play for, I think.
So how much of a step up is it for someone like you, who is a competent GT4 driver, to run in a GT3?
Getting out of GT4 into a GT3 I think it's a massive step, to be honest. I have been racing in Ferrari Challenge as well, so the speed is kind of there in the challenge cars, but getting used to the aero and the mechanical grip, you know, it's a learning curve. It's like anything else; it will take some time, and that's one of the beauties of these events. You get so much seat time, and which is why we decided to spend our winter over here, you know, in the Middle East, and get a lot of seat time ready for the season next year.
So you're going to do the other Middle East races, and that is preparation for what? An assault on the GT3 British GT Championship, or something more exotic?
Well, nothing's been announced yet, so...
well, announce it now!
But, you know, we'll see. It will definitely be involved with GT3 next year. Yeah.
So, just a quick word. I mean, you say it's a great place to learn. I mean, would you say this is a great circuit to learn with as well? Does it have that kind of combination where you can really stretch the GT3 cars?
It's really technical, and also because it doesn't get a lot of running, it's really green. So trying to understand the car it's a challenge. You know, you've got a bit of everything here. You've only got 3 heavy braking zones, 2 heavy braking zones really, and everything else is just super technical. So getting used to the aero balance, the mechanical grip on exit, and I think it's a great circuit to learn on. And I've been blown away by how good the facilities are here, actually.
Carl, thanks very much. Well done.
In the meantime, you heard the pit lane siren go off with Nick there. As you're talking to Carl, I think Carl's done a great job there. The 714 came into the pits, and there was contact, actually, going into 16A. The 714, the KTM crossbow was already going slowly, and the Ginetta, the Colin White Ginetta, was trying to get round the outside, and there was side-to-side contact there. But it seemed to me, Phil, that it was all that the Milwaukee back car, the KTM, was already going slowly.
Yeah,
you were on your feet watching it.
Yeah, I had him going slowly through 12, 13, and I think he was concentrating on an issue rather than not being able to see that Giannetta coming up the inside of him, and just pushed him onto the dirt. And that car, the 714, has now has a box. That was Haytham Karajuli at the wheel, and questions being asked there: is there a problem again with the KTM?
They're looking at the front left of the car. The side-to-side contact was right-hand side of that car, and they're looking there as well. Despite the fact that that car's been in the gravel twice, at least, it still looks pretty good, actually. So just to run this again and give you the background of why potentially this car is in the pit lane. It was already going slowly through turn 12. It's still on the racing line. This is the 714 we're talking about. Still running on the racing line, but certainly not up to speed. And then really unaware of the Ginetta coming up alongside. It was Athman Kwarajuli in the KTM and Neil Mudston in the Ginetta. And they've got the rear deck
the engine
up,
covers up, so
which flips up Nick Damon, who is there. It flicks up like a big air brake. It looks like something from back in the 1950s. And when you've got both ends of that up with the cabin cover as well, it looks like something out of Thunderbirds.
They're worried about the rear left now.
Is this the same thing, do we think?
Yeah. Well, it's the other side. Now, interesting, there's a thing saying ambient sensor failure on the screen. Whether that means anything, I don't know, but there is an amber failure on one of 2 LCD screens at Karajuli, thank you. Yeah. Karajuli. Well, that's one for you, but hang on, that's one for the bingo card, isn't it? I finally got one terrifically wrong. But they are having a look around the rear side. Interestingly, despite that kind of coming together, there's no real scuffage on the right-hand side, apart from the fact they've managed to wear most of the Hankook off the tyre. And unfortunately, the car is going back into the pit. So it's not been a very good last hour and a half for the KTM number 714.
And that was Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Now, again, let's see how close they get this one to the garage door. It was the
Oh, the back one.
Oh, that's going to hit it. It's going to hit it.
See the hand go up just in time.
I think that touched. I think there was a touch.
Possibly did.
See all these flashy, futuristic bits and pieces. You've got to remember that you're still going to get them into the garage. The worst one, Phil, would have been if it was on its way out, because that would at least have pushed it down.
Yeah.
But if it's on its way out, it's
would
going to
have
pull
ripped
it off and
yeah.
pull it off its hinges.
Well, it can run without it. It doesn't need it. It's only an engine cover.
I bet there's some reason for it to be that. It's got quite a lot of aero on it. So, as Nick says, not the greatest hour or so for the KTM Crossbow, with it causing an extended period, over half an hour, of full course purple, code 60. First, it went straight on at turn 16A. Just about kissed the barriers. That wasn't the issue. There wasn't much damage to the car, but they couldn't work out how to get it recovered after it had been to the pits and went back out again. And then there was a problem to the right rear. And rather sensibly, the driver brought it to a halt, because we had a worry, even just looking at it from the outside, that it might have pulled out a drive shaft.
Yeah.
And then they couldn't decide how to get it picked up and onto the back of the rollback, because it wasn't going to tow back. So as we stand at the moment, it is still, or is back at the top for Sabina de Castro in the Ebby Motors Manamari Energy Porsche, and they hold a reasonable lead over CP Racing in second and Century in third, with just under 6.5 hours to go, Phil.
Yeah, there's only 12 seconds between Jack Barlow and Joe Foster at the moment, and looking at their lap times at the moment, Joe's just settling in the 147s. Jack's in the 144s, so we'll possibly see in probably 2 to 3 laps time the positions change for the 85 and the 22, running in different classes, of course. Pro-Am for the 22 of Century Motorsport.
Yes, indeed. Well, I think we're going to, for the moment at least, we'll be just talking about them all in GT3, won't we?
Indeed, yeah.
Nick Damon has some good news, and Kay Kramer Racing deciding that they're going to make a liar out of me, because I didn't think we'd see their second car, Nick.
Yep, we're back up to 14 now, the 937, with the same man who brought it in, which was Carsten Kramer himself, taking it back out again. So it's his personal test car, apparently. My guess is perhaps they're going to be trying something, or they're just going to get some extra miles on the track. But yeah, so Carsten now back in the car, straight into... He almost forgot, and then went straight for fuel. And they'll fill it up, and I assume he'll do another half hour or 40 minutes, or what they want to do for testing purposes.
I do like that rear ducktail spoiler on the Cup car. I can live without the big aero wing. I do not understand why anybody would want a big wing on a road car. And you know, the GT3 RS has got the swan neck mountings on it and everything. You know, fine on a race car, but I do like the sort of classic ducktail that it forms the underneath part of that aero package. Let's head back to Nick, who's trying to speak to at least one individual from each of our teams before he goes off duty. Maury Krantz joins him.
From the 936 Kramer car.
Very good.
We've just seen your other car going out, the 937. Is it just Carsten who gets to drive that car, or are you going to share it amongst all of you?
I think it's mainly Carsten driving the car. He loves racing. And he's going to jump into the 936 later on. But, yeah, he's just trying to get some mileage, I guess.
How has the race gone for the 936 so far?
Well, it's let's say it's a first-time experience. I think that's put it quite nicely. Yeah, it's the first time for us here. And there's a lot of stuff to learn. Still working on the setup. It's a big... Yeah, obviously we're prepping for the next season overall. So we have to learn, we have to work on the setup, and yeah. I think after the last 2 pit stops we did some changes that paid off quite well. I'm going to be the next one in the car. Toby was very quick, very consistent. So I think we are in a good window. And yeah, we just keep on working and trying to improve.
Is it a case of getting used to the unique regulations in Creventic as well, or is it just about the track and setup?
Both. Obviously, normally we run a different tire, so we have to change the setup. Also, we run mainly on the Nordschleife, and even the car spec, even though it's a Cup car, it's different. We have different springs, we have even different aerodynamics, big difference, so we had to work on everything, basically.
But at least you got some runoff here.
Yes, that's a good part, yeah.
Morris, thank you.
Welcome.
Moritz Krantz with plenty of experience on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Very different challenge here this afternoon as we head towards 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So we've got probably about 90 minutes, 80 minutes of sunshine left, I reckon, Phil, and...
Yeah, before the chill descends.
Yeah, before it drops down to, maybe 17 or 18 degrees. We do, the twilight here is 35 seconds. It seemed to be last night. I hadn't finished a sentence last night at the start of the qualifying broadcast, or the night practice broadcast. We came on air, and before I'd even thrown to Phil or Joe, the sun, which was above the shot we had, was the low shot from turn 1, and it was above the KUWAIT 12-hour banner across the track as I started talking, and before I threw to Phil or to Joe after my opening comments, it had gone below the horizon.
Oh dear.
I think it was probably about a minute and a half, 2 minutes, if that. An absolutely incredibly quick sunset, to the point where you can see what you're actually seeing, of course, is the Earth's rotation. The sun's not moving.
It's like putting your wall dimmer on your lounge room at 30 seconds to off.
Yeah, that was pretty close. So, in this portion of the race now, where we are heading down towards half distance, but in this middle 4 hours, where it's about consolidation, it's about ticking off the laps. Very, very close indeed, and that's another lap put on the GT4 version of the BMW by the number 22. Remember, this is a bit of a drive back now after that little contretemps and the drop for that 22 BMW. Nick Damon down with the leader in 992 Cup. It is the 909 the Jordan's Red Camel.
With Luke Brooks. Luke, you've been out the car a few minutes, you've cooled down. It's quite intense out there despite the lack of cars.
Yes, the track is very demanding for the tires, the body and the mind. Actually, normally it's more of a track where you come to the corner, you brake, you have an apex, and here it's all one set of corners, you know. So it's a different way of driving, which makes it more difficult. Also a lot of fun, but it makes it definitely more tense. Yes.
But yeah, you got your dad in the car now. Is it? Do you know, obviously you two and Fabian are very quick. Is your dad the weak link now?
No, actually, he was just doing 49s, so it's perfectly fine. He's doing a great job.
And of course, you have to say that. No, seriously though. I mean, when you've got the three of you, the family, and a fourth driver, how is it integrating that non-family member into the team?
We just join him part of the family, you know. So he's also doing a great job, great guy to have in the team, and it's a lot of fun.
Luke, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Luke Breukers. Now, will he end up being as quick or indeed quicker than his older brother? There's no doubt about Rick Breukers' speed, former young driver and factory driver for Lamborghini. He has proved himself on racetracks all over the world. As we are expecting the leader into the pits any second now, and Nick Damon has him now.
Stop, brakes, and in we're getting Fabrizio Brogi. Now remember, the issue that they have is with Fabrizio's back injury, this is where it's really costing them time, not round the track, but in the driver changeover. He should be ginger. I don't think he's been ginger enough, to be honest. Oh no, now it's it. Hasn't quite got there. He's got a problem with the left-right bend of the back. He can bend it as if you do like to touch your toes, that's not an issue, but you can see it's the side bend that's hurting Fabrizio, but he's in now. Sabino is helping him to get the belts back on again, having a little bit of... In fact, in many ways, this is reminding me of when I was going into that Toyota GT3 or GT2 all those years ago.
GT1 even.
It isn't, but it is... GT1, yes, it was a GT1, yes. But admittedly, it's nothing like quite as bad as that, but it's quite similar.
I think he's sitting on a seatbelt, Nick, is the problem.
Yeah, well, also I think he hasn't. It's kind of like a flexibility thing. It's interesting. He was having an issue with his left leg. It's that twisting motion that's obviously really painful for Fabrizio. And it has cost him a few seconds. But hey, he's a great driver and a great guy, and that's worth a few seconds of anyone's time. And away they go. And we'll see how that winds out on the stagger, which is kind of in three positions, because CP themselves and Sentry have kind of got themselves completely off sequence to each other.
Nick Damon at the pit stop as we have the Audi going slowly. This is the 138, and this is the only front-wheel drive car in the race, and there's damage to the right front. Looks like a tyre. No, the whole wheel is pointing in the wrong direction, is it? Or have they got a loose rim as well? But that is being brought home. Who have we got behind the wheel of that one, Phil?
In the Audi.
Which James Kay could not have any more experience. Now, I think the wheel is still on. Yes, it is. But it's clearly not exactly where it's meant to be, because I can see the end of... I think I can see the end of the stub axle. I'm not sure it's even got a wheel bolt on the middle of that. Coming to turn 16 here, the hairpin now, the new part of the track. Let's have a look at that right front as it goes through. Certainly that wheel is moving around. Might be just the tyre moving on the rim. And he's now on to the run down to the final corner, so he'll peel off right-handed and put the car into the pit lane. Nick Damon already sashaying down to the Simpson Motorsport pit. They're getting ready for, I can see them getting ready for James Kay, and they're getting ready for Nick Damon as well. Nick Damon is down there. Hello, Nick.
Interestingly, it's Mark Neal doesn't get in. He's wearing his dad's overalls, top BTCC overalls, with his Type R, Halfords, and yes, Stewart battery sponsorship. So it's one of the advantages of having a father, and also being as tall as your father. You can wear his outsize overalls. Now this tyre is absolutely ruined, but I'm not sure whether it's just a flat, because it's taken the it's gone flat. It's taken the laminate across. It's pulled off from the inside, so you've got that kind of overlap on the outside, and they think they need a bit of breakage. But I was sitting there thinking, oh, it's got no centre nut, and then I remembered it was a 5-nut wheel, so the 5 nuts are coming off. So there's no way that would have come undone. They're certainly done. The flappage of that tyre has slightly affected the front box wing, but it's not too bad. There's nothing they're going to have to replace. Worst case scenario for that would be a small amount of duct tape. Now they're trying to do the location game. It looks like there's absolutely no problem whatsoever with the location. So that was actually simply a flat, which then came across to the right of the wheel and then flapped away. I'm not sure whether we can just get a look at the tyre here so you can see what I'm saying. As it came over like this, that made it look, because that flaps and wobbles like anything, it makes it look like the tyre's out of alignment, the wheel's out of alignment, but it's just the tyre flapping everywhere. Now what's happened is James Kay has stayed in a very sad Niels Jr. has skulked away again, not getting in the car. So no damage, but obviously a loss of time, and a new tyre has been fitted. I think all round, you got a complete set of tyres for James. Now, of course, the question might be, John, are they trying to run these tyres too long?
Yeah, well, they ran the first set on the front for 3 hours. Those were, I think, they're still the original ones on the back when it came in. Mind, having said that, what does Martin Haven always say about front-wheel drive touring cars? The rear wheels and the rear tyres are there to keep the exhaust from dragging on the ground. Nick?
Yeah, I was going to say, I know that's what Martin always says. I thought it was a quiz. It might be a bit too much of a delay to have a quiz, to be honest. But yeah, so they are now away, and it's down to get some more fuel. So now we get to see the second part of the ongoing saga of the 138. Will it start leaking fuel all over the track?
Well, they said they were going to fix that. James Kay said he was going to fix that earlier on. So let's see how that's going to play out. The battle going on at the moment is for the race lead. CP Racing in the 85 at 22 of Century Motorsport. Just 2.7 seconds separate them at the moment as they make their way into the S's. And I've been watching that gap come down on their last lap times, comparing Joe Foster in the CP Racing car, 45.5, 44.6 for Jack Barlow in the BMW. So that is coming down hand over fist. And the AM car leading the Pro Am car at this time after that little spin earlier on for the GT3 BMW. They are making that gap all the way down. I think within 2 laps we're going to see those cars side by side.
Coming down to half distance, just 9 minutes or so away. Still beautiful sunshine. Very nice this afternoon, Nick Damon, down in the pit lane.
It's lovely. The weather is marvellous. The sun's going down. I'm having a fantastic time. And I think Sabine de Castro is having a fantastic time. You brought the car in the lead. It's all going rather well.
Yes, now it's very, very difficult. A lot hot. But the problem is sun in the day. And it's very difficult to driving. But BMW and the other car push a lot, but may mistake BMW, fortunately, and we make a very hard stint.
Do you feel you personally, you've now got on top of this GT3 version of the car?
Yes, the feel is good. This is a race training, but when you make a training, you want to win. When you start with the idea, okay, make a training. But when you see the position, you want to win. We try to push a lot, but the training is better. Now the feel, the car is very more beautiful. The first corner is very difficult because you must make with full throttle. And when the tire go down, a little up 10%, but it's okay, all is okay. Now wait, is how many hours? 6 hours is in the middle of the race.
It's been well done, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant description.
I
love the description of turn 1. Oh, is it really flat? Oh. Interestingly, I was talking to a few drivers earlier in the week who'd been here last year, and they were saying they remembered it being from last year rather more difficult even on new tyres when the car was heavy, full of fuel. But quite clearly there, it's once the tyres have got a bit of wear in them, even if the car's a bit lighter, at that point, maybe thinking about a little confidence lift going into turn 1. It's a quick entry. What's it, 1,000 metres from the last corner to that kink at turn? Well, it's a corner at turn 1. It's not just a kink.
Yeah.
So you're travelling pretty quickly at that point. You've got to have a bit of you've got to have a bit of commitment. Here's something significant on the track, because this is the leader, Joe Foster, being caught now by Jack Barlow. So this is a real-time actual battle for the lead, with half of the race still to go, and we still have these leading cars right there up against each other. Joe Foster then coming to traffic. Here's the opportunity for young Barlow to gain through 12, 13, 14. Oh, there's traffic right ahead. It's one of the GT4 BMWs at the fastest, one of the fastest parts of the circuit. Oh, great driving by Joe Foster. He didn't even try to get close to the BMW because he knew it would compromise his exit from turn 19. Slides to the left-hand side on the kink, turn 16 rather, slides the inside at the kink and then goes down to turn 20. That is quality. You are on the ragged edge of adhesion through one of the most difficult corners on the circuit, and he has enough brain power left to think, I actually don't want to be right up the tailpipes of that car ahead.
No, it's definitely. Didn't we have this battle around lunchtime with the same two cars?
But they were a lap apart
yes.
at that point, so that tells you how quickly these things can change. And this is very, very interesting indeed.
BMW losing a little bit of aero under braking there. You can see it squirming around as they come over the hill. Sun hits them right in the eyes as they come through 2 and 3 and 4. And then it's a whole raft of changes. Did he try to nip up the inside there? He did. You can see that BMW is so much quicker through this corner section, running a little bit more downforce. CP Racing has a little bit more straight line. Totally opposite lines going through those corners. Just absolutely all over the place.
That was from 6 into 7.
Yeah.
And I'll have to say there's about 20 lines there. And it depends where you want to be quick afterwards and through the S's. Jack Barlow's been very, very quick indeed. He looks down the inside, he's on the flash.
Yeah, I think
I think Joe Foster has thought, right, that's enough. I don't need to be involved in this. We've got half the race to go. Half the race and 4 minutes to go. And there's no point in me completely rooting my tyres, or maybe even compromising my whole race.
Yeah.
Just to hold on to the lead right now.
Yeah, contact at this stage of the race is totally uncalled for, especially they are GT3 cars, they are different categories, Pro-Am versus Am. But it's great to see the difference in the cars. You know, from what I saw earlier and to what I saw just then, the BMW is running more downforce. It's much quicker through the S's and through the corners, but Mercedes is lightning quick down the straights, and it's just what suits them the best. And I think with the BMW, it's probably looking after its tyres a little bit more with that more downforce. It's not sliding around.
I have a suspicion that however quick Century caught the AMG of CP Racing, that I think now that he's gone through, I think Joe can probably up his pace a little bit without getting in the aero wash too badly. Joe Foster at the moment in behind the leader, having just lost the lead. So whilst he didn't really want to fight too hard to keep the youngster behind, now that the youngster's ahead, he might eke away a little bit. I don't think he's going to gallop away at the 2.5, 2 seconds a lap, though, Phil.
No.
Nick Damon has news of another car with 1 or 2 problems. Looks like one of the Ginettas is going back into its garage.
White car, unfortunately, just looked to my left and heard the bell. Thought, oh, will it be a penalty, a pit stop? And unfortunately, it wasn't a pit stop penalty. It was a pushback into the garage for the Colin White car. Of course, we just recently spoke to one of the drivers out of there, and it came under its own speed. I saw it roll in. It wasn't like crabbing or didn't have a puncture. Just getting to the garage now. Even though it's a walk away, they've got the engine cover off, so it's having a quick look at the front. There's some steam and some smoke, but that's from the brakes. They're trying to clean that up with a leaf blower, and it's a good old look around. And so far, no particular. Colin is brandishing a auxiliary belt, so they too may have fallen foul of either a fan, well, not a fan belt because the fan's electric, so they may either a water pump belt or an alternator could be the issue. But there is a belt in his hand.
Is it the very long one, or is it a shorter one?
It's not super long.
I think that might be the power steering pump belt.
Might well be. I'm looking at the belts themselves, but the main belt I can see there is still connected.
The main belt on that Ford-sourced V6 is a big serpentine belt that goes around 3 or 4 different pulleys.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see that belt rolling around, actually, John, at the front of the engine.
I think there's a secondary one for the power steering.
Do you know what? I think you are super correct, because they fired the engine up and they are now steering left full lock, right full lock. So possibly what's happened is the driver's reported heavy steering. First idea, is it the power steering belt? Colin's now walking away with that belt. Is it something else is the question. They're now looking at the tyres. Is there a tyre issue?
Did they put fluid in any of the reservoirs? Well, we'll leave Nick Damon down there for the moment. Oh, we've got a fire! We've got a fire on the Vortex left rear. That is significant. And that car, well, we've seen this before here, but it was, of course, the KTM crossbow that let go in a big way. He's got about half a lap to bring that car back into the pit lane. And will he do that? This is the 701 with Arnaud Gomez behind the wheel of the Vortex 2.0.